새끼가 쳐 돌았나 이 씨발.
네가 허상도 죽였지. 그래 내가 죽였다.
그러는 봐라 이거.
Okay, Nerd Squad, it appears there is no delay.
나 이거 안 쓰게 해줘.
19 seconds in. It is 5:21 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on February 8th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen. This is going to be part 2 of the 2-part video series, which was a podcast, but Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct. Oh, now we have a bounce back. It's 5:22 p.m. PST. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. I'm not employed by the FBI, but I've been authorized to state that I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. This recording is part 2 of a series of recordings that have been made as a result of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters and stalkers and their litany of crimes perpetrated, 250 plus separate crimes over the last couple of years. Now, that being said, there is a first part to this, which was available as a podcast on Spotify, Audible, iHeartRadio, and on x.com/MysticGwenPod. But the criminals of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, who will soon be provided with their unsealed indictments and whatnot, have prevented that from being available for you all, except for via a YouTube video at present. So there is a YouTube video that has the same title as this one. It does not say part 1, and the title is complete. This one, it cuts out at the word extortionist and et al. It says ... So this is also doubling as a recording for the time period that it's running. I am going to now read you the updates since the preceding less than 2 hours long video titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. This is part 2. Again, no longer available on the podcast because of these criminal idiots. Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207. That is one of the recordings we're going over, but it's not the one that we're to start with. This is the one the FBI wants us to start with. Concurrent. And now I am going to the February 4th, 2025 Judicial Notice. I'm going to read it verbatim on Facebook, which does include a first paragraph that isn't in the actual filing. Second police report of 2/4/25 at 10 a.m. Also served on federal felons via email and provided to law clerks at Snohomish Superior Courthouse via email. ADA mandatory filing in any / all cases with my legal names. Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Law clerks, urgent, please and thanks. ADA, mandatory file in any / all cases with my legal names. Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Obstruction of justice. Evidence tampering. Child abuse. Child endangerment. Stalking. Harassment. Extortion. Fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, at 2120 and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST, specifically noting the 8:07 p.m. revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum 2 Declaration, dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum End Amendment to Declaration, dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024 in case number 10-500-5934. Served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the premeditated acts to obstruct justice, such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025 involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. 2, critical context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, February 4th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own home for 182 days since August 6th, 2024. My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit instructions from the FBI, with the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home, per FBI instructions. 3, pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means, without proper service, and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering, there are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate, intransparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4. Financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, with an enhancement to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5. Absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and among all their co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne Marie Bauer. There is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past, present, or future. Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6. Recent events and further obstruction of justice. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 AM PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th, 2025. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 AM PST today. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussions suggest it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator such as Anne Marie Bauer for this subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders dated January 31st, 2025. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. 7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date February 4th, 2025. Time 10:08 AM PST.
Okay, now we're moving on to the next one. Here we
So
go.
I am recording now again on Twitter, but you all saw what Unit 207's added to their police report today, in addition to their other felonies at $40 million a pop, as was previously invoiced. Here we go. This is imminent threat to FBI informant of second count of breaking and entering, illegal and unlawful arrest, committal, kidnapping for today 2/6 and/or Monday 2/10. Crimes by North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF, neighbors, parentheses, DCYF and EPD, comma, Owens, comma, Garcia, comma, et al. Via Unit 207. Addendum to Formal Judicial Notice filed February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. Original filing, Formal Judicial Notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. Mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases with my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. 2. Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. This document serves as an addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST, and provides further information regarding subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filing. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025 are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned formal judicial notice, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, and their continued obstruction of justice. This section details further criminal acts and ongoing conspiracy subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned document on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m., further demonstrating the blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing threat posed by the individuals involved. February 5th, 2025, 11:52 a.m. to 11:58 a.m. PST. A female individual associated with Unit 207, identified as having actively participated in stalking and harassment activities against me since April 2023, and described as a protege of the woman facing over 80 years in prison, was observed engaging in frantic cellular phone communications. During this period, she actively attempted to prevent me from overhearing her conversations. Based on the context of the ongoing conspiracy, the nature of her actions, and my informed perspective as a designated FBI informant, it is reasonably speculated that this individual was engaged in acts of perjury, further conspiracy to obstruct justice, and or furthering the aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF. February 5th, 2025, 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. PST, male individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in furtive and suspicious behavior, interpreted as an attempt to test the FBI's surveillance capabilities or to provoke a reaction. This behavior is consistent with their ongoing pattern of attempting to catch the FBI, as they phrased it, demonstrating a continued disregard for the federal investigation and a commitment to their criminal objectives. Ongoing stalking, hacking, and threats. The individuals associated with Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office continue to actively stalk, hack, and harass me. They have stated as recently as this morning, February 6, 2025, that they are planning to break into my home and detain, arrest, and or unlawfully commit me. They stated that this will occur either today or by Monday. Premeditated second/third break-in. Individuals in Unit 207 have reiterated their intent to perpetrate a second or third, depending on whether prior attempted entries are included, breaking and entering of my residence. The first incident occurred on January 29, 2025, and involved the exploitation of my disabled sons. The prior attempted illegal entries and stalking, moving of private property to do so, peering into my windows, numbering at least 38 separate instances. The current plans apparently involve the utilization of co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica and John Owens and or Anne Marie Bauer. Child abuse and exploitation. The continued involvement of and planned use of my disabled sons in these criminal activities constitutes aggravated child abuse and endangerment. These actions are a direct result of a year-long campaign of targeted abuse designed to exploit their disabilities and cause regression and escalation, which has been perpetrated by these individuals and their co-conspirators as outlined in the incorporated documents. They instructed their named co-conspirators, Erica Owens and Richard Garcia, to perpetrate abuses upon my sons on a weekly basis. Planned, quote, defenses, end quote, and obstruction. The planned defenses of this criminal enterprise, as articulated in the tort claim filed on August 14th, 2024 in case number 10-500-5934, and incorporated herein, are demonstratively fraudulent and constitute further acts of obstruction of justice. These defenses were conceived prior to many of the overt acts of this conspiracy and are now being pursued in a desperate and illegal attempt to retroactively justify their criminal conduct. They are attempting to make me cooperate with some form of prosecution via coercion of Erica Owens. Their stated motives to the FBI and others continue to be self-serving, protecting their careers, reputations, and income has always been of primary concern to them. Coordinated, aggravated conspiracy. The entirety of their actions, as detailed, form the basis of a coordinated and aggravated conspiracy to deprive myself and my sons of our civil rights and liberties. 3. Conclusion. The information presented in this addendum, taken in conjunction with the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and all previously incorporated documents, paints a damning picture of escalating criminal conduct. The individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators demonstrate not only a blatant disregard for the law, but a stubborn commitment to their failing conspiracy.
Verified.
Despite clear warnings, despite the weight of evidence accumulating against them, And despite the ongoing federal investigation, they persist in their obstruction of justice, their evidence tampering, their threats, and their unconscionable exploitation of vulnerable children. Their attempts to retroactively fabricate a legal justification for their actions are transparently fraudulent and will not succeed. They continue to dig a deeper hole for themselves. Their recent actions, including the continued plotting, the frantic communications, and the blatant attempts to interfere with this ongoing investigation, are not signs of strength. They are signs of desperation. The quote, cycle of subterfuge, end quote, as previously noted by the FBI, continues, but it is a cycle that is rapidly spiraling towards its inevitable conclusion. Full accountability under the law. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen.
Okay, then we have a third one. Stay tuned for the fourth one.
Right,
It's actually
is
very
from
powerful
February
according to the
7th.
FBI.
This
In
is the second
contrast to
addendum
Unit
to Formal
207
Judicial
spot.
Notice filed February 7th, 2025, 2 p.m. PST. Original filing, Formal Judicial Notice, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct Unit 207 and associated individuals, mandatory filing pursuant to ADA in any/all cases. With my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. Prior addendum, February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST, to Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject, supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, and incurred penalties, February 7th, 2025. This document serves as a third addendum to the formal judicial notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08
It was
a.m.
actually only the
PST
second.
and supplemented on February 6, 2025. It provides further information regarding the subsequent events in the continued escalating criminal conspiracy perpetrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. 1. Incorporation of prior filings. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original formal judicial notice of February 4th, 2025, and the addendum of February 6th, 2025, and all police reports filed are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Supplemental information, subsequent events. The following events have transpired subsequent to the filing of the aforementioned addenda, further demonstrating the ongoing criminal conspiracy, the imminent threat posed by the perpetrators, their continued obstruction of justice, and the accrual of additional financial penalties. A. February 7th, 2025, 12:50 p.m. PST, individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass by repeatedly and forcefully knocking on my front door. This occurred in the afternoon and was clearly intended to intimidate, harass, and disturb my peace. This action constitutes a renewed and egregious threat, escalating their prior criminal conduct. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the prior rejection of police reports detailing the ongoing conspiracy and threats, this incident incurs a $40 million penalty as previously invoiced and agreed upon. B. February 7th, 2025, 8:48 AM PST, the North Everett Precinct continuing its brazen and criminal obstruction of justice, rejected 2 more legitimate police reports. The report filed on January 4th, 2025, that should actually say February 4th, at 10:08 AM PST, and the report filed on February 6th, 2025, at 7 AM PST. These rejections are further evidence of the North Everett Precinct's active participation in the criminal conspiracy and their deliberate attempt to shield their officers and co-conspirators from accountability. Due to the quadrupling clause triggered by the ongoing conspiracy and the subsequent criminal acts documented herein, this act of obstruction incurs a $40 million penalty as previously invoiced. C. February 7th, 2025, 5 a.m. PST. Occupants of Unit 207 were overheard discussing plans to, quote, double down and, quote, wage a war, end quote, specifically targeting this coming Monday and or Saturday for further criminal actions against me. This demonstrates a clear and present danger and an escalation of their threats. D. February 6, 2025, just before 4 p.m. PST, a female identified by the FBI as a federal felon visited Unit 207. During this visit, she provided directives to the occupants regarding actions to be taken against me, specifically while I was asleep. This is further evidence of the coordinated nature of the conspiracy and the ongoing planning of criminal acts. E. February 6th and 7th, 2025, multiple live stream terminations. Individuals associated with Unit 207 have on 5 separate occasions since the filing of the first addendum on February 6th criminally and illegally terminated my YouTube live streams. These acts constitute further evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Each instance of illegal live stream terminations incurs a $10 million penalty as invoiced without the quadrupling due to the terminations taking place prior to the ongoing obstruction and conspiracy of the North Everett Precinct's deliberate rejection of valid police reports. Ongoing pattern of criminality. These recent events are part of a continuous and escalating pattern of criminal behavior that has persisted for over 17 months. The individuals involved have demonstrated a complete disregard for the law, a willingness to exploit vulnerable individuals, including my disabled sons, and a commitment to obstructing justice at every turn. Financial penalties. I reiterate that the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now exceeding 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. $10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. $10 million per instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. The current actions of the North Everett Precinct and Unit 207, as documented in this report, have incurred an additional $130 million in penalties. $80 million from today's AM and noon crimes, and $50 million for the live stream terminations. Conclusion, the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and their associated co-conspirators continue to operate with impunity, escalating their criminal activities and demonstrating a blatant disregard for the law and the ongoing federal investigation. Their actions are not only criminal, but also morally reprehensible. This report serves as further documentation of their crimes. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. I demand immediate action to stop this ongoing criminal conspiracy and to hold all those involved accountable for their actions. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date February 7th, 2025, time 1:45 p.m. PST. Now I'm going to go over to...
Okay, now we're going to go to the latest one from today, which Unit 207 thinks that they can somehow manipulate or use in their favor. They plan on proceeding with their planned crimes. Remember, they've had crimes planned for Monday since last week when I made the first filing on February 4th. So pay attention to this one, because contrary to Unit 207, the FBI is very confident that this one right here, this one right here, stalkers, this one right here, stalkers, is going to prove very important to your entire spring season.
Okay, we are going to do a recording of the latest addendum / police report. I'm not recording this one on Twitter since we know that Unit 207 has effectively destroyed that as well in their ongoing pattern of obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. Third addendum to Formal Judicial Notice, filed February 8, 2025 at 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Original filing, date of original filing, February 4th, 2025, 10:08 a.m. PST. Previous addendums, February 6, 2025, 7 a.m. PST. February 7th, 2025, 1:45 p.m. PST, to Snohomish County Superior Court, North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County Prosecutors, et al., and forwarded to FBI. From Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Subject: supplemental information regarding further criminal activities, escalation of threats, evidence tampering, continued child abuse, and incurred penalties. February 8th, 2025, demand for immediate action and notice of intent to seek maximum penalties under law. This document serves as the third addendum to the Formal Judicial Notice filed on February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 a.m. PST, and previously supplemented. It provides further crucial information regarding subsequent events, the continued escalation of the criminal conspiracy, the blatant and ongoing obstruction of justice, the endangerment of my children, further acts of retaliation, and the accrual of additional financial penalties against those perpetrating these crimes. This addendum also serves as a formal police report documenting these new crimes. 1. Incorporation of prior filings by reference. All facts, invoices, statements, and incorporated documents referenced in the original Formal Judicial Notice of February 4th, 2025, the addendums of February 6th and 7th, 2025, and all police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from June 2024 to the present date, and any future date are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. This specifically includes, but is not limited to, Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 p.m. PST due to unlawful tampering. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, case number 105005934, served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors et al. This document details planned felonies, named conspirators, prior child abuse, and plans for super felonies. The dated signage referenced within and photographed for that last page predated even that filing. It is to be noted per that tort claim, those named within it and their co-conspirators had planned to not only have the actionable kidnappings take place using my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and my extortionist mother, but they also, and I quote, had, quote, super felonies planned. All police reports filed since June 2024 by me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. 2. Correction to the previous addendum from February 7th, 2025. Any reference in the February 7th, 2025 addendum to January 4th, 2025 is hereby corrected to read February 4th, 2025 at 10:08 AM PST. 3. Supplemental information, subsequent criminal acts and escalation. A. Status of front door and illegal detention. My front door has remained continuously closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit FBI instructions. The sole exception was the forced entry on January 29th, 2025, perpetrated by my disabled sons and illegally kidnapped sons, under the direction of this criminal conspiracy. The FBI has instructed me to keep my door closed until the perpetrators are apprehended or until they attempt another illegal entry. As of today, February 8th, 2025, I have been illegally detained within my own residence for 184 days since August 6, 2024. B. February 7th, 2025, evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and continued threats. Livestream interference. While preparing and filing the previous addendum and police report on February 7th, 2025, individuals associated with Unit 207 criminally and illegally terminated 4 separate YouTube live streams. They also retroactively erased over 1 hour of footage from certain recordings. These actions constitute blatant evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, and witness intimidation. It is strongly suspected that these actions were taken to either A, create a false impression of personal service or my voluntary exit from my residence, or B, to conceal evidence of their planning and preparation for their next planned break-in and other felonies. 12:50 p.m., knocking. Individuals associated with Unit 207 engaged in aggravated stalking, harassment, and criminal trespass. C. February 8th, 2025, 5:30 a.m. PST, confirmation of imminent break-in. As of approximately 5:30 a.m. PST on February 8th, 2025, a male in Unit 207 confirmed plans for an imminent break-in involving numerous officers from the North Everett Precinct. This is consistent with the ongoing threats and plans that have been documented for over a year and specifically reported to the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF, and others. The conspirators in Unit 207 have stated that this needs to occur prior to February 23rd because the attorneys involved, at least 2 of whom are facing federal disbarment, are aware that this conspiracy will result in additional and more serious charges being filed. D. Prior knowledge and warnings. It is crucial to emphasize that the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and named individuals, including Richard Garcia and Erica Owens, have been repeatedly warned about their illegal activities and the consequences thereof. These warnings include 11 months of cease and desist letters directly sent to the involved parties and their revolving cast of 3rd, 4th, and 5th parties, beginning in September 2023, 11 months prior to their illegal premeditated felonies since August 2024. August 7th and August 13th, 2024, signage. Dated signs photographed and included in the August 14th, 2024 tort claim were placed on my property explicitly addressed to the North Everett Precinct. The Owens, Richard Garcia, DCYF and Unit 207, prohibiting trespassing, knocking without a warrant, stalking, and other criminal activities. These signs were in addition to signs that had been in place for over a year prior, and that the FBI had me add them to the last page of the August 14th, 2024 tort claim. August 14th, 2024 tort claim. This document was made after 11 months of cease and desist letters failed to do anything, and the kidnappings, illegal detainment, etc. were planned for the weeks after. This document detailed the planned felonies, named the conspirators, and outlined the financial penalties for their actions, including their defenses, i.e. obstruction / conspiracy / etc. Numerous police reports, repeatedly filed police reports documenting the ongoing threats and criminal activities have been consistently rejected by the North Everett Precinct, including before their actionable kidnappings reported for weeks and months prior, published about in December 2023 on my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticgwen. Direct communication. All conspirators except Erica and John Owens were explicitly informed beginning August 6, 2024, that I was not authorized to communicate with them, read anything from them, or cooperate with them in any way. The Owens were informed shortly after their involvement in the second actionable kidnapping. Per the FBI's instructions, cease and desist letters end August 14th, tort claim filed in case number 105005934. Despite these warnings, the conspirators have sent over 48 individuals to my door and engaged in constant exterior stalking just since the first week of August. They did the same thing for the 11 months prior when they were getting cease and desist letters. Involvement of Everett Public School District. The potential involvement of the Everett Public School District, an institution with which I had a long and positive relationship as a art docent, special ed para-volunteer, enhanced teaching volunteer, and donor, is noted with grave concern. This highlights the sprawling nature of the conspiracy and its willingness to corrupt and exploit various institutions. I volunteered for an average of 40 hours a week from 2012/2013 to the start of 2020 and donated tens of thousands to the school district. Podcast interference. Unit 207 and or their co-conspirators have blocked my podcast from being uploaded to Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Audible. They have also had x.com block all access via my dedicated podcast Twitter, x.com/mysticgwenpod. I will create a YouTube live stream part 2 of my prior, titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. By 8 p.m. PST today. FBI timeline and intent. The FBI informed me in December 2024 of their plans to incarcerate officers involved in the conspiracy in March 2025. Subject to change based on the conspirators' actions. Unit 207's statements indicate they believe they have no alternative but to proceed with their planned illegal entry, arrest, committal, or kidnapping before February 23rd. As the involved attorneys are aware of the increased severity of charges they will face after that date. 4. Financial penalties updated. The following financial penalties previously invoiced and contractually agreed upon are reiterated and updated. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention, now totaling over 180 days. $10 million for any attempted illegal entry into my residence, increased to $25 million if I am asleep at the time. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. $10 million for the use of my sons and or for coercing them to commit any illegal acts, including the January 29th breaking and entering. Doubling of all penalties of fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal act. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. $10 million for the rejection of legitimate police reports constituting obstruction of justice. This applies to all reports rejected to date. $10 million for each instance of illegally terminating a YouTube live stream. This applies to all instances to date. $10 million for each and every instance of stalking. $10 million for each and every instance of harassment. $10 million for each and every instance of ADA violations, $10 million for each and every instance of civil rights violations, $10 million for the incident of stalking, harassment, ADA violations, criminal trespass, and witness intimidation on February 7th, 2025 at 12:50 p.m. Additional penalties for February 7th events, subject to quadrupling. The $40,000 for the knocking, or the $40 million for the knocking, and $40 million for the obstruction, based on the 2 rejected reports. Additional penalties for live stream termination, 4 terminations times 10 million equals 40 million. The actions documented in this addendum and those rejected in prior reports significantly increase the financial liability of the conspirators. 5. Conclusion. This addendum provides further irrefutable evidence of the aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy targeting me, a designated FBI informant. The individuals involved, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, members of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, occupants of Unit 207, and their expanding network of co-conspirators, demonstrates a complete and utter disregard for the law, for my rights, and for the well-being of my children. Their attempts to obstruct justice, tamper with evidence, and intimidate a federal witness are not only failing, but are actively strengthening the case against them. The FBI maintains that anyone and or everyone sticking to the perjurious and fraudulent proclamation that any of their actions were, quote, reactive and not the premeditated, illegal, and consistently reported felonies that they were and are, will be the recipients of the longest prison sentences. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is fully aware of these developments.
Verified.
This document serves as formal legal notice of these crimes and a demand for immediate action to protect my safety and ensure accountability. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen. Date February 8th, 2025. Time 7:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Okay, it is now 6:13 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's February 8th. And this video is going to double not just as the part 2 for Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct, the fraudsters, the stalker, extortionists et al., but also as a live stream for the next, we'll say 12 hours. I have zero intention of turning off this live stream until tomorrow morning. And they max out at 12 hours. So remember, since February 1st, because of the ongoing counts and threats and constant plotting and scheming and, you know, the waging of a war and all of their psychobabble upstairs. Since February 1st, I've begun only putting a selfie of myself up when I personally have ended or am ending the live stream. So if you look at my YouTube live stream channel and you see any images of my living room or a very old photo of my 2 sons playing in the water during low tide, those are videos that Unit 207 criminally and illegally shut off in some instances, removing over an hour of recording time, which you can see in the superseding live streams where I show you that. So again, this live stream should run until tomorrow, February 9th. And if the live stream ends for any reason without me explicitly telling you the end time and that a new live stream is commencing in 90 seconds or less, that I didn't end it, and Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, remember that's what the FBI renamed them last month, is solely responsible financially and legally and personally. Now, I'm going to make sure that there's audio on this recording. Okay, Nerd Squad, I don't believe the interface is correct, but it's reflecting on a Lenovo ThinkPad. that there are 206 videos set for public viewing at present on the channel. And I'm clicking on the live stream. Let's make sure there's audio at the beginning, middle, and end. Clicking on the live stream. Let's make sure there's audio.
5. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen, Highland Ave, Everett, Washington. Precinct, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County end user, and my extortionist mother.
Okay, it is visible. And we have audio. It is visible. And we have audio. It is visible.
사실에서 진짜 네가 이런 극자야. 네가 저번 걸 해주면 그 새끼 한입거리 자유 끝이 저 새끼야. 네가 이런 극자야. 그냥 네가 저번 걸 해주면 같이 죽자.
양심에 따라 숨김과 불편이 없이 사실 그대로 말하고 만일 거짓말이 있으면 위증의 벌을 받기로 맹세합니다.
Remember, everybody, the people that are most scared about going to prison are the very people trying to encourage you to do things to guarantee years of you going to prison because they're so vain and arrogant. They think they're going to be able to blame all of you for listening to them.
사건 당일 증인을 찔렀다는 사실을 어떻게 증명할 수 있습니까?
우리처럼 칼밥 먹고 사는 사람들은 자기 몸에 칼 담근 새끼 죽을 때까지 못 있습니다. 저기 저 새끼가 맞습니다. 이거 내가 저 새끼한테 칼 찔린 다음에 직접 잡아 죽이려고 만든 몽타주입니다.
재판장님, 증인이 제시한 증거는 지극히 개인적이고 자의적인 그림 한 장일 뿐입니다. 증인의 증거는 법적 근거는 물론이고 논리적 과학적 증거 능력이 전혀 없습니다.
판사님, 장봉수 증인이 사건 당일 피고인에게 칼에 찔린 후 수술 및 입원 치료받은 기록입니다. 증인은 깡패 두목입니다. 싸움이 직업이고 칼로 찌르고 찔리는 게 일상인 사람입니다. 누구한테 당했는지도 모르는 그 병원 문서가 어떻게 증거가 될 수 있겠습니까? 증인은 지금 피고인의 인권과 법정의 권위 모두를 모독하고 있습니다.
어이 변호사,
증인!
당신 가족이 그렇게 개죽음을 당해도 지금이랑 똑같이 얘기할 수 있어? 인권 같은 소리하고 앉아있네. 저런 개새끼한테 인권이 어딨어? 저 씨발놈은 사람을 장난삼아 죽이는 놈이야. 나도 나쁜 놈이지만 저런 새끼는 살려두면 안 되는 거라고. 뭐 증거? 증거 내가 보여드릴게. 그날 밤 저 새끼가 내 차를 뒤에서 들이받아가지고 날 내리게 만든 다음에 갑자기 달려들어가지고 여기 옆구리 2번 찌르고 몸싸움 하던 중에 여기 가슴을 또 한 번 찔렀습니다. 그리고 내가 저 새끼 칼 뺐다가 손까지 다 찔렸습니다. 자 보세요. 보통 사람 같았으면 나도 벌써 죽었을 겁니다. 그리고 저 새끼 옷 한 번 벗겨보십시오. 내가 왼쪽 가슴을 찔렀는데 분명히 칼자국이 남아있을 겁니다. 그리고 저 새끼 손도 한번 확인해보세요. 흉터가 많을 겁니다. 원래 칼 쓰는 새끼들이 사람 찌르다가 지 손도 다치고 손톱도 깨지고 그러거든요. 그리고 마지막으로 이거 저 새끼가 쓴 겁니다. 당신들 좋아하는 글첩조회 하면 될 거고, 참고로 여기 허상도는 제 친구입니다.
어차피 화상도 최문식 둘 다 죽고 없어. 죽은 우성이한테 미안하지만 만약에 강경호가 보이면 우성이가 다 한 걸 보이면 되고.
이 사건 각 범행에서 알 수 있는 피고인의 극도의 폭력 성향과 인명 경시 경향, 우리 사회에 끼친 악영향, 피해자들이 입었을 고통을 고려하고 법의 입법 취지와 재반 양형 기준을 참작하여 형을 정해. 주문. 피고인 강정호에게 사형을 선고한다.
조건이 있어. 말해. 그 새끼랑 같은 감옥에 넣어준다고 약속해. 사내 셋이 목숨 걸고 게임을 했는데 끝은 봐야지.
Their prize was not off the coast of Santo Domingo. It was nearby, but not quite.
You're listening.
Their prize was
You're
not
listening.
off the coast of Santo Domingo. It was nearby, but not quite. Little did these illustrious captains of the Royal Navy know that that wreck lay in English waters. La Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion lay buried at a reef at the very tip of the Bahamas, called the Silver Reef. Today, the Silver Reef is still a British possession. It belongs to the Turks and Caicos Islands, but it's part of the Bahamas island chain. Initially, I intended to spend time with Churchill and Stanley, but it's going to be a fruitless search for them. They're going to spend over a year scouring the coast of Hispaniola and find nothing.
Hey, Unit
Instead,
207.
I'd like to
Federal
return
felons
to Captain
upstairs.
William
Officers,
Phipps.
dumbass.
After a
dumbass.
leisurely few weeks
Officer
in London,
dipshit.
followed by a stopover in Ireland,
Stay out of my house.
and then a long, lazy trip across the Atlantic, and finally a full 15 weeks in Boston, William Phipps had bought 5 months for Captains Churchill and Stanley to do their searching. All that time, the Spanish were devoting all of their resources to watching him. All it cost was the pain and suffering of several dozen of the king's subjects and a half-dozen lawsuits that, for some reason, were all tossed out. Now, last time I never really got around to the alleged conspiracy, because we don't know what deals, if any, were cut here, what plots were laid. Everyone agrees, and by everyone I mean contemporary observers and modern historians, but they all agree that Phipps was serving as a distraction here. What nobody knows is whether or not Phipps himself was in on it. There are 3 ways to look at it. First, you could see William Phipps as an innocent and noble little lamb who was whipped around by the winds of fate. That's what Cotton Mather, in his biography of Phipps, would have you believe. You could also, as many of his contemporaries did, see Phipps as a clever, fast-talking opportunist. That's the characterization I like. But there were those who saw William Phipps as a devious mastermind, a puppeteer behind the scenes of all of this. Now that story's fun, and we can't discredit it completely, considering how little we know, but that would require William Phipps to be an exceptional con man, playing the role of a, clever, fast-talking opportunist. Now, once William Phipps and the Rose left Boston, and the company of their one-time ship's minder, John Knepp, the record loses track of him for a while. We do have a few stories of his voyage, but those come from Reverend Mather, who can at best only be kind of trusted here. William Phipps' first stop was New Providence Island, but then, shortly thereafter, the Rose moved on to dive that wreck nearby. They found another English vessel diving the wreck already. Now, Phipps chased them off with no trouble at all, but it was already too late. His last very successful dive on this vessel had gotten the word out. People from all over the world were diving this particular wreck, and by this point, it had been picked pretty dry. Were you on a cruise of the West Indies around this time, you could find men in New Providence, Port Royal, Tortuga, even Charlestown, all of them wearing the very finest clothes and drinking the very finest wine, until the coin dried out. Phipps did send his men to dive the wreck, but only pulled up 1,000 pounds sterling. That's not much when you divide it among the entire crew. Remember, they were being paid a share, not a wage. It certainly wasn't going to be enough to cover the cost of this voyage. That would certainly upset the king, which makes this next vignette suspicious. This is a tale that only comes down to us thanks to Cotton Mather, so I'm going to let him do the telling. Reverend Mather writes that shortly after this disappointing haul, a group of crewmen, quote, approached him on the quarterdeck with drawn swords in their hands and required him to join with them in running away with the ship to drive a trade of piracy in the South Seas. And remember, this was 1683. Right now, at this very moment, buccaneers from all over the Americas were converging to sail into the South Seas. This was Bachelor's Delight, and Edward Davis and William Dampier, and the Signet and Charles Swan. They were already down there in the Pacific Ocean. All of those others, men like Mathurin de Marais and Ravenel de Lussan, Peter Harris the Younger, every pirate who had a ship was getting ready to sail south. That makes this part believable to me. Right now would be exactly the time that a group of less than reputable men would demand exactly what Mather says they did. But then he goes on, quote, Captain Phipps, though he had not so much of a weapon as an ox goad or a jawbone in his hands, like another Samson with a most undaunted fortitude, He rushed in upon them, and with the blows of his bare hands felled many of them and quelled the rest. Bullshit. Of course, I don't know for sure. No one wrote down what was actually happening at the time, but, I mean, come on, there's just no way that what Mather just told us was even close to true. 10 pirates, 10 potentially mutinous buccaneers with their blades drawn against one unarmed Massachusetts shipwright. And at first I can't believe that anybody in their right mind would be stupid enough to believe this kind of nonsense. But then I remember that the exact same people who were going to believe this same preacher when a bunch of teenage girls come forward with claims of witchcraft in the community, those are the people who believe this story. But I'll tell you what happened on that ship in the Bahamas. Again, I don't know that this is what happened, but this is definitely what happened. William Phipps turned to those fierce pirates with their blades drawn and said, yeah, good idea, lads. Let's do exactly that. You know what? We're all going to be rich. Because that's what you do in that situation. That's how you avoid getting run through. But of course, unless you are prepared to pay at the gallows for the crime of stealing one of the king's own ships, you don't actually do that. Cotton Mather tells us another fanciful tale, another whopper, wherein the Rose anchors to careen after that attempted mutiny. Now that does make sense if the crew was preparing to, I don't know, sail to the South Seas for a months-long voyage of piracy, but I digress. Mather writes, quote, "The men, whereof he had about 100, went all but about 8 or 10 to divert themselves, as they pretended, in the woods. They all entered into an agreement that about 7 o'clock they would seize the captain and those 8 or 10 who they knew to be true, and leave them to perish on this island." End quote. According to Cotton Mather, after William Phipps walloped the ringleaders good, the rest of the mutinous buccaneers went ashore to plan a better mutiny. But Phipps, again, according to Cotton Mather, turned the tables. Almost literally. He and those 8 or 10 men went ashore and turned the guns, which had been taken ashore so they could careen the ship. They turned them around so that they were facing inland. They didn't take the time to spike them, but that would keep them from firing on the Rose while they made their getaway. Then Phipps took all of the guns that were still on board and moved them all to the leeward ports pointing directly at the shore. With the guns thus arrayed, William Phipps said something dashing and heroic. I believe it was, "With the power of Grayskull." It really doesn't matter because none of this actually happened. Then he fired a volley at those guns while the Rose sailed away into the sunset, leaving those filthy, dirty pirates behind. Now that, I was going to say it makes a good story. It doesn't. It makes, I guess, an exciting story. But here's what really happened, in my humble opinion. Phipps, after his disappointing haul at that New Providence wreck, was freaking out. He had to pay all of those men, and that just wasn't going to cover the cost of this voyage. He would lose all favor that he had managed to curry with Lord Narborough and even the king. But then, an opportunity. I suspect that those men did come to him with a plan to sail the South Seas, and I suspect that he did agree to it. If you were going to sail for the South Seas, you would have to careen your vessel, which would give William Phipps a perfectly good opportunity to maroon his crew, more than 100 of them, on some lonely, isolated Bahamas island. Now, it's not impossible that the crew did plan on mutinying against William Phipps. It is impossible that he beat them with the jawbone, but Cotton Mather again and again, in an effort to paint this, by that point, Puritan candidate for governor in the best possible light, builds him up to levels that are frankly superhuman. It would look bad if what he actually did was lie to his crew and abandon them all to die so he could sail away with their silver. However, after this little fable, we lose track of the Rose again for a few months. The next time that the record catches up with Captain Phipps was in Port Royal, Jamaica, in April 1684. To give you a bit of a reference point here, Henry Morgan had just been ousted as the acting governor of Jamaica, and The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin was just published. There was some drama going down in Port Royal. So what exactly was Phipps getting up to there in Jamaica? Well, first of all, he was gathering a crew. He'd just lost all but 8 or 10 of his men in a tragic accident. Beyond that, though, there was definitely something going on behind the scenes. By this point, George Churchill and his ship, the Falcon, had given up on finding the treasure. The Bonetta and Captain Stanley, though, just happened to arrive in Port Royal at this same time. We don't know if Captain Stanley met with William Phipps, and if they did, we don't know what they talked about, but it's incredulous to assume that they were both in Port Royal by happenstance. There are reports that suggest there may have been a Spanish defector in Port Royal at that time. If he had access to some top-secret information that recent events had shown him was in high demand, he might be willing to share that for those as can pay. And Port Royal was a good spot to get the word out. We do know that after just a few weeks in Port Royal, both the Rose and Bonetta set out, and it looks like they were sailing together. They sailed directly for the southern Bahamas and the Silver Reef, where La Nuestra Señora's wreck was waiting.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market. No antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
When your makeup's so loud, you can literally hear it. That's NYX Professional Makeup. To capture that sound, NYX has spotlit 5 rising female artists, collaborating with each one to create music for the debut Mixtape, an album inspired by the latest NYX Professional Makeup drop. Mixtape, the sound of NYX Professional Makeup. It's makeup so loud you can hear it. Listen now on Spotify.
Captain Stanley searched the south and west of the reef, and he found nothing. William Phipps searched the east and north of the reef and found nothing. At least, William Phipps says he found nothing. That part of the reef, the northeastern section, is where the ship was located, but Phipps didn't happen to stumble across her, which is believable. La Nuestra Señora did get pushed deep into the reef and then was submerged and had 40 years for coral to grow up while the ship disintegrated. It would have been hard to find her. But if we were working under the assumption that Captain Phipps was that mastermind behind a nefarious plot, you could perhaps read into this. After searching fruitlessly for several more weeks, the Bonetta and the Rose gave up and returned to England. This was a tense few weeks for William Phipps. There in London, he was interviewed about his voyage by several naval officials. It wasn't quite an interrogation, but it wasn't far off. He had to answer a lot of hard questions about his time on board the Rose alongside John Knepp. John Knepp's journals and official reports were full of recriminations of Phipps and the crew. However, William Phipps does appear to have talked his way out of the accusations of John Knepp and come out smelling fresh. Not only did he overcome the trials of a mutinous lot of buccaneers, he returned the Rose in good shape and with a bit of treasure. The wear and tear done to the Rose and the use of supplies was assessed to be about 700 pounds sterling, which Phipps had just enough to cover. He would not have had enough to cover it if those mutinous crewmen had been paid as they were promised and not abandoned on some sandy islet out in the Bahamas. Still, the council there in England judged that Phipps was to be a stand-up gentleman. Despite failing to bring back a massive pile of silver, he did end with his accounts in the black, which is more than can be said for Captains Churchill or Stanley. William Phipps was permitted to stay there in London to look for other opportunities at court. The King and Sir Narborough were no longer interested in this particular venture, but William Phipps did put his petition out there. Peter Earle describes Phipps' time in London as a shirt-clutching affair, joining the ranks of petitioners who were little more than middle-class beggars looking for investors at court. Other historians suggest that Narborough kind of handed William Phipps off to another man who was at this moment looking for an opportunity. A known gambler who associated with West Indian ruffians more than a few times in his career. The Duke of Albemarle was, after all, Sir Henry Morgan's patron once upon a time. Albemarle owned most of Carolina, and he had estates in every county in England. But his reputation was suffering. The world was moving on and leaving the aging man behind. He needed a big win, something that was big and flashy and exciting, something that would get people talking about the Duke again. And Albemarle chose to put all of his chips on one fast-talking New England shipwright. He was a better patron than John Narborough or the King had been, which was kind of the point. He wasn't getting into this for the piles of silver, well, not just for the piles of silver. This venture was about showing up the Stuarts with a big show of lavish patronage and private naval power, of succeeding where everyone else had failed, and then hopefully, in the end, handing the king a pile of silver, which of course he would accept begrudgingly if it came from Albemarle. The Duke granted William Phipps 2 new ships. Phipps was no longer in command of the Rose. By this point, she had sailed on to New England and been given over to Thomas Pound. The man who had been Phipps' first mate was given command of the sloop Henry. William Phipps himself had command of a frigate, the James and Mary. This voyage was exceptionally well documented. Men on both vessels kept journals that detailed every step of the voyage. Those records would be turned over to Albemarle at the end of the voyage, who would keep them safe and readable for later historians to pore over. We know the names of nearly every sailor on board, and we have records of their wages and the food they ate. The crews of these 2 vessels, aside from 5 who had been on board with William Phipps on the Rose, were professional sailors employed by the Duke of Albemarle. They were supplied and paid a wage by the Duke himself, and they were loyal to Albemarle. They followed Phipps' commands on this ship, but he wasn't the boss. Albemarle may have been a gambler, and this voyage was a gamble, but he's not stupid enough to leave 2 of his ships in the hands of what is almost a complete stranger. Now, I would love, considering the fact we have such good records here, I would love to dive into this voyage and talk about all the trials and tribulations they faced. But there really isn't that much to tell. When the ships needed supplies, they stopped at a friendly English port and bought them like good law-abiding citizens. Which, they were. The seas, for the most part, were calm and friendly, and after a few weeks the ships arrived at Ajoboros, which was to serve as their base camp. On their first day there in the Bahamas, Phipps sent out Rogers and the Henry with very specific instructions on where to search. 10 hours later, the Henry returned, with no news. The following morning, the Henry set out again, but returned after only 2 hours. When they pulled up alongside James and Mary, Rogers held up handfuls of silver. Exactly 45 years and 8 days after first running aground on Nuestra Señora de la Concepción had been found. Luck is a real thing. Sometimes you just stumble upon a windfall of good fortune. But the Henry had been searching for the Concepcion for maybe 12 hours. If we were to take into account traveling time to and from the Silver Reef, it was closer to 8 hours. And there was certainly some good luck on these first couple of days. The weather was clear and sunny, for example. The ships were fresh and clean, and the crew was fed and happy. They had a lot going for them here in this search, but 8 hours? That's a single workday. That's pushing credulity. Now, nobody who is credible is willing to say, William Phipps knew Narborough was using him as a distraction, so he pretended not to find the wreck site until he was in command of his own voyage to find the ship, for which he personally would get all the credit and most of the riches. And they shouldn't say that. All of the records we have, and we have a bunch, don't say anything to suggest that. Of course, those records were written by men who were about to receive a huge bonus from the Duke for this massive find. If, that is, they kept their mouths shut. Everybody hints at it, of course. Everybody dances around it. And they point out the many reasons we should not jump to conclusions without evidence here. After all, luck does exist. But this was very lucky. The actual work of recovering the silver took way longer than finding La Nuestra Señora. The work of preparing for the salvage took longer than finding her. They careened and repaired and resupplied their ships for 2 weeks before finally heading to the site. The actual salvage took 2 full months. Before they could even begin pulling any silver up, they faced 2 weeks of what Peter Earle calls, quote, considerable crowbar and pickaxe work, breaking off coral and clearing a way to the treasure chambers of the ship, end quote. The work itself was immensely difficult. Their boats left the motherships well before dawn and returned about dusk. They used diving bells for the first leg of the drop and then swam the rest of the way to the bottom. From there, they had to find the treasure, dig it free, and then pull it back up. Initially, this work was done entirely by slaves. Albemarle had a surplus of slaves from his holdings in Carolina and sent a number of them down here for this work. And those slaves were put to intense work, 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it proved to be too much. They suffered oxygen deprivation. They got the bends. Their sheer exhaustion very nearly killed them. So they worked out a schedule that included the slaves, but also a good number of the crewmen. You didn't have to go down every day. And when you did, you didn't have to work all day long. But even so, working half a day every other day, it was still too much. Phipps finally accepted that he would have to slow the diving schedule down or risk losing his labor force. Neither option was ideal, though. They were pulling up hundreds of pieces of bait a day, and that quickly piled up into thousands, but that wasn't enough here. The cost of ship maintenance and victuals and daily wages, it took them weeks to catch up to what had already been put on the account, and they were outpacing it, but slowly. Their numbers weren't adding up to very much profit. It wasn't sustainable here. But then, in yet another almost unbelievable twist of good fortune, 2 more ships arrived on the scene. Now everyone immediately jumped into action when they saw those sails on the horizon. They raised the alarm. They primed the guns. Every hand was roused. William Phipps grabbed his copies of Albemarle's orders and his writ from the king that guaranteed him exclusive rights on this wreck. The crews of the Henry and the Mary and James were ready for anything. Henry fired off a warning shot, but those two ships continued their heading right toward Phipps and Rogers. And when they arrived, lo and behold, they were ships that were known to all of the former crewmen of the Rose. On their previous voyage to the Bahamas, just a few months gone now, these two ships had accompanied the Rose and William Phipps. Now, nobody knows if this meeting was somehow planned, and if it was, whether or not Phipps was involved, but it turned out to be exactly what everyone needed here. These two newly arrived sloops negotiated a contract by which their crews would join the recovery effort. They were offered a wage, the same to be paid to all of those already diving, and they would rotate into the schedule. Beyond that, they had supplies, they had food and water that the ships already on the site were close to running out of. With their arrival, the reclamation effort was able to be redoubled rather than paused. Now, I can't see the benefit that it would have served Phipps to arrange this beforehand. It would have meant a cut into his wages. Maybe he owed these men. Maybe some of them were among that crew that he had to maroon. Regardless, this saved the mission just at the nick of time. It pumped new energy into the reclamation, and after only a few weeks, they had pulled up an amazing amount of treasure. 25 tons of silver, 7 classic Spanish guns, a tiny bit of gold and jewels and some other valuables made that more than enough to make this voyage a success. But it was really only a fraction of what they supposed was available to them. However, the time had come. The crews were all running low on supplies by that point, and there was a question of security. The Duke of Albemarle was in Port Royal. He left London shortly after William Phipps. He had business there with Sir Henry Morgan, and he had separate business with the governor of Port Royal. And both were important, but he was also there to ensure that he would be available to William Phipps and his treasure hunters. Almost immediately after those two new slips arrived, William Phipps sent one of them out to keep the Duke abreast of the salvage. But after several more weeks, that sloop had yet to reappear. The consensus among those who were keeping record of events on this voyage is that there were French buccaneers out of Tortuga that were behind the disappearance. Now, I could name suspects who were around at the time. La Rodegrave, Michel de Gourmand, Michael Andres, but we don't know who the French buccaneers that were menacing this salvage operation were, if in fact they existed. Either way, it was time to make for Jamaica and then for England. The James and Mary and the Henry escorted the Duke of Albemarle back to London, carrying the silver, yes, but also prestige and glory, notoriety, and a giant pile of silver. It was a big deal. It made international news. Phipps accompanied the Duke to deliver the royal share to the king. But it was a new king. While they had been gone, Charles II had died, and James II now sat the throne. James, who was looking for loyal men to do his bidding, especially in the North American colonies, saw an opportunity in William Phipps. So King James knighted the Massachusetts shipwright and made him Sir William Phipps, the first Anglo-American born in America to carry the title. And that's great and all, but James also gave Phipps a job. He named him the Provost Marshal of the province of New England. With the stroke of a pen, that made Sir William Phipps arguably the third most powerful man in the province. I say arguably because there was the governor, Andrews, and the lieutenant governor, but then there was Phipps, waiting in the wings, and he was going to get involved. And we will talk about that involvement. It's important, but not next time. That involvement is going to convince a lot of New England privateers that perhaps America is no longer the place to be. Perhaps the king is no longer the man to serve. Perhaps the person to serve is ourselves. Over the next few weeks, we're going to be introducing the major players in that exodus of seafarers. And we're going to begin with a discussion of the early life of one of the most famous pirates who ever lived. A pirate whose right name, despite his notoriety, no one rightly knows. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, anyone who has left us a rating or a review wherever you listen to the show, everybody who has donated through the website, and everybody who has recommended this show to your friends and family, online or in real life. All of you make it possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as usual, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time is come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Jawbreaker, Kruger, MD, Schmarls, Logan, The Knight of Dampier, Pablo, Toes, Gin Soaked Jim, Worker, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And of course our quartermasters, Adam and Birdsong, and our new quartermasters, Anthony, Squishy, James, and Pierce. I'd also like to welcome our other newest patrons, Roanoke, Jonathan, Jesse, Adam, Elijah, Finn, Anthony, and Bobby. And our newest Commodores, Big Beard, Cannon Monkey, McKay, Nikki, and Ward. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Today we are going to begin one of the great tales in the history of piracy. If I'm being honest, it's a bit daunting. Happily, there are some sources that were either recently released or that I just recently acquired that will help us out here. But there's still a formidable task before us. I struggled even with where to begin this story. There are so many possibilities. We could begin at the Royal Academy in London, among such illustrious names as Sir Isaac Newton. Or we could peer through the bars at the Jamestown prison circa 1688. We could visit the court of King William III, or we could visit the governor's mansion in New York City. Perhaps the best place to begin would be the trading house of one of the most prominent names in American commercial history. Or maybe the island of Madagascar. They're all viable options. They're all places that we will be seeing in this story. But not today. That story is too big for today. I suppose we should start then at the beginning. One of those newly released sources I mentioned takes this story all the way back to the Nile Delta, circa 1179 BCE, the invasion of the Sea Peoples. Now, we're not going to go that far back, but instead we're going to look at the West Country of England circa 1650, where we will discuss a family named Everett. This is episode 178, Bred to the Sea. Before we depart, though, I do want to take a moment to talk about sources. They're significant to this story and the search for historic fact. There isn't a lot of that to be found here. If I were to relate the facts as we know them to be true, this story could end in mere minutes. Now, I'm going to distinguish between the facts and the superstitions and the legend here as best as I can, but the legend is important. Our main character today will become one of the most famous pirates of all time. Today, in modern cultural imagination, he may be overshadowed by Sam Bellamy or Blackbeard, but for centuries, this pirate reigned supreme. In fact, right as Sam Bellamy and Ed Teach were beginning to become aware of the world around them, this pirate suddenly became the most talked about name in perhaps the whole world. And this pirate was born in a little hamlet just down the road from the birthplaces of both Blackbeard and Black Sam Bellamy. His wife still lived just down the road. It's possible that as young boys they could have met her. It's also possible, although very unlikely, that as teenagers they may have seen a play about this pirate. His name loomed over the world for their entire lives. It's not overstating it to say that at the time, and for many, many years after, he was seen as the most infamous pirate in the world. Until relatively recently, the only pirates who could come close to matching that amount of notoriety were maybe Mary Read and Anne Bonny. So we need to discuss the sources. Sources that played a role in creating this legendary scourge of the seven seas. For example, we don't know when this pirate died. Some of the earliest sources about him might have been published when he was still roaming the earth. At least one, the Life and Adventures of Captain John Avery, was likely published in his lifetime. 1709 was the first pressing. 3 years later, that play I mentioned, called The Successful Pirate by Charles Johnson, played for 4 nights in London. It was a farce and was a flop, but some of the theatrical invention found therein did make its way into later accounts. Now that playwright, Charles Johnson, should not be confused with Captain Charles Johnson, author of A General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates, published originally in 1724. However, A General History does begin with the life of Captain Avery. As we've mentioned here before, we don't know who Captain Johnson was. It was probably a pseudonym, but it was assumed for many years to have been Daniel Defoe. Modern literary analysis tells us this probably wasn't the case, but Defoe was much more likely behind the next and most infamous source that we have. This was published as an autobiography. It was a pair of letters from the pirate himself, intended to discredit any other works that were out there and to set the record straight. This was, however, entirely a falsehood. Today, this work is called The King of the Pirates, published in 1711. Usually attributed to Daniel Defoe, it's a novella. I mean, this pirate that we're discussing could read and write, but I'd like you to imagine a West Country seafarer from the late 17th century using this kind of language. The King of the Pirates reads, quote, "In the present account I have taken no notice of my birth, infancy, youth, or any of that part which, as it was the most useless part of years to myself, so it is the most useless to any one that shall read this work to know, being altogether barren of anything remarkable." End quote. But imagine that in the voice of, Hagrid or Long John Silver. "Yar, shiver me timbers! In the present account I have taken no notice of my birth. You're a wizard, Harry." It just doesn't add up. So while we will reference the King of the Pirates and discuss some of what it has to say here today, it's not to be trusted. Sadly, a source that is usually trustworthy, one of our greatest sources on this entire era in piracy, is completely silent on this pirate. Even though the author personally knew this most famous of all pirates, William Dampier never once mentions him in any account. If he had, it would clear up a lot of the myth. Now, this pirate is talked about in all of those accounts that follow the publication of Treasure Island in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Most of those, though, are just a rehash of what had already been written. But then we get to the modern histories. Books by authors that have done their due diligence. They compare the early sources to the historical records from church and state organizations to find something resembling what may have actually happened. A ton of my favorite books about the topic of piracy go into the story of Henry Avery. The Pirates' Pact by Douglas Burgess, for example. All of my books about the Pirates of the Round, or William Kidd, or just the golden age of piracy in general. But 2 works specifically about this pirate stand out. The King of Pirates by E.T. Fox is amazing. Fox is a stellar historian on the entire topic of Atlantic piracy and does a great job cutting the fat from the story of this pirate and the attempt to find fact. Then there's that new book I mentioned, published here in 2020, and it was a book I couldn't put down. Enemy of All Mankind by Stephen Johnson is a wonderful book. It's wide-ranging, large in scope, and goes into more than just the biography of this pirate. I couldn't recommend it highly enough. All of these sources are going to help us attempt to tell, maybe not the tale, but a tale about the pirate in question. Now, you may have noticed that I avoided naming this pirate, except in titles that named him. See, we don't exactly know what his name was. Was it John Avery? Maybe it was Benjamin Bridgman or Long Ben. In contemporary sources, reports from naval officers and the like, they name him as Every or Ivory or a host of other variations. He's most famously known probably because of a general history as Henry Avery. And originally I intended to use that name. The family from which he is most often believed to have come goes by Avery. But this pirate signed his name to two documents that have survived to come down to us. One was a letter to his wife, and the other one was his signature upon joining a particular ship's crew. In both cases, he uses the name Henry Everett, and with that in mind, I'm going to default to that spell, unless it's prescient to use one of his aliases. With all that out of the way, let's travel to the west country of England, in the County Devon. It's the birthplace of a ton of pirates, Sam Bellamy and Blackbeard, as we said, but dozens of lesser names. Captains and quartermasters, regular crewmen that we will meet, as well as two of the grandfathers of English piracy, Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh. What they call the West Country is the southwesternmost corner of England. It commands the English entrance to the Channel, and the mouth of the Thames is found in Devon. And sure, you're going to find farmers and shepherds in Devon, but it is most famously a land of seafarers. A general history reads, and everyone has used this line, quote, "He was born in the west of England, near Plymouth in the county of Devonshire. Being bred to the sea, he served as a mate of a merchantman." End quote. Now we'll dig into that in a moment, but that line, bred to the sea, is found in almost every account of Every's life. You'll see it in writings about Drake and Teach and all of the others, but that's because it was the reality for those born in the West. More than likely, for those growing up in Devonshire, you had a choice of three occupations: fisherman, merchant sailor, or the Navy. Your father and his father probably shared those exact same options. You were very much bred to the sea. Now, we don't know when Every was born exactly. The testimony of one of his crewmen, much later in this story, will say that he was about 40 in 1695. It was difficult to tell just how old Every was because he wore a wig so often, but that tidbit places his birth somewhere in Devon around 1655. Using that as a guiding light, historians have tracked down what may have been his birth. The parish records from a little hamlet called Newton Ferrers, just southeast of Plymouth, record the birth of a baby boy to John and Anne Avery on 20th August, 1659. From that, we can extrapolate quite a bit about Every's early life. The Civil War was over by 1659. Cromwell was in charge in England, but Newton Ferrers had been hit particularly hard by the war. The west of England was mostly royalist, but big cities like Plymouth and Exeter were parliamentarian strongholds. And you can see the obvious tactical value of the most important naval region in England. The west of England saw a lot of fighting, Devon in particular. Fully 1/3 of the population of the county were casualties of the Civil War. There was the conscription and a number of battles, of course, but more than anything else were those pressed into naval service who just never returned. Newton Ferrers was a small town. Around the time of Every's birth, it was home to 125 adult men, with an estimated 100 family units. We could estimate a population of, 500 or 600 people? I mean, imagine that 200 of your neighbors, in whatever size city you live in, were lost in less than a decade of fighting. You would feel the effect of that. And in a place like Newton Ferrers, where it was such a high percentage of the population, well, that was still hanging over their head long after the war was over. However, Much more pressing in Everett's youth was the threat of pirates. Not the omnipresent threat of regional rovers from Ireland or Wales or France, they were always a problem, but for a few years when Everett was probably about 7 or 8 years old, Barbary pirates were a clear and present danger. They were something of a national crisis right about the time that Charles II was restored. Ships from Algiers and Tripoli and Salé were spotted off the coast of Devon 2 or 3 times a week. They were searching for any unwary ships they could capture and any people they might be able to carry off to sell into slavery. This was the kind of thing that absolutely would not have been lost on a boy living in Devon. It's likely that the pirates were something of a bedtime story boogeyman for boys his age living in Devon, but one that was real, one that was right out there at sea right now. What really makes the Barbary pirates notable in Henry Everett's life would be his later opinions on topics like slavery and, of course, piracy.
Shopping is hard, right? But I found a better way. Stitch Fix online personal styling makes it easy. I just give my stylist my size, style, and budget preferences. I order boxes when I want and how I want. No subscription required. And he sends just for me pieces, plus outfit recommendations and styling tips. I keep what works and send back the rest. It's so easy. Make style easy. Get started today at stitchfix.com/Spotify. That's stitchfix.com/Spotify.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can find options that fit your budget and potentially lower your bills. Try it at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Now, what we know about his family is limited. We could trace the Avery clan back a few generations, but there's not much to glean on. Instead, though, we do know a bit about John Avery. He served on board a ship in the war. We don't exactly know which one. It could have been the Civil War or the 30 Years' War, which is more likely, or even the First Anglo-Dutch War. Some have suggested, though, that the elder Avery served as a privateer in whichever war it happens to be, which isn't unlikely. Securing a commission wasn't difficult, and privateering was a much better option if you owned a ship. We can say with much more confidence, though, that John Avery spent the years following the war in a lucrative business in the liquor trade. Now, we don't know exactly what his role was in that trade. For example, we don't know if, during the Anglo-Dutch War, as a West Indian privateer, he made contacts with whom he traded in the new and very rich trade in rum. But I like to imagine that that's how Avery's father made his money. They didn't get rich exactly, but the Avery family did all right. Henry was educated, in at least enough to keep accounts and to read and write. Which is all we can say for certain, but then there's the legend. The life and adventures of Captain John Avery, which is not trustworthy, tells us about his school years. It tells us his widowed aunt was the local school mistress. The author of that work, Adrian von Broek, tells us that his aunt, quote, had the satisfaction of not only seeing him outstrip those of his own years, but those that had been some years before him. But here, as if fate pointed out the grandeur and wealth which he should unfortunately arrive at, he gave indications of such daring and commanding genius as made some of his little schoolfellows very uneasy. End quote. We've all heard the story of Napoleon Bonaparte organizing a snowball fight in his school days. A fight that he led masterfully. It's a famous story, a harbinger of the artillery commander to come, but it's probably not true. However, at least that historical fabricator had the decency to come up with a good story. All this does is give us vague mentions of a daring and commanding genius. Now, Von Broek was not alone in ascribing early inspirations to Everett's later genius, if you could call his preternatural skill in high crimes, treason, and piracy genius. There are those who suggest that Everett had an education in rhetoric and even a background in theater. It's probably not true, but we can see where stories like that might come from. Later in life, Everett would be possessed of that difficult to define something that makes the very best pirate captains. Charisma is a big part of it. Somehow, the captains who were in possession of that same difficult to define something managed to rally crews full of violent, mutinous pirates and keep command of them for years. You've got pirates like Bartholomew Sharp and Charles Vane and 100 other pirates who died before they got famous who didn't have that. But Everett also had something that we find in fictional pirates all the time, usually only in the cool, good guy, anti-hero pirates. And actually, that brings up something I want to talk about. Despite how much I'm kind of gushing about Henry Everett, despite how much I love this story, and even consider Everett among my favorite pirates, he was not a good guy. He was intelligent and charming and handsome and very good at his job. But a lot of people were going to suffer horrifically thanks to his actions. Which, of course, could be said of all pirates. There are no good guys in this story. But the pirates who capture the public imagination tend to be those with which we can morally identify. When they're punching above their weight class, taking on the big empires of the world, that we can get behind. When we're capturing slave ships and freeing those enslaved on board, that we can get behind. And there are pirates like that in the story of piracy. Henry Everett is not one of them. That complicated morality is part of what I really enjoy about pirates. And I think we see it at its most complex in this story of this pirate. However, we're going to dig into that when he commits those acts that are so questionable. But beyond his charisma, Henry Everett possessed a truly tactical mind. He had the ability to assess a situation and make quick decisions, and most importantly, he had the ability to say no to a prize when it was right to do so. But more than that, perhaps his greatest strength was the ability to convince a violent pirate crew that they should also abandon that prize when it was right to do so. That's a rare talent, something we only see in a handful of the best pirates. All of which is a lot of words to say that Henry Everett was educated and made a surprisingly good manager. Now, it's at this point, after discussing his birth and the world into which he was born and his early life and his probable education, that most respectable historians jump forward about 25 years. That's when we catch up reliably to the story of Henry Everett. But we aren't going to do that. Instead, we're going to delve into some of those less reputable stories about Henry Everett and how they built the myth of this pirate. Today we're going to discuss the story told to us in that purported autobiography, The King of Pirates, probably by Daniel Defoe. The author writes after, remember, telling us not to worry about Everett's youth, quote, and remember this is in Hagrid's voice, "In order to come immediately to my story, I shall, without any circumlocutions, give you leave to tell the world that, being bred to the sea from youth, none of those romantic introductions published had any share in my adventures, or were in any way the cause of my taking the courses I have since been embarked in." End quote. That's the author telling you not to listen to any of the stories so far told about the life of Henry Everett. Good advice, including this one. According to this story, after leaving home, Everett sailed for the West Indies to serve as a privateer in the Third Anglo-Dutch War. He was, of course, just a little bit late here. The war ended almost as soon as he arrived. As was the case with so many other buccaneers, he was forced to earn a living by logwood cutting in the Bay of Campeche. Now, you may remember I mentioned this way back when William Dampier lived this exact story. Sailed for the West Indies to make his fortune as a privateer, only for the war to have ended and earn a living at the Bay of Campeche. Daniel Defoe was a big fan of William Dampier. Dampier's book, A New Voyage Around the World, is what inspired Defoe to write Robinson Crusoe. If Daniel Defoe did in fact write The King of Pirates, it's probable he's doing the same thing here. Now, if we chose to believe this account, it would have been possible that Dampier and Everett met here in Campeche. But even if they hadn't met in Campeche, they would have, in the narrative of The King of Pirates, met when Everett, quote, served first in some of the adventures of Captain Sharp, Captain Sawkins, and others in their bold adventures in the South Seas, where I got a very good booty. End quote. The author, whoever it might be, is just using the titles of other real histories here. It's almost like they're trying to build some kind of extended fan fiction pirate universe. The author of this account continues, quote, after several adventures in those seas, I was among that party who fought their way, sword in hand, through all the detachments of Spaniards in the journey overland, across the Isthmus of Darien to the North Sea. I, with 12 of our men, by help of a piragua, got into the Bay of Campeche. End quote. There's a lot wrong with that passage. First of all, the group of pirates that fought their way overland through detachments of Spaniards passed through Honduras and El Salvador on their way to the Mosquito Coast. Remember the cavalry units charging down the mountain and the wall of smoke from which the pirates emerged to surprise the Spanish? It was a great story, and true. But that was Ravne de Busan and his lot later on. The pirates who passed through Darien on their way to the North Sea were Edward Davis and William Dampier and Lionel Wafer and that group. And they didn't fight any Spaniards because there were no Spaniards there. It was Kuna territory. Remember how Lionel Wafer hurt his leg in a river crossing and had to stay with the Kuna? No? Well, you need to remember for this story that Lionel Wafer hurt his leg and was forced to stay back with the Kuna. That will play a role here. Now, all of these inaccuracies should be more than enough to convince even the most skeptical that this story is not how it happened. However, if Henry Avery was on this voyage, even if Dampier did meet him, even if they were good friends, there was very good reason when Dampier published his account for him to cut any reference to Henry Avery. William Dampier was trying to get his book published in 1696, and in 1696 Henry Avery was someone with whom it was dangerous to be associated. The King of Pirates goes on to tell a tale of Everett and 5 of his companions marching along the shore after their stay in the Bay of Campeche. They were hiding from Spanish patrols there, and finally they stumbled across a piragua. There they waited for whoever owned the piragua and saw a group of men approaching them down the beach. Quote, when they saw us, not knowing who they were just going to fire at us. I, perceiving it, held up a white flag as high as I could. Upon this, they forbore fire. End quote. Those men turned out to be English. Everett, according to this narrative, told them about all of their troubles, and that he and his friends were prepared to give up. They were even prepared to surrender to the Spanish. They assumed that this piragua belonged to the Spanish. The Spanish, even if they were arrested, as they certainly would be, would have provided them with, at the very least, food and a way back to civilization. The Englishmen, though, took Henry Everett and his companions on board their ship. But Everett found out that they were nefarious characters. Quote, they took us into their boat, and afterwards carried us on board their ship. When we came there, we found they were a worse sort of wanderers than ourselves. For though we had been a kind of pirate, known and declared enemies to the Spaniards, yet it was to them only, and no other. But now we were listed in the service of the devil indeed, and like him, were at war with all mankind. However, we not only were obliged to sort with them while with them, but in a little time the novelty of the crime wore off, and we grew hardened to it, like the rest. And in this service I spent 4 years more. Our captain in this pirate ship was named Nichols, but we called him Captain Red Hand. A Scots sailor gave him that name. He was not the head of the crew, because he was so bloody a wretch that he scarce ever was at the taking any prize, but he had a hand in some butchery or other. End quote. Now that's pure fiction, but that's the kind of fiction I can get behind. Then it gets even more ridiculous, though. After a few weeks serving with these pirates, the Red Hand takes Henry Everett into his cabin and into his personal council. He declared that Everett was at heart a captain, just without a ship to call his own. A state of affairs that Captain Red Hand intended to rectify. Off the coast of Cuba, Captain Red Hand and Everett met with a 40-gun Spanish galleon. Even though their little pirate ship was small, the pirates engaged her and fought a stout fight. The Spanish captain, after trading volleys for the better part of a day, cried for quarter. They took this galleon, but upon inspection she just wouldn't do. She rode too deeply in the water. She was too fat, too slow, not a good pirate ship. Instead, they took all of her guns and indigo and muskets and chests of silver and barrels of rum. None of this happened. The Spanish, when things like this actually did occur, were always up in arms about it. We have their accounts of all the piracy going on here in the 1680s, and there's no account of this ship being taken by any pirate, especially one named Red Hand. It was a fiction, as were the next few prizes they claim in this narrative, and that includes the crowning jewel of Everett's early career. The King of Pirates gives us a full-throttle, dashing account of how Henry Everett acquired his own ship, the Fancy. It's a fine story. It's a fun story. But I'm not going to share it with you because that's all it is, a story. And we know how Henry Everett came into possession of the Fancy. And the reality makes a much better tale. But that story is going to have to wait. We're going to leave it there today. Next time, we are not going to continue on with the arch-pirate Henry Everett. After all, Henry Everett is only one in a group of pirates who will form this nucleus of captains who will become the driving force behind what is known as the Pirates of the Round. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped to support the show, all of our patrons on Patreon, everybody who has left us ratings or reviews wherever it is you listen to the show, and everyone who has recommended this show to your friends and family. You all make this possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you really should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
From a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Join us home now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is born, the old captain.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Jawbreaker, Scurvy Legs, Kruger, MD, Big Beard, Schmarls, Logan, Cannon Monkey, The Knight of Dampier, Pablo, Nikki, Tones, Gin-Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric Lorette, The Pirate Nopolis, Hayfig, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time we talked about the origins of Henry Everett, perhaps the most infamous pirate of the age. And I told you that today we're going to talk about what we call the Pirates of the Round, and that's true. But who are we going to talk about today? Maybe Thomas Tew, or William May, George Dew, or William Kidd. There are a lot of options here. But instead of all of those famous names, we're going to begin with a discussion about mercantilism and colonial law of rich and powerful merchant families and their relationship with royal authority, and a little piracy as a treat. Now, I know that that might not sound exciting. The legal and economic bases of the colonial world aren't exactly swashbuckling fun, but they are the foundation on which the Pirates of the Round are to be built. Because, as this story is going to show us, pirates weren't a blight on the fortune of the colonial world, or even of the burgeoning British Empire. They were an integral part of it. This is episode 179, Lawlessness. I'd like to begin with a relatively minor Massachusetts court case from the 1680s. In reality, I've been looking for a good place to fit this story in, and I've had trouble finding it, so today seems like as good a time as any. This is the curious case of Samuel Shrimpton. The Shrimpton family were relatively prosperous New England landowners. They didn't have the kind of sprawling plantations that you might find in Virginia or Carolina, but they owned enough land to house a few small farms that they leased out, and a couple of orchards, and even a small fishing operation. Now, I'm not going to delve into the specifics here, but when the patriarch of the Shrimpton clan died in 1684, his children disagreed over his will. Who owned what land in the wake of their father's death became a hotly contested issue. Eventually, Samuel Shrimpton and his sister went to court over the dispute. In February 1685, the court found in favor of the sister. Now, the legitimacy of that ruling is up for debate. The sister was married to a family member of the judicial body. It's all deeply corrupt, and Boston was still a small town, at least, in spirit. But that's not the tactic that Samuel Shrimpton chose to use when he fought City Hall. By June of 1685, Shrimpton had still not vacated the land, and the court ordered him to appear before them. Shrimpton wrote an unbelievably bold letter to the court that told them, essentially, no. Your body is not valid, and it wasn't valid when you ruled on this case, so I will not recognize the ruling. Now, he had a point here. In June of 1684, the court of King Charles II promulgated a decree that the current colonial makeup of New England was to be abolished. They were all to be reorganized into the Dominion of New England. Word of that decision reached Boston a little later on that year on board the King's Own frigate, HMS Rose. William Phips, captain. We mentioned when we talked about Phips that he carried Edward Randolph on board. He was the harbinger of this news. But the government of the Massachusetts Bay Colony heard Randolph's proclamation and even read the royal decree. It was all official, it was all on the up and up. But then they just kind of continued on with business as usual. They weren't ignoring the decree from the king. This was royal authority, after all. But what else were they going to do? The colony had to run until the new governor, Edmund Andros, arrived to set up a new government. They couldn't just take off their wigs and let lawlessness reign for the next several months. So the business of the colony of Massachusetts Bay just continued, and in that time, they ruled on the Shrimpton will. Edmund Andros arrived in April of 1685, about 2 months after the court ruled on the will of Samuel Shrimpton. Now, the arrival of Edmund Andros and his reorganization of the colony threw everything into an uproar. Andros operated as almost a military dictator, almost authoritarian. Boston was literally put under martial law. The only government body to survive, more or less intact, the arrival of Edmund Andros was the judiciary. They were the only body that was able to stand up to Andros and his dictatorial rule. Now, this standoff was billed as a fight between the papist, monarchist, absolute rule of the Stuarts in the person of Andros and the burgeoning values of what was more and more becoming an American identity. Inalienable rights, the rule of law, that sort of thing. Of course, it's far more complex than that, and a lot less noble, and a lot more corrupt, but that's how the story was portrayed. And while these two behemoths were facing off, Samuel Shrimpton waltzed back into the story. His brother-in-law, his sister's husband, was a man named Francis Stepney. He was the dancing master there in Boston, something that apparently Boston high society needed. But he was also the son of one of the magistrates. Stepney filed a suit against Shrimpton, in part for failing to vacate the land, but also to, quote, try his speaking blasphemous words and reviling the government, end quote. A man after mine own heart. That's in reference to the letter that Shrimpton wrote to the court there in Boston. But again, when the court ordered Shrimpton to appear, he said no. The court had been dissolved a full 8 months before the original ruling on this will, by royal decree, mind you. They have no authority to judge his claim to that land. Now, it's up for debate whether or not Samuel Shrimpton already had the backing of the Andros administration, or if he was just an obstinate farmer that hated the government. Regardless, when he offered this latest challenge, Andros saw the opportunity and jumped into the fray. He backed Samuel Shrimpton with everything he had, and that includes a lot of men with a lot of guns. When the date of the hearing arrived, a Monday, Samuel Shrimpton just stayed on the contested piece of land. He was guarded by a number of members of the Andros militia, and I presume he was busy drinking mojitos with his feet up on the porch. In normal times, the court did have armed agents who would have collected Samuel Shrimpton, but they weren't willing to do so here. That would lead to a clash with Andros's armed men, and that's a clash they certainly would have lost. A few days later, one of the magistrates there in Boston, Samuel Sewall, wrote in his journal, quote, "This Monday, we began palpably to die." End quote. The case of Samuel Shrimpton today is little more than a footnote of colonial legal history. But at the time, it was a seminal moment in the formation of an American legal identity. It was a negative impact. It backed royal power in the person of Edmund Andros, but it showed the Americans that their laws mattered little in the face of naked royal military power. 3 years later, when a ship arrived bearing unofficial word that King James had been overthrown by William III of Holland, Edmund Andros arrested the bearer of that news on charges of libel and even sedition. It looked for a moment like Andros was going to execute him. But it was about that time that the people of Boston rose up and overthrew Edmund Andros, the man behind the Dominion of New England. Now, we've discussed the fallout from that action before, at least in Massachusetts. But the other colonies all fell into a sudden political vacuum. The governor was out. All that was left were his soldiers. So what do we do? Most of New England proper followed Massachusetts' lead. They set up provisional councils, mostly in the mold and in the persons of their former governments. And then they wrote to England and waited for word. What are they supposed to do here? New York, though, was different. They'd always been different, largely thanks to their Dutch origins. New York had very large populations of non-English European Protestants. Obviously, there were the Dutch, but also German and Swiss Protestants. New York was officially Anglican, but there were a ton of either Lutheran or Calvinist faithful there. Add to that a smattering of Austrian Catholics and a fairly large community of Jews of mostly Dutch origin, and you have this stew of peoples who varied in their religious beliefs. But they agreed largely on two major principles. First, nearly everyone in New York believed that those severe and austere Puritans up in Massachusetts were crazy. Second, and this is key today, they thought that the English crown's economic policies were stupid and short-sighted and bad for business. Namely, they weren't fond of mercantilism. Now, I'm going to try not to get bogged down in economic theory here, but we do need to talk about this. Mercantilism was the economic theory prominent in most of Western Europe at the time that advocated for a positive trade balance. They wanted to export more goods and higher quality goods than they imported. It was an effort to accumulate as much hard coin as possible. Now that sounds obvious, right? And it is. That's the definition that you'll find in the dictionary. What really sets mercantilism apart from the feudalism that came before and the capitalism that followed is its centralization. They had a system of industrial and commercial and colonial and imperial infrastructure that was all based in the home country. Everything had to run through the hands of the monarchy or, the council or whoever was in charge before it could be redistributed out to the colonies. Think about the Spanish Empire. They owned literally all of the Western Hemisphere with a tiny sliver of Brazil excluded. They owned a sizable chunk of the richest parts of Asia as well. They extracted untold mountains of gold and silver and jewels and spices, all from their heretofore unrivaled imperial holdings. It was the grandest and greatest and richest empire that the world had ever known. But all of that physical wealth, all of that gold and silver, had to be shipped and carried overland via mule train and then shipped again on its way to Cadiz. Putting aside the ships that were lost to storm or shipwreck or pirates, think about the sheer overhead they were paying to transport all of that treasure. All of the ships that had to be built and supplied and maintained. All of the sailors who had to be paid wages. All of the accountants and bureaucrats that had to organize the treasure and then figure out where it's going to be shipped back to. It's a giant undertaking, and it's absolutely full of waste and corruption and incompetence. This greatest of all empires that the world had ever known lost time and time again in battles to a bunch of scruffy, illiterate French and English buccaneers. Time and time again, every time a pirate encounters the Spanish in this story, it's the same story. The Spanish guns were like 50 years old. The soldiers hadn't been paid in 6 months, and when the pirates arrived, the militia just kind of laid down their guns. I mean, what would you do then? Would you fight and die to protect a pile of gold that was only going back to Spain to enrich a bunch of fat cats? To line the pockets of a bunch of priests who told you that you were going to burn in hell if you didn't die to protect their gold? Gold that you were absolutely never going to see because, for whatever reason, you never seemed to receive a wage. Now, I'm not an economist. Hell, I can barely keep up with any discussion of modern economic theory, even when it's dumbed down for me. I have read a bit of Marx and Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. I do a lot better with dusty old tomes than modern theory, but Peter T. Leeson, author of The Invisible Hook, The Hidden Economics of Pirates, is an economist. Leeson points out that pirates were an almost perfect exemplar of one of the key points in The Wealth of Nations. The point that self-interest is a central tenet in any healthy economic system. If you were a Spanish soldier who wasn't getting paid, why would you fight to protect some faraway king's gold from men who were really interested in getting their hands on that gold? Now, we're not going to today delve into a discussion of pirate economics, but it is a discussion that I am looking forward to.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a house. It's your home, the place that's filled with memories. The early days of figuring it out, to the later years of still figuring it out. For the place you've put down roots, trust Amica Home Insurance. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
The point I'm trying to get at here is that the world, at least the world that's controlled by Western Europe, was largely under a mercantilist system, a centralized system where self-interest was not the rule of the day. There were, of course, exceptions. Pirates are an obvious example, as are a number of merchants living in the North American English colonies. The mercantilist system in New York in 1688 was very not popular. The people, though, were of two different minds on how to handle the problem. The Dutch families who had been living in the region since it was New Amsterdam, the old money families, they had the power to just ignore the mercantilist system. Those families, though, were drifting dangerously close to a proto-capitalist territory. This was particularly prevalent in New Amsterdam and New York, but it's something that was happening all across the Dutch Empire. They were often seen as the most advanced mercantilist nation in Europe, largely because they'd incorporated a lot of self-interested innovations. All of this made New Amsterdam one of the wealthiest cities in the Americas. But when New Amsterdam became New York, the Stuarts imposed a much more strict, French style of mercantilism on the colony. However, as we mentioned, they used a light hand on the Dutch. The new immigrants, though, those that came in after the English conquest of New York, mostly British and Irish and German, they lived under the mercantilist boot. When New York was incorporated into the Dominion of New England, the problems only got worse. So imagine that you are one of those new families. What do you do when the authoritarian governor, Edmund Andros, is ousted and jailed? When the king, James II, has been deposed by William III? William III, of course, being a man who was always a friend to New Amsterdam and to good business. More than likely, you do something brash. A coalition of those new immigrants, of middle-class merchants and artisans, came together to formulate a plan. They decided to follow in Massachusetts' example and oust the acting governor, the one-time lieutenant governor under Edmund Andros. Now, I'm not going to trouble you with his name. He's not going to last long. With Andros out of the picture, his authority was null and void. Beyond that, this lieutenant governor was a coward, or at least he was in dereliction of his military duty. All of this disruption is happening alongside the early stages of what would go on to be called King William's War. The French and their Indian allies were invading and occupying the New York colony up to the north. Up in Maine, they were fighting the French, but here in New York, the lieutenant governor was too weak to do anything about these French advances. It created a perfect storm of upset colonists who wanted to do something about it. So that coalition of middle-class New Yorkers turned to one of their own, a man named Jacob Leisler. Leisler was German by birth and trained as a military officer in a Prussian academy. He served on board a ship of the Dutch West India Company, and during his service had a number of run-ins with pirates. There were tussles with French and English buccaneers, and he had a stint in Barbary captivity. But by here in 1688, he had settled down in New York and was a moderate landowner and a captain in the New York militia. When word of Governor Andros's arrest reached New York, that lieutenant governor quashed any mention of it. Messengers were arrested or silenced or even killed. But word got out nonetheless, and the plot to install Leisler was expedited. He took command of the militia. Really, he already had command of the militia, and most of the militiamen never really cared for Governor Andros. That force occupied Fort James, formerly Fort Amsterdam. That was the large military complex that occupied all of Manhattan Island south of Wall Street. This was the beginning of what would be called Leisler's Rebellion, but that's not really fair. Sure, Leisler did seize power from the lieutenant governor, who was appointed by Edmund Andros, who was appointed by the king. But that king was gone, and Andros was gone. And Leisler, despite having seized power by military force, was seizing it from a military autocrat, and he acted in every way as a proper English governor. He sent messages to London to inform King William of what had happened, and he asked him for guidance or, a new governor. He wasn't standing in opposition to King William. He was trying to serve his interest here. And thanks to this new regime, business began to boom. Leisler appointed a committee that oversaw trade in the colony, and he appointed a committee of public safety. Now, that has a negative connotation in the French Revolution, but this was just a police force, a fire brigade. This German-born immigrant was doing the job better than it had been done in some time. And when word arrived of a French attack on the city of Albany, the war was well underway by that point in 1690, Leisler led a force of the New York militia to counter it. And he did. It was a great victory over the French. But with Leisler out of the city, all of the people who stood in opposition to his governorship came forward. Now, to call these people Jacobites is probably too strong, or really not even accurate. Most of them weren't English. Nearly all of those who stood in opposition to Leisler were Dutch, and most of them belonged to those old money families. Usually apolitical families that were merchants of a vast wealth and huge landholdings. But inasmuch as those families did occasionally participate in politics, they almost uniformly fell into an anti-Orangist Dutch faction and with the pro-Stuart Tories in England. And it wasn't because they were all that interested in politics, except that they had done very well under Stuart leadership, and less so under William of Orange, who was now in charge again. Now, those opposition leaders had last names that most of you have probably heard. Names like Stuyvesant, De Vries, Roosevelt. We're talking about American nobility of Dutch extraction of the highest order here. And I'm not going to throw all of their names at you. There's a lot of them, but there is one name that you do need to remember. Friedrich Philipson was a Dutch immigrant to New Amsterdam. Upon the English takeover of New York, he anglicized his name to Frederick Phillips. And he may in fact be the single most important person in the story of the Pirates of the Round. If he is not the most important, he is one of the two most important. Now, by this point in our story, Phillips owned a little piece of land that you also may have heard of. It's called Brooklyn. Now, okay, he didn't actually own all of Brooklyn, he just owned, half of it. But he also owned estates that ranged from sprawling manors to stately townhouses in places like Harlem and Yonkers, Westchester and Albany, and he had a cozy little getaway in Sleepy Hollow. In nearly all of those locations, he built churches. The most famous of these is the Old Dutch Church of Sleepy Hollow, thanks to the story of the Headless Horseman. But if you're in New York State and you come across an Old Dutch Church of insert township here, there's a pretty good chance this guy paid for it. I could not overstate his importance to New York history or his wealth or his land holdings. He was one of the largest merchants in New York at the time, and he was one of the key players in the opposition to Jacob Leisler. Now, he's not the main guy here, but Phillips is someone that we need to keep our eye on. I'm not going to spend much time on the military maneuvers in this little New York Civil War. None, really. Instead, I'll cut to the chase and tell you that Governor Leisler continued to act as governor from his base in Albany while those Dutch merchants held New York City. They did fight a few battles on land, all until the real English governor arrived in 1692 to arrest Leisler and to have him executed. But much more important to our story was their civil war at sea. Jacob Leisler acted in every way as a properly appointed English governor. That includes what may very well have cost him his life. Leisler granted privateering commissions to local sailors. Now, that's a sensible move given the circumstances. Hey, we're at war with the French here, who are really nearby and they have a ton of ships. We would naturally love some naval support, but there's a war on in Europe, so privateers. On the other hand, of course, King James, shortly before the invasion of William III, issued a proclamation against piracy in the English world that really clamped down hard on the issuing of letters of marque. Of course, that was a Stuart-era policy. King William could have just waved it away, but it was William's policy to show the people of England that he was going to be a king of the English and not a king over the English, that he would enforce English laws as they stood when he came to the throne. It was a royal prerogative to grant the power to issue letters of marque, a power that had not been granted to this upstart governor. Now, we don't have records of exactly who Leisler granted commissions to. We do know of a few sharp fights they had with the French, and even of one fairly major clash they had with forces raised by those Dutch merchants. We don't have their names. However, we could make assumptions. The incoming governor, the proper English governor, saw the need for a privateer force to guard New York City, and he had the right to grant commissions to local sailors. And those names, the names that the incoming governor would grant commissions to, are other names that you likely already know. Those are the names, in large part, who will make up the Pirates of the Round. We'll dive into that next time. For now, I want to leave you with a summation of this whole episode from Douglas R. Burgess Jr. in his book, The Pirate's Pact. Burgess writes, quote, "The circumstances of the Leislerian rebellion might seem far removed from the world of pirates. Yet the events of March 1691 were pivotal, for concealed behind the bare facts of the rebellion were the deep currents of political, social, and religious schism that would make New York a pirate haven for the next quarter century. Leisler and his followers have been termed proto-populists, a loose federation of lower middle-class shopkeepers, tradesmen, sailors, and farmers. They identified themselves as ardent Protestants, Whigs, and fervent supporters of William of Orange. The men they chose as their political enemies were those who had profited most under Andros, wealthy merchants like Peter Schuyler, William Smith, Nicholas Bayard, and Frederick Phillips. The execution of Leisler was a nuisance. Dead, he became a martyr for disenfranchised Whigs who felt betrayed by the failure of the crown to fulfill the promises of the glorious Revolution." End quote. Next time, we're going to explore that split and introduce some of the sailors who had been empowered as privateers and chose to take a different tack and a radical. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a rating or review wherever you listen to the show, and everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family. You all make this show possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you really should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of the tales from the old country told for a pint and a pound. Stories of battles at sea from a boy from Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first life is born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Jawbreaker, Scurvy Legs, Kruger, Indeed, Big Beard, Schmarls, Logan, Cannon Monkey, The Knight of Dampier, Pablo, Nikki, Tones, Gin Soaked Gin, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopolis, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bo, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Getting all the moving pieces together for the explosion of piracy around about 1692 in the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea is, well, there are a lot of moving pieces, and the deeper into it I get, the more and more pieces I seem to find. However, we are getting there, and today we've got a relatively easy task in front of us. Instead of introducing an entirely new character from scratch, we get to talk about someone we know already. Today we're talking about Edward Davis, captain of the pirate ship Bachelor's Delight. This is episode 180, A Rash, Proud Coxcomb. We're going to begin today by returning to the very tail end of the Second Pacific Adventure. And really, at this point, it's not even accurate to call it a Pacific Adventure any longer. We're hardly spending any time in the Pacific Ocean at all. But I do want to remind you of the players here. You'll recall 3 main groups of pirates on that second adventure, based around their 3 primary pirate ships. There was the Signet, of course, under Captain Charles Swan. We've talked about that at length. There was the Saint Rose under Francois Renee at first, and later under Mathurin de Marais. And then there was Bachelor's Delight under Edward Davis. Each of those ships had their own little fleets of sloops and barks that were under other captains. You have pirates like John Eaton, Francis Townley, George Dew, Peter Harris the Younger, Pierre Le Picard, William Knight. There are a ton of them, and we've met all of them before. Now, there are a few points about the second Pacific adventure that are going to be important today. First, the reason that second adventure started at all. In 1683, King Charles II promulgated a decree against pirates and English privateers sailing for foreign princes. Then he reinstated Thomas Lynch as governor of Jamaica. At the time, Henry Morgan was acting governor, but the two together led an English campaign against piracy in the West Indies. Now, when King Charles promulgated that decree and it was read aloud in places like Port Royal, John Cook and Edward Davis were on the Mosquito Coast, far enough from civilization that they could claim they had never heard anything about it. After all, they still had letters of marque from the governor in Tortuga. Maybe they were a decade old, sure, and maybe from a long-concluded war, but they still had them. Rather than risk running into anybody who might be able to officially give them the news of the decree, they skipped town. They made for Virginia to pick up Dampier and then on to Africa to steal the Bachelor's Delight. Now this was a big deal. Bachelor's Delight, before being rechristened Bachelor's Delight, was a Dutch slaver. Its cargo, human beings intended for the slave markets, was really valuable, and in the mercantilist system that we discussed last time, stealing those human pieces of cargo was stealing directly from William III. And that's important to keep in mind here. We're going to be returning to the civilized world alongside these pirates, and that civilized world, including William III, had not forgotten that affront. The pirates in the newly christened Bachelor's Delight rounded Cape Horn and almost accidentally picked up that mosquito guide they had left on the Juan Fernandez Islands. They met up with a few other pirates, including the Signet, and then once they neared Panama, they ran into that group of French pirates. Now that's an important moment. The leader of those French buccaneers, Francois Gwen, had a bunch of letters of marque, a bunch of brand new letters of marque from the governor in Saint-Domingue. Now Gwen was happy to hand those letters of marque out to his English brothers, but he only did so in return for the recently captured Spanish vessel, Santa Rosa. Now that alliance fell apart after an attempt on the Spanish treasure fleet. The fleets then split up into their three different parts. Dampier went with the Signet to cross the Pacific, and we know that story. Ravenel de Lussan, a chronicler on this voyage, went with the French and an Englishman named George Dew to cross the continent through Honduras to Cabo Gracias a Dios. Now we know that story too, even though it's not yet done. But the English pirates under Edward Davis, the Bachelor's Delight, we haven't told their story. 640 pirates strong, they still had their brand new French letters of marque when they sailed south. Before they left the Pacific Ocean, the pirates stopped at the Juan Fernandez Islands one last time. Now this was always a good place to stop to collect wood and water before rounding Cape Horn, which was always a hard bit of sailing. But a ton of pirates, a bunch of Englishmen who were sailing alongside the Bachelor's Delight, chose to stay at the Juan Fernandez Islands. And I'm fascinated by that. I mean, why would they stop at an island that was occasionally patrolled by the Spanish so far away from home? But when you begin to dig into it, it does start to make a little bit of sense. First of all, they did have some women with them. Pirates in general, whenever they encountered groups of people on land, there were always young women who thought that running off with a dashing sea rover and living a life of freedom and romance and adventure sounded much better than a life of domestic bliss dictated by one or another of the patriarchs who controlled her life. And this happened with sailors of all walks of life, but it's not like the East India Company was just going to let you bring some girl on board because you're just super in love. And then, of course, a bunch of the pirates were gay. So most of the pirates who chose to stay there on the Juan Fernandez probably had some kind of companionship or a lover to stay with them. And in many cases, those lovers would see the pirates and their companion shunned by society. For those who were gay, of course, there would be complications in the early modern world. But then, of course, for those even who had women with them, well, say that you returned to Port Royal with one of those rescued African women, and a few of those freed slaves did choose to stay with the pirates. Well, what was going to happen to her? I mean, it's not like anyone here had had time to visit a church, but many of them had spent years with these companions by this point, formed real bonds. And when they get to Port Royal, some official is going to say, "Your wife, poppycock, balderdash, she can't be your wife, she's stolen property." But beyond that, many of the pirates were broke at this point. Sure, they'd earned a ton of money on their adventures, but some of them had lost all of it gambling. So doesn't a simple life on an island paradise with the lover of your choosing sound a lot better than destitution in some city while your wife is sold off to some rich old rapist slave owner? But most of all, beyond all of that, there was of course the question of arrest and execution. I mean, these pirates weren't dumb. They knew that their letters of marque from the French governor of Saint-Domingue weren't really worth the paper they were printed on. If they had a sea chest full of silver, maybe it was worth the risk of going back. But since these pirates didn't, why bother risking the gallows? And remember, the last that these pirates had heard of the English-speaking world, the king had just promulgated a decree that allowed for the extrajudicial killing of anyone even associated with the pirates, much less the pirates themselves. Given all of those variables, what would you choose to do? So it was a smaller force that sailed for Cape Horn. Now, we don't have the benefit of a record keeper like Ravenel de Lussan or William Dampier on this leg of the voyage. We don't know much about their passage. Was it maybe a fraught, near-run voyage, or maybe they found the edge of the world out there, or maybe they stumbled upon Never Neverland. And I'm not exactly joking there. Now, I don't want to get caught up in this today, but there are a lot of connections between Neverland and the Peter Pan story and this leg of this voyage. And actually, Australia is a big part of that as well. Never Never was a nickname in Victorian England for Australia. But here in December 1687, from the deck of his ship, Edward Davis did spy an island in the distance. An island of coves and lagoons and sandy beaches, all of it topped by a forested mountaintop, and much of it covered, in fact coated, in bright pink flamingos. Now, William Dampier would call this island Davis Land, and postulated in his book that it was part of Terra Australis Incognita, all of which was, of course, terribly miscalculated. Later on, in this same voyage, Dampier would in fact stumble upon proper Australia, although he didn't realize it at the time. Now, of course, there's no Davis Land today, and that's something that J.M. Barrie knew very well by about 1900. But of course, Never Neverland was in the imagination of all children, not just sitting out there in the Pacific Ocean. Now, I do want to talk more about this. It's interesting, but we're going to hold off on it today. Instead, for the time being, we're going to let Edward Davis and Bachelor's Delight make their way north on their own. In the meanwhile, we're going to turn our eyes back to Jamaica and her governors. All throughout this era, all of the years between, say, the Stuart Restoration and the Glorious Revolution, the colony of Jamaica had no proper governor. They had, deputy governors and lieutenant governors and acting governors who did the job, but were never officially invested with royal authority. And all of that is thanks to the man who really should have been governor here, the Duke of Albemarle, Christopher Monk. And despite being only occasionally actually in Jamaica, Albemarle was, without a doubt, the most powerful man in Jamaica. Almost all of the acting governors and lieutenant governors, well, they were all in his pocket. Thomas Modiford and Thomas Lynch and Henry Morgan, all his. Now, at this point in our story, as 1687 turns into 1688, Albemarle was actually serving a brief stint as acting governor of Jamaica. All of his men were currently indisposed, either in jail or having fallen out of royal favor. I often turn to 1688 as kind of a focal point in our story, and the story of pirates and piracy, but it impacts so many things. I mean, just look at how it affected Jamaica here. Albemarle was acting governor at the time, but most of the real work was done by either Henry Morgan or one of his competitors named Hinder Molesworth. Now, Molesworth was a militia captain who was able enough, especially in military matters, but by no means a proper royal colonial administrator. But then, in May of 1688, Henry Morgan dies. A few months later, in August, the Duke of Albemarle himself, Christopher Monk, also died. So Jamaica was left in the hands of a man who was, well, I don't want to completely disparage him. He would be awarded a baronet for his service here, but this was not the job for him. And of course, it being 1688, everyone knew that something, probably a war, was brewing on the horizon. But King James did have a plan here. He was going to appoint one of the most decorated and renowned naval commanders in all of England to lead Jamaica. This man, Robert Holmes is his name, Admiral Sir Robert Holmes, when the Royal Navy was established at the restoration of the Stuarts, he was one of the Navy's brightest stars. The man who was tasked with building the Royal Navy, Samuel Pepys, he saw a ton of promise in Robert Holmes. He also saw beneficial connections to King Charles. Pepys wrote, quote, "He seems well acquainted with the king's mind, and with all the factions at court, and spoke with such frankness that I do take him as my lord's good friend, a cunning fellow, and one that can put on several faces and look his enemies in the face with as much love as his friends." End quote. Pepys also called Admiral Holmes a bit later on, and less charitably, quote, "a rash, proud coxcomb." A coxcomb was the name for a jester's hat, with the bells dangling on several points. But in Pepys' day, it was another word for a fop, or a man who was obsessed with his appearance and his social standing, a peacock. Now, we could spend hours and episodes discussing Holmes' many naval victories and feats of valor in 4 major global naval wars. I mean, it's very likely that he would have been tapped as Lord High Admiral if it had not been for James, the king's brother, holding the post. Instead, after many years of good service, Holmes retired to spend his days managing his many and very profitable estates. But then, when King Charles, his very good friend, remember, when Charles died, Holmes fell in with a bad crowd. The Monmouth rebels, supporting the illegitimate son of Charles II for the throne. No, he didn't openly join the rebellion, but he made it known that he thought Monmouth would make a perfectly fine king, and if he needed a steady hand at the wheel, he would find a good friend in Robert Holmes, and someone who would serve as an excellent Lord High Admiral. Now, this wasn't quite enough to get someone like Holmes arrested, but it was plenty to get him assigned to a fleet intended to rid the West Indies of their pirate menace. It was a dirty job in a dirty backwater, and it was, in effect, an exile. Holmes was expected to stick around until the job of ridding the West Indies of piracy was done, and the pirates weren't going to leave anytime soon. Now, you may have noticed that we've never talked about Robert Holmes before. For such a decorated man in such an important post, why not? Well, mostly because he never got to Port Royal. Holmes spent almost 2 years getting all of the apparatus in place to deal with the West Indian pirates. He had several full naval squadrons complete with their requisite commanders all in place and ready to go. They would stretch from the Chesapeake Bay in Virginia all the way down to Port Royal. It was an impressive achievement, even for someone as illustrious as Admiral Sir Robert Holmes. But then, Then reports started filtering in that the Dutch appeared to be up to something. Troops were massing. Naval units were gathering. It looked like an invasion. Holmes was ordered to command the Channel forces for that fight. So he never made it to Jamaica to take up any kind of command.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market. No antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a house. It's your home, the place that's filled with memories. The early days of figuring it out, to the later years of still figuring it out. For the place you've put down roots, trust Amica Home Insurance. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
His one-time subordinate before Holmes retired, Rear Admiral Sir John Narborough, took the job. Now, Narborough was fully capable of doing that job. The book Pirates on the Chesapeake by Donald G. Chamet says, quote, "The Admiral embarked with strong personal inducements to ensure his success. Not only was he granted all profits from his and his agents' seizure of privateer and pirate vessels, but his personal authority in matters relating to his mission was to supersede that of all English colonial governors." Assisted by Thomas Lynch, his zealously active deputy, and keeper of the King's Privy Seal and a corps of agents, Holmes pursued his objectives with the resolution of a school of piranha stripping a carcass. His ships cruised about the isolated coasts, inlets, and islets of the Americas frequented by pirates, making suddenly and occasionally indiscriminate descents on suspected vessels. Through his network of agents, Holmes waged a heavy-handed campaign of hectoring designed to dismantle the growing affiliations between governors and local councils and the buccaneering brotherhood. Now, there are a couple of pretty big inaccuracies in that passage. You might have caught them. For example, he says that Holmes was working in the West Indies when he was busy in Europe at the time. This is a trap I've seen several historians fall into, because Holmes was still technically in charge of the operation, but he was busy dealing with the Dutch invasion. The plan, once he put this little invasion force down, was for him to pick up the job that Sir John Narborough was currently doing. And then, of course, Chamet also says that Governor Lynch was involved, assisting Admiral Holmes. But of course, Governor Lynch was 4 years dead by 1688. However, his assessment of the ferocity and the tactics used in this assault is spot on. And that's bad news for a pirate crew so recently returned from a years-long voyage in the South Seas with holds that were figuratively bursting at the seams with Spanish booty. Our first word of Bachelor's Delight after leaving the Pacific comes in mid-1688. Edward Carter, captain of a privateer sloop out of Barbados, met the Delight off the coast of Brazil. Captain Carter informed Captain Davis and the rest of a major development for these privateers. On 22nd May 1687, just about a year earlier, alongside his assignment of Admiral Holmes to Port Royal, James II promulgated yet another anti-piracy decree. Now, this one built on that of 1683 with one major stipulation. While the extrajudicial killing of pirates was still allowed, pirates, or rather privateers, who surrendered to the authorities were to be granted pardons. And this was huge news for the pirates of Bachelor's Delight. Maybe they would now have the opportunity to go home. And sure, they might have to stop off along the way and bury a bit of treasure, but they could go home. Which is worth note, pirates did sometimes bury their treasure. Very occasionally, in the case of someone like Francis Drake or Henry Everett, they did so because they just had way too much plunder to deal with. But usually it was to hide their plunder from the authorities, or, just other rival pirates. Now, in most cases, the pirates would just go collect that treasure as soon as possible. It's those very few who did, who were killed in action or executed after burying their treasure, that make for the most famous stories of pirates hunting down buried treasure. But that wasn't going to be the case with Captain Davis or the Bachelor's Delight. Captain Carter also had news of John Narborough and his fleet of pirate hunters doing their very best to hunt down and capture any pirate they could before they had the opportunity to collect that pardon. Because, of course, when they did so, they got to keep the money. Now, what Captain Carter did not know at the time, and I do know, is that Narborough had basically abandoned his whole pirate hunting game by this point. It wasn't nearly as lucrative as he had hoped. The pardons did their job very quickly, and by the time he really got down to business, there just weren't that many pirates left to catch in the West Indies. Instead, Narborough decided to sail for the Silver Reef at the very southern end of the Bahamas, the resting place of La Nuestra Senora, a ship that he'd attempted to gather some treasure from several years back, only to be double-dealed by that scoundrel William Phipps. They pulled up a reasonable amount of silver, but John Narborough never managed to see a dime. At almost the exact same moment that Captains Davis and Carter were meeting up off the coast of Brazil, Rear Admiral Sir John Narborough caught a swift sickness and died at sea. 1688. But since Captain Carter didn't know any of this, he offered to escort Bachelor's Delight all the way north to Philadelphia. That's where Davis and her crew arrived later that month. The North American colonies at this point were just the kind of corrupt and fertile and eminently lenient lands that a good pirate needed. The people of Philadelphia studiously failed to realize that this was Bachelor's Delight, the famed pirate ship. Dock records, though, prove that they did in fact know. They were more than happy to buy their illicit cargo at cut-rate prices and to accept Spanish doubloons and pieces of eight for all of the goods and services that a pirate crew just returned to civilization might want. Beyond that, right at this moment, the English in the region had much bigger fish to fry. They were dealing with an impending war with France. They were dealing with revolution, both glorious and less so. And they had pirate problems of their own. And a privateer like Captain Davis was infamous for, what exactly? Raiding the Spanish? Good for him. And seizing a Dutch slave ship? Fine by me. I mean, it's not like William III, Prince of Orange, has any authority in the English world, after all. So Captain Davis and the crew of Bachelor's Delight were just kind of free to do as they pleased. And this moment, the actions of Edward Davis and his crew in North America in 1688, it's one of those moments that's at the top of my list for things I would love to go back in time to see. Because something happened here in 1688, something big. A sea change in the pirate world was about to take place. In, dimly lit dockside taverns and warehouses of the Atlantic coast, something was happening. And we don't know what it was. Because why would we? Plans were being laid for a global criminal enterprise involving a few very high-profile citizens. They weren't exactly going to put that in the broadsheets. But look at who was present at the time. In Philadelphia, but mainly in New York and Providence and Boston. Bachelor's Delight was there with several famous pirates aboard. Edward Davis, yes, but he's about to walk off the stage. It also had pirates like George Rayner, who will become infamous in the very near future, and a few others, notably a pirate named Richard Want. But there were a host of other pirates in the region at the time. Now, I'm hesitant to name names here. You can't be sure about something. Thomas, too, was probably poking his nose around, but we can't be certain. See, right now, at this point in time, there was another similar moment happening down in the West Indies. Now, we're going to get to that in 2 weeks' time. I don't want to dwell on it today. But a ton of pirate names that you know, pirates who famously originated from New England, were at this moment in Tortuga. But here in North America, there are a few pirates that we can reliably say were here. Edward Coates, for example, Samuel Burgess, probably, and a pirate that you very likely may have heard of named William May. More significant, though, I think, are 3 New Yorkers. 2 of them we met last time, the German-born governor of New York, Jacob Leisler, and an extremely wealthy merchant named Frederick Philipse. The third name is less prominent in society, but he's one of the key figures in our story moving forward. Adam Baldridge. Remember that name. But you don't need to worry about any of that right now. We'll look in much greater depth at what may or may not have been happening here next time. For now, I want to stick with Edward Davis. After 2 Pacific adventures and after acquiring a heap of silver, it was time for Edward Davis to retire. Davis sold the Bachelor's Delight to his quartermaster, George Rayner, and he bought a shallop, a tiny little coastal skimmer, to leave his life of crime behind him. I just bought a book that I really wish I had had just a few months back. It came out earlier this year, just about the time we started talking about some of those Chesapeake Bay pirates. Pirates of the Chesapeake Bay by Dr. Jamie L.H. Goodall. She's a historian at the U.S. Army Center of Military History, specifically dealing in Atlantic maritime history and pirate history, and from her blog it's pretty clear I owe her a debt. She's worked on digitizing all kinds of relevant pirate documents, and I've made much use of many of them. Regardless, Pirates of the Chesapeake is excellent, and you should check it out, and I'm going to read from it here. Dr. Goodall writes, quote, "On a hot summer day back in June 1688, 4 men, Edward Davis, an enslaved black man named Peter Cloyce, Lionel Delawafer, and John Hansen made their way down the Chesapeake in an unassuming shallop. The men were accompanied by a treasure trove of goods. Davis had 3 bags of Spanish pieces of 8, 142 pounds of broken silver, silk stockings, and expensive linens. Similarly, Delawafer had 3 bags of Spanish currency, 37 silver plates, silver lace, 84 pounds of broken silver, and an assortment of dishes. Hansen had an additional 2 bags of Spanish currency, including 800 pieces of 8, 106 pounds worth of broken silver, fine linens, and cloth. Together, all the goods were valued at over 2,300 pounds sterling. So, how did these men come to have such a wealth of belongings?" End quote. Of course, we know exactly how they came by such a wealth of belongings around here. Now, I do want to point out that Lionel Delawafer is Lionel Wafer. It was an alternate publication use of his name. But what's more interesting to me is how we know exactly how much each of them had. Well, Goodall answers that question as well. She writes, quote, "One of Robert Holmes' agents, Captain Simon Rowe, witnessed a shallop making its way down the Chesapeake and was immediately suspicious when he saw it was carrying rather large chests. Rowe ordered the shallop to stop and, upon further inspection, seized the men and their goods and immediately shipped them off to Jamestown under suspicion of piracy." End quote. Suspicion of piracy, indeed. Now, we have some records of their interrogations in Jamestown. They were done separately, and let me tell you, when the Jamestown authorities realized exactly who they had in their possession, they were thrilled. But we're going to leave that story for another day. Those men were going to waste away in that Jamestown jail for years, off and on. The proceedings and their fight for freedom and those interrogations, well, that's a story that's full of twists and turns. It involves the London publishing market and William Dampier and the Royal Society of London. It even proves something of a test for William III and his promise to respect English law, even when that law came from his predecessor, even when it involved pirates who stole, not that long ago, a whole ship full of his Dutch slaves. That's down the road, though. Next time we're going to return to New York. We're going to look at what may or may not have been transpiring there, what plots may have been hatched among those dirty pirates and those dirtier merchants as King William's War begins to heat up at sea. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a rating or review wherever you listen to the show, and everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family. You all make this show possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you really should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound. Thousands tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is born, the old captain has died. And I will live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Jawbreaker, Scurvy Legs, Kruger, MD, Big Beard, Schmarls, Logan, Cannon Monkey, The Knight of Dampier, Pablo, Nikki, Toads, gin-soaked gin. Ward, workman, rum runner, skipper, drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. I told you last time we were going to talk about the events in New England in 1688, Bachelor's Delight of King William's with the New England privateers cooking up new plots. But as I parsed through that story, I realized it makes much more sense to wait. That story is important, but before we get there, we need to turn our eyes to the south, to events taking place in and around Tortuga, and Petit Goave, and Saint-Domingue in general, that involve the last great generation of French and Dutch buccaneers. Now, I'm going to be asking a lot of you today. There are a number of stories we've talked about in the past that are all coming together right here. I'm going to be referencing all of them, which makes today both a terrible place to pick up the show, but also an excellent place, because all of those threads are going to begin to coalesce today. I want to pick up today, again, at the tail end of the Second Pacific Adventure. This time, though, with the French fleet that was led originally by Francois Gwen. By the 1st of January, 1688, Gwen was dead, and his fleet had been split into two factions. The French marched under Mathurin de Moray. The English, at that point, were under George Dew. And I say they marched because by the 1st of January, 1688, the pirates had abandoned their ships and landed on the coast of Honduras to begin their march overland to return to the North Sea. You may recall that story through the eyes of Ravenel de Lussan. If so, you probably remember the animosity between the two sides, the English and the French. For example, Lussan makes special note of Pierre le Picard, perhaps the same Picard that sailed under Henry Morgan, but on this voyage he marched with the English, not the French. But beyond just pure animosity, they were playing politics as well. All of these pirates were heading home, and there were rumors that England and France might soon be at war. It looked bad to march home under the banner of the enemy, but everyone in Port Royal or Petit Goave could understand and even forgive a tense alliance against the hated Spanish. Now that march is the story that I compared to an old Western. Recall the pitched battle at an old Spanish church and the beautiful mestizo women carried off by our black hat-wearing, mustache-twirling villains. After the running cavalry battle through the mountains of Central America, the pirates finally escaped and built what they called piperoles. Those are those standing rafts that they built and rowed downriver. I want to remind you here of the English pirates that were found dead along the river, later discovered to have been killed by French buccaneers. Buccaneers who killed them, stole their treasure, and ran away into the wilderness. To say that raised tensions between the two factions is an understatement. But eventually, these two separate groups, who were very nearly at blows with one another, reached Cabo Gracias a Dios, at the very northern tip of the Mosquito Coast. Now that's the home of the largest settlement of Mosquito people anywhere in the world. It's also the spot that Francois Lolonais lost his life, where he was ritualistically eaten by the mosquito that he had spent several weeks abusing and torturing. That was the last substantial interaction that any French pirates had with the Mosquito people. So these French pirates were a bit tense. But the presence of the English likely tempered whatever animosity may have been present toward them. Now, Lucan was understandably nervous, but he grew even more so when the English pirates spotted a merchantman out of Port Royal and flagged her down. Lucan writes, quote, "The English met with an English boat from Jamaica, whom they were very forward to press to go and ask leave of the governor of that island for their safe coming thither, because they had gone without any commission. That vessel was unwilling to go thither without they laid down 6,000 pounds sterling by way of advance. They, the pirates, being not in a condition to run the hazard of such a sum, because many had lost their money by the oversetting of their piperies, stayed with the Mosquito Indians, who are very kind to them." End quote. So the pirates all just kind of settled down to wait. The English were living among the Mosquito, and the French were living alone just down the coast. There was a tense moment here when a party of Mosquito men arrived at the French camp, but there were some Englishmen that followed them shortly. Lucan says they, quote, "politically thought to send us word." See, there was another ship nearby. The Mosquito had spotted her, and the English were happy to lead the French to it and sail away, but the French had to agree to take the English with them to Saint-Domingue. The captain of that ship offered to drop all of the pirates, or even just the English, at Jamaica, but Lucan says, quote, "We, not knowing how matters stood between France and England, whether it were peace or war, engaged him to carry us to Santo Domingo for 40 pieces of 8 a head." End quote. And it's here, with their arrival at Saint-Domingue, that Raveneau de Lucan's story comes to an end. And that's a real shame, because when they arrived at Saint-Domingue, big things started to happen. Decisions were being made that were going to shape the world of the pirates for years to come. If one were inclined to give events such as this, about which very little is actually known, if one were inclined to give them big, dramatic, hyperbolic names, one might choose to call an event like this the Last Council of the Brethren of the Coast. Of course, to use such a hyperbolic name, one would have to be kind of a fool. This is episode 181, The Last Council of the Brethren of the Coast. As this is the swan song of the Tortuga Buccaneers, I think it's fitting to take a moment to remember the island's pirate history. This will also let us put the relevant players in place for the events of the Last Council of the Brethren of the Coast. The French colony on Hispaniola was founded by Huguenot Boucanier around about 1625. From their base on the island of Tortuga, they hunted a boar, but by 1650 or so, they had graduated to hunting Spanish shipping. It was in 1665 that King Louis XIV finally officially recognized the colony and exerted some oversight. The governor that he installed there, Bertrand d'Albron, was little more than a buccaneer himself. He was fully in support of the Brethren of the Coast, a coalition of buccaneers from Tortuga and Port Royal, led most famously by Henry Morgan. As the Franco-Dutch War loomed on the horizon, d'Albron founded a new capital at Petit Goâve, on the northern coast of that long peninsula in southwest Hispaniola. It was d'Albron's nephew, though, his successor, Jacques Napoleon, that prosecuted the war. He did so by lettres de marque, letters of marque, and he empowered an entirely new generation of Brethren of the Coast to do so. The leader of this generation of brethren was Michel de Gramont, the king of the buccaneers of the 1670s, and Gramont was French. But his protégés, men like Michel-André Zoom, Mauro de Graaf, Jan Willems, and Jacob Evertson, they were all Dutch. However, most of their lieutenants and quartermasters were French. People like Pierre Lepine, Jean Fantin, Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, and Jean Charpin. Now, I know that I'm throwing a lot of names at you, names that you've likely forgotten by this point. They're going to come into play today. There was also, though, the odd Englishman in this ragtag group of pirates, people like Thomas Paine. Now, in the latter years of the Franco-Dutch War and the years immediately following the war, this cabal of privateers was at the top of their game. They could attack the Spanish anywhere, on land or at sea, and do so nearly with impunity. But then, in 1683, the English Declaration against Piracy was promulgated. Most of the English pirates in the West Indies sailed south for the Second Pacific Adventure, and a lion's share of the Frenchmen went with them. That's Mathurin de Marais and Francois Gwen. But there were those, like Lauro de Groff, that settled down and planted sugar. This shift away from a privateering-based economy toward an economy based on agriculture and slavery, well, that was the real tipping point for Saint-Domingue. That's when the island's character began to change. The few pirates who stuck around at Saint-Domingue, who didn't sail south, but also weren't of a mind to settle down and buy slaves and start growing sugar, well, they found Tortuga even less and less welcome. So those pirates left Saint-Domingue behind. They roved the seas, which gives rise to that piratical reign of terror that lasted from 1683 to about 1685. It was during that period that pirates like Jan Willems and Thomas Paine and Jean Fantin and Jacob Everett and that whole group, that's when they would descend on ships and cities and devour their plunder like locusts. But that state of affairs could not last. The hammer was going to come down. The sword of Damocles was hanging over their heads, and it became clear that they had nowhere left to hide in the West Indies. So most of them fled. Several went to Africa, but some of them, like Thomas Paine and Jan Willems, they headed north, for Newport, Rhode Island in their case. Remember, Thomas Paine built that famous windmill. But this exodus gave the West Indies a couple of years of relative quiet. And then 1688 arrived. In January, just after those Pacific adventurers had landed on the mainland, the Duke of Albemarle, serving as governor of Jamaica, received word, quote, "The pirates, Yankee and Jacobs, Jan Willems and Jacob Everett, have fallen upon a great Spanish ship in the Bay of Honduras called the Hulk, or the Irving. If Yankee failed in this attempt, he is ruined, for it is said that he was very ill provided before." End quote. Jan Willems was ill provided before. It was a lean couple of years, but that raid was a success. And it's going to prove to become a major turning point in today's story. But it was also the last adventure of either Jan Willems or Jacob Everett. They were both killed in action during the fight. But after the death of those two captains, their fleet split up. Now, we don't know the details here, but boy, do I wish we did. See, there was a schism between two factions in that fleet, and it appears to have been mostly a schism along national lines. And each side chose their own respective leader, lieutenants of Jan Willems and Jacob Everett. The English chose George Peterson, and the French, Jean Fantin. Now, this split may have been peaceful, amicable, even. Or maybe not. What we do know is that George Peterson, if there was any fighting, appears to have won, because he took their ship north to New England. You may remember this story. He sold off a ton of plunder in Boston, a suspicious amount of plunder. So much that the Sally Rose and her captain, Thomas Pound, was sent to chase him off. But the other half of that fleet we haven't discussed very much, the French half, led by Jean Fantin. They were marooned after the battle to take the Irving on an island called Roatan off the north coast of Honduras. And I know that sounds pretty terrible. There was probably some fighting, right? I mean, who maroons their crewmen? But there may have been a deal struck here. Now, that crew was small, but there were a few British pirates, 7 or 8 of them, that chose not to sail with George Peterson. One of those pirates may or may not be one of the most famous pirates of all time. This episode may or may not exist mostly to introduce one of these most famous pirates of all time.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market. No antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
Every day, our world gets a little more connected, but a little further apart. But then there are moments that remind us to be more human.
Thank you for calling Amica Insurance.
Hey, I was just in an accident.
Don't worry, we'll get you taken care of.
At Amica, we understand that looking out for each other isn't new or groundbreaking. It's human. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
But before that, if you'll forgive me just a bit of speculation, there's a series of events that could have happened. The timeline makes sense, and it does explain some questions to me at least. But it's a story we don't have any evidence for. If you were an English pirate sailing away from Roatan Island, there are only two directions you can go. You could sail north, but that would take you directly into the Spanish-Cuban waters. Or you could sail east along the coast of Honduras, which would take you right by Cabo Gracias a Dios. That's where the modern borders of Honduras and Nicaragua meet, and it's where the Mosquito Coast begins. George Peterson, an English pirate, would almost certainly have stopped off there. He would have wanted to collect wood and water and probably food. And as an Englishman, he knew the Mosquito. Now, this is the sort of routine thing that was happening all the time in the West Indies. But this, shortly after the sack of that Urca, was in late January 1688, which is naturally exactly the moment when all of those pirates from the Second Pacific Adventure were at Cabo Gracias a Dios, living among the Mosquito and looking for a ride to Santo Domingo. Now, Ravno de Lusan, in his chronicle, never mentions George Peterson by name, but it's possible he may not even have known who George Peterson was. No, I'm not saying it was George Peterson. History is rarely, if ever, that friendly to a storyteller. But it does kind of make sense, doesn't it? He was in the region at the time. And who else do you imagine would stop off at the Mosquito Coast at a settlement of Mosquito Indians and offer to give a bunch of rambunctious, filthy pirates fresh out of the Pacific Ocean a ride home? Some God-fearing merchant trader on his way back to Port Royal, a good king's man, would stop and give a bunch of French buccaneers a ride to Santo Domingo? No. A smuggler, maybe, but another pirate seems the most likely, and George Peterson was there at the time. So keep that in mind. Because it would, if it did happen to be the case, it would explain one of the most confusing elements of today's story. Regardless of who the captain happened to be, it was early February when the pirates from the Second Pacific Adventure arrived off the coast of Hispaniola. They anchored at Cow Island, the Isla Vaque, one of the favored clandestine meeting spots of the Brethren of the Coast. The fleet sent a group to Petit Guave to announce their return to the West Indies, to those in the right circles at least, but also to learn what they could about the political situation. And this sets the gears for the last council of the Brethren of the Coast to turn. So what actually happened at the last council of the Brethren of the Coast? Well, by this point, Lauro de Graaf was a respectable citizen. He had a plantation up at the recently founded Cap Français. And then word arrived that a bunch of his old friends and comrades had arrived at Isla Vache. So de Graaf sailed south to meet with them. The governor, At this point, Pierre-Paul de Cousset was going to show up as well, but not yet. He gave Lauro de Graaf enough time to put everything in its right place, to make sure that these pirates didn't look too much like pirates, to ensure, that is, that they would not be immediately arrested and subsequently executed. De Graaf organized everything. He sent a bunch of pirates off on a mission, first of all, and we'll talk about that in a second. But the rest he folded into his little privateer army, something that the governor, with a war on the horizon, certainly could not have objected to. All of this, the council in general, reminds me of like a high school kid who threw a real rager of a party while his parents were away for the weekend, and then, Sunday evening, was desperately trying to clean up all of the liquor bottles and that spot where the bong water spilled before his parents get home. But while this is going on, while de Graaf is trying to put everything in place before the parents, Governor de Cousset, get home, I want to look at the actions of one single pirate. A pirate who has been with us since almost the very beginning, Pierre Le Picard. David F. Marley writes in Pirates of the Americas, quote, Picard and his flibustiers were leery of any official retaliation for their actions, peace having long since been declared. Therefore, they feigned ignorance of this state of affairs. Governor de Cousset was not present, being on an inspection tour of Saint-Domingue's northern districts, so there were no immediate repercussions, although it soon became obvious that Crown policy had changed drastically with regard to roving. Picard and many other freebooters therefore elected to disperse farther afield. Picard would settle down eventually in French Acadia, up in modern Canada. But first he made a brief stop at Newport, Rhode Island. And this visit matches up almost perfectly with George Peterson's arrival at Newport, Rhode Island. If one were working off the assumption that it was in fact George Peterson who picked those pirates up at Cabo Gracias a Dios, it's possible, even likely, that it was George Peterson that gave Pierre Le Picard a ride up to Rhode Island. Now, no one thought much about Picard's arrival at the time, but a couple of weeks later, when some of Peterson's men were arrested for fencing all of that plunder, everyone started to look really hard at old Pierre Le Picard. He was followed, maybe even picked up and questioned, but nothing came of it. He was behaving himself and didn't have a suspicious amount of treasure on him. But I do want to mention another man who was in Newport at the time. Not yet a pirate, not even a sailor, as far as we know. Thomas, too, owned a small farm just outside of Newport, Rhode Island. He had a wife and 2 children in Newport in 1688. And in fact, it's that little tidbit that gives us our first reputable record we have of Thomas, too. We don't even know where Two was born, maybe England or maybe America. There are those who believe Bermuda is the most likely possibility. There are, of course, rumors and legends about all of it, but nothing's concrete here. Now, it's not Thomas Two that is one of the most famous pirates of all time toward which we are working today. He just happened to be in Rhode Island at the time that George Peterson and Pierre Le Picard met up with Thomas Paine. If he had any contact with the pirates at all, which is possible, but we don't know. But if he did, it's likely no more than him having bought them some drinks and listened to their stories at the local tavern. But with that, we can finally say goodbye to one of the original Brethren of the Coast, and wish Pierre Le Picard a long and restful retirement. But when we turn our eyes back to the West Indies and the last council of the Brethren of the Coast, we finally have some hard documents from which to work, thanks to Pierre-Paul de Cousset, the governor who was about to arrive at the council. That story begins 3 or 4 months earlier, in late 1687, when Lauro de Graaf was attacked by a Spanish frigate for, the piracy. Now, that frigate, the Santa Rosa, which would be rechristened the Saint Rose when Lauro de Graaf inevitably captured her should not be confused with the Santa Rosa captured originally by Edward Davis in the Pacific. The pirates left that ship off the Pacific coast of Honduras before they went ashore. This Santa Rosa, though, the capture of this frigate caused a minor scandal in Saint-Domingue. Spain and France were, as we said, at peace. De Graaf was actually forced to go before the governor and a colonial council to defend himself. In the end, though, Lauro de Graaf was permitted to keep the Saint Rose, largely because, well, it was a good ship and war was looming. When Lauro de Graaf sailed for Isla Bache after the arrival of the Pacific adventurers, he took the Saint Rose with him. See, it was a big, new, well-armed frigate, but there just weren't enough pirates in Saint-Domingue to properly crew her. Until, that is, the Second Pacific Adventurers returned. All of a sudden, there were hundreds of experienced pirates who would know just what to do with the frigate like that. But then Governor de Cussé arrived at this council. The parents had come home. But de Cussé was kind of a, cool, understanding kind of dad. He looked at de Graaf with an expression that said, "Look, I know what you've been up to, but play your cards right and assure me that you didn't get up to anything too crazy and I won't mention it to your mom." Mostly, he was concerned that the Saint Rose, that big, bright, shiny, well-armed new frigate, was nowhere in sight. That's the cool dad looking at de Graaf and saying, "Look, I got up some pretty crazy stuff when I was your age, but just tell me you didn't give that ship to some dirty pirate, right?" De Graaf, though, did play his cards right. He explained that he'd given command of the frigate over to one of his top men, Jean Charpin, who was an honorable privateer, someone that had not sailed down to the Pacific with all of those dirty pirates, and a privateer that the governor knew quite well. And where exactly was Jean Charpin and this bright, shiny, well-armed frigate? Well, de Graaf explained that he had sent them on a very important and timely mission to pick up some very important men. But the crew of Saint Rose sent on this very important mission was almost entirely made up of filthy pirates from the Second Pacific Adventure. Now this is that difficult-to-explain moment I mentioned earlier. De Graaf sent the Saint Rose to go pick up the pirates under Jean Fantin who were at Roatan Island. And what I don't understand is how de Graaf even knew that those pirates were there in the first place. But if George Peterson did in fact stop off at Cabo Gracias a Dios, pick up the Pacific Buccaneers, take them to Cow Island, and then sail on with Pierre Le Picard in tow to North America, he would certainly at some point have mentioned, "Oh, by the way, I left a bunch of French pirates at Roatan Island. You might want to go get those guys," especially if it was a relatively amicable separation. They split the treasure 50-50 or whatever their proper shares were, but those pirates didn't want to go with Peterson, and Peterson didn't want them going with them. So he left them at a large, well-watered, well-populated with fish and fowl island, and said he'd tell somebody as soon as he ran into somebody trustworthy where they were. Now the Saint Rose is worth a really extra special note for two big reasons. First, the Articles of Agreement, the pirate code agreed to by the crew, survived. Now I was going to read the code in full to you, but really it's mostly articles that we've seen before. As the last council of the Brethren of the Coast, the pirate code agreed to here at Isla Bache looks very much like the pirate codes of Henry Morgan and the other Brethren of the Coast. Shares are divvied up equally, except for those that go to the captain and the quartermaster and the surgeons. There are allotments made for injury payments, that sort of thing. Nothing we haven't seen before. There are a few interesting points, though. For example, quote, "Item, every man convicted of cowardice will lose his share." Or, quote, "Any man making false oath and convicted of theft will lose his share and will be marooned on the first key. There's a lot of that, but what I really want to point to here, the most interesting part of this agreement, is the end. The articles finally conclude, quote, done at Cow Island, Isle Lavache, anchored and founded on the 18th of February, 1688. Signed, Jean Cherpin and Mathurin de Moray, quartermaster. End quote. Mathurin de Moray so recently returned from the Pacific Ocean as quartermaster. This was his crew. Odd that it was yet another Sans Rose, but as far as I can tell, just coincidence. So they picked up Jean Fantin and his crew at Roatan Island and returned all of them to Ile Lavache. When they returned, the governor was still there. And he was a little shocked at exactly how many pirates were aboard, but still pleased with their strength in numbers. Their numbers, if they could capture a few more ships, boded quite well for Saint-Domingue in the war to come. But Governor de Cussé should not have been so confident. Even though he didn't know it at the time, he even mentions the reason he should not have been so confident. In his journal, Governor Pierre-Paul Tarrant de Cussé noted the presence of 7 or 8 Englishmen and the crew that were brought back from Roatan. And that serves as the very first, reputable official mention of the pirate we've been getting to. Governor de Cussé named 2 Englishmen, Robert Culliford and another English pirate named William Kidd. Of course, William Kidd was actually Scottish, but the French governor didn't make that distinction. Captain Kidd, as he will go on to be known, is one of the most famous pirates of all time. Robert C. Ritchie, in his book Captain Kidd in the War Against the Pirates, places Kidd in a kind of pirate triumvirate, including Henry Morgan and Blackbeard. And in fact, it's a distinction that may or may not be earned in the case of William Kidd, as we're going to discuss in great detail. I would argue that the other pirates there on board the Sans Rose with Kidd, Robert Culliford in particular, were perhaps better pirates. Historian Richard Sachs writes in the introduction to his book, The Pirate Hunter, The True Story of Captain Kidd, quote, as I followed Kidd, another character kept elbowing his way upon the stage. Kidd's long-forgotten nemesis, Robert Culliford. It is uncanny how the lives of these 2 men intertwined and how they became locked in a kind of unscripted duel across the oceans of the world. End quote. Culliford is going to concern us a great deal in the weeks to come. Now, I'd love to give both Culliford and Kidd the kind of introduction I gave Henry Everett. I'd like to give Thomas Tew that same introduction, but less is known about those things. Now, legend holds that Captain Kidd was born in Greenock, Scotland, circa 1645, to a Presbyterian minister, but there's no record of any of that. Not in any church records anywhere in Scotland, but Kidd was Scottish. Testimonies and testimonials from his crewmates and his jailers all make mention of his Scottish heritage. Now, he immigrated to America by at least 1687. That's all we know about William Kidd before this mention on board the Sans Rose in 1688. Now, William Kidd is not yet famous. In fact, it's a surprise that the governor made mention of him at all, but I'm glad he did. However, for the time being, this last council of the Brethren of the Coast had to be concluded. Mostly, the council was the governor and Lauro de Graaf and all of these French privateers divvying out letters of marque and preparing the war that everyone knew was on the horizon somewhere. They were preparing for the next era of buccaneering. They were all going to become rich men. However, thanks in large part to William Kidd himself, those plans weren't going to go as they thought. The Saint Rose was not going to be in control of the Saint-Domingue privateers for much longer, and this was not going to be a great new era of privateering. This was going to be the dawn of the golden age of piracy. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us ratings or reviews wherever it is you listen to the show, and everybody who has suggested this show to your friends or family. You all make this possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at willard.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country clothes for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, at the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light once more, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvy Legs, Kruger, MD, Big View, Schmarls, Logan, Cannon Monkey, The Knight of Dampier, Hobley, Nicky, Toes, Gin-Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And I'd like to welcome our newest patron, Joey, and our newest Commodores, Brendan, Josiah, Axios, and Governor Root. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. I've had a few folks reach out and express a bit of surprise that we've seen two separate ships called San Rose, both carrying Mathurin de Marais in succession. It's a cool coincidence, but really not that out of the ordinary. Remember, they were both Spanish frigates of 14 and 16 guns respectively. Before they were captured, they were named Santa Rosa. Both of them probably were named after Santa Rosa de Lima, a real person, a nun born in Lima, Peru. Santa Rosa de Lima led an impressive life. We're not going to delve into it here, but if you're so inclined, it's worth looking into. Mostly, she's notable as the first person born in the Americas to be canonized as a saint. That's why we run into so many ships in Spanish America called Santa Rosa. Now, I don't intend to give the impression that that's why we see so many ships named Rose from other parts of the world. Most English ships, with some variation of Rose in the title, the Sally Rose excepted, are named after either the Tudor Rose or they go way back to the Wars of the Roses. Most famously, perhaps, was the Mary Rose, maybe the most famous English vessel of the Middle Ages. The Mary Rose was commissioned by Henry VIII way back in 1516 and named after his eldest daughter, Mary. She's so famous, though, because she was recovered from the ocean floor in 1982. It was an amazing feat of maritime archaeology and has taught us a huge amount about naval warfare in the late Middle Ages. For example, the Mary Rose could fire a full broadside, an innovation that many scholars thought came later. However, the Mary Rose was lost at sea in 1545. That's the very tail of the Middle Ages, right as the early modern era was beginning to bloom. She was lost in a battle between the French and the English, the Battle of Soleil, the last naval battle between France and England for 145 years. Until, that is, the 9 Years' War, when France and England fought the Battle of Bantry Bay. This is episode 182, the Battle of Bantry Bay. We're going to be concerned largely with Royal Navy ships today. The Battle of Bantry Bay was fought between the Royal Navies of England and France. The ship it might be best to begin with was HMS Newcastle. Newcastle was an old vessel. She was built in 1654. Her commission was part of Oliver Cromwell's Western design. But in 1688, Newcastle was given over to a young and somewhat promising naval officer named George Churchill. You remember George Churchill, right? That's John Churchill's brother, the man who served under Sir John Narborough on the search for La Nuestra Señora. Well, George Churchill was a passing naval commander, but really nothing special. He got the job of captain in the Navy for two major reasons. First of all, he was a Tory, and that went a long way in the court of King James II. But more importantly, maybe most importantly, George Churchill's sister was sleeping with the king. It's all part of those fascinating sexual politics of the late Stuart era. Annabel Churchill, their sister, was a maid of honor to King James' wife, Anne Hyde. And that's when she began an affair with the king, and you should remember that group of girls. The Jennings sisters were also maids of honor to Anne Hyde, one of whom would go on to become Sarah Churchill, best friend of the Queen. It's all a very tight-knit little community. But Annabel and George Churchill were staunch Tories. They were firmly in the camp of King James, Annabel especially firmly, while John Churchill and the rest of their family were staunch Whigs. Now, I'm not saying that the Churchills and the Jennings were hedging their bets by ensuring that someone in the family was sleeping with or befriending or bribing relevant people on both sides, but it does appear that they were playing both sides of the field. At least it worked out that way. However, even though George Churchill was a James-supporting Tory, by the fall of 1888 he'd made the smart move and switched sides, and he did so in dramatic fashion. His commanding officer, Admiral of the Blue Arthur Herbert sailed yet another ship of note today, HMS Rupert, over to Amsterdam. He did so to deliver the invitation to William to invade. And it was just about that moment, when Arthur Herbert was in Amsterdam, that Captain George Churchill of HMS Newcastle noticed his ship was just full of leaks. I mean, a real death trap. Naturally, to save the life of his men, he had to put into Plymouth for repairs. And at which point, wouldn't you know it, all of the other captains in his fleet began to look around and notice a bunch of leaks of their own. They had this sudden plague of leaky hulls. The Channel Fleet was just stricken. So naturally, they all had to put into Plymouth too. Which, and I'm sure it's just a coincidence here, but it perfectly coincided with William's fleet setting out from the continent to invade, led by Arthur Herbert, at the exact same moment that, and again I'm sure it's a coincidence, that John Churchill and a number of other prominent military men led an army conspiracy against the king, all of it backed by Parliament. Just coincidence. But George Churchill got a lot of credit for being the first to need repairs. It was a defection, and it earned George Churchill a place in the Navy after William took the throne. You might remember that purge of Jacobite Navy officers that claimed the careers of men like Thomas Pound. But that didn't catch George Churchill. That's how and why he was still the master of the Newcastle a few months later, when the deposed King James sailed from Brest, in Brittany in France, to land an army of Jacobite loyalists and French soldiers in Ireland. That's the Williamite War, and we glossed over the Williamite War pretty hard when we talked about it. And really, we're not going to rectify that fact today. I will just say that William and James both had English and Irish units, and they were bolstered respectively by Dutch and French contingents. At first, it looked like James was doing pretty well. He had a few early victories. But then they ran into a wall of well-armed forts and armies in what would become Northern Ireland. The war at that point just kind of stalled out. It turned into that war for supplies, and that was a war that William was winning. He controlled sea lanes from Ireland to England and all the way to Holland. James, on the other hand, had to rely on supplies and reinforcements from France. Now, after the Glorious Revolution, Arthur Herbert was promoted to Lord High Admiral. His one job as Lord High Admiral was to stop the French from landing on either Ireland or Britain. To that end, he instituted a policy that would, it would change the Royal Navy forever. He called it, and coined the phrase, a fleet in being. That's a strategy in a time of war in which a nation with a superior navy would just keep a large fleet in port. That would force the enemy to deploy naval forces to defend against the mere threat of an invasion. That deployment would tie up their ships, and since their fleet was forced to go to sea in a defensive posture, it would also cost them a lot of money. And of course, if they didn't deploy those forces, they didn't tie up their ships and spend that money, well, then the fleet in being would just invade. It's a brilliant innovation, all of it thanks to Arthur Herbert. Beyond that, though, Herbert was a controversial figure. My favorite controversy is the accusation that he was a foul-mouthed drunk in the habit of bringing at least 2 prostitutes on board whenever he went to sea. My kind of guy. However, most of those rumors have been debunked. More reputable were the delays in pay that plagued the Navy. It got so bad that here in 1689 and 1690, the Navy suffered a wave of strikes and mutinies and sailors just refusing to sail, which hit at just the wrong moment, right when the French were preparing a fleet to make for Ireland. A fleet in being isn't much of a deterrent when the sailors won't sail. Which, of course, isn't to say that no sailors were willing to sail. George Churchill's ship, at this point, HMS Pendennis, was a 1,100-ton, 70-gun, third-rate ship of the line. She was ready to fight alongside 23 other ships. The other ship I want to note, especially here, is HMS Rupert. She was still fully manned and fully operational. Now, at this point, Admiral Herbert was no longer captain of the Rupert. He was Lord High Admiral, after all. Instead, the Rupert was under Captain Francis Wheeler, and that's according to the ship's manifest, recorded in March 1689. The Rupert was a fine vessel of the Royal Navy, a 790-ton, 64-gun, third-rate ship of the line. She was commissioned back in 1665 upon the official establishment of the Royal Navy. Samuel Pepys records in his famous diary, quote, "The King, Duke, and everybody saying it is the best ship that was ever built." End quote. Now, it was no longer the best ship ever built. She was only a third-rate ship of the line, but an impressive and valuable craft nonetheless. She wasn't unique in this squadron guarding against French invasion. They had a ton of third-rates in the Channel Fleet. But I'm mentioning HMS Rupert in particular here because of one man, a 30-year-old midshipman who presumably signed up in the wake of the Revolution. Or maybe it was that wave of strikes. I mean, if half the Channel Fleet suddenly refused to sail until they got their back pay, the Navy was likely recruiting heavily, probably in the West Country, especially in places like Plymouth and Devon. And we all know how that kind of recruiting usually went, right? You're just minding your own business in a tavern somewhere, having a couple of drinks and maybe trying to catch the eye of the lady serving those drinks, when a friendly chap with a posh London accent saunters over and strikes up a conversation. Nice enough fellow, even offers to buy a round, then another round, and then maybe a tot of rum, and then 5 or 6 more. Next thing you know, you're waking up with the worst hangover of your life. Your eyes are trying to crawl out of the sockets, your tongue is 2 sizes too big, your head is throbbing, and the floor just won't sit still. It's spinning, and it's pulsating, and it's rising, and it's falling, and you think you're going to be sick. It's almost like you're on a ship.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market. No antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
Every day, our world gets a little more connected, but a little further apart. But then there are moments that remind us to be more human.
Thank you for calling Amica Insurance.
Hey, I was just in an accident.
Don't worry, we'll get you taken care of.
At Amica, we understand that looking out for each other isn't new or groundbreaking. It's human. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
That was only one form the press gangs took. In that situation, you would wake up on a ship with a major headache and a contract lasting usually until the war was over. Other men were impressed straight out of the stockades. Find yourself imprisoned, guilty of a crime, no problem, join the Navy, hey, you might live. Still others, though, were just knocked over the head and bundled aboard as little more than slaves. Some men were recruited in a more traditional fashion, something we would recognize from modern military recruiters. They'd offer you pay and benefits. But at that point, who's going to take that deal? Half the Navy is currently on strike for unpaid wages. But some did, and we don't know how this particular midshipman arrived on board HMS Rupert. But the manifest of HMS Rupert in March 1689 listed Henry Everett as a crewman in good standing. And I should point out that Everett was probably not press-ganged, violently or otherwise. He was a midshipman, which was an officer in the Royal Navy. It was the lowest officer rank available, but an officer nonetheless. E.T. Fox writes in King of the Pirates, quote, "By Everett's time, the role of midshipman had not quite evolved into the familiar one of a young man of good family entering the Navy to learn seamanship. Originally, the rank of midshipman was given to experienced seamen who were thought fit to become officers, so they might learn leadership as well as seamanship. End quote. Now, Fox brings up a couple of good points here, points that raise questions of class, to me at least. In Everett's day, midshipmen were usually commoners. Commoners that had a bit of education, certainly. They had to be able to read and to read maps. And usually they came from regions and families that provided some kind of seafaring experience, like the West Country. Henry Everett was a perfect candidate for midshipman at the time. Later on, though, by the height of the British Empire, midshipmen were almost always noble youths with noble parents, and they were serving a kind of apprenticeship. But they were officers here. They were the lowest officers, but still of the officer corps. That means that the rabble, the regular crewmen of common birth, had to defer to these young, spoiled, noble brats. But it was here in 1689 that the Navy was just beginning that transition. There were probably boys of a higher social caste serving alongside Henry Everett. They would be equal in rank to the gruff sailor, but I can actually see the merits of that situation. If you've got a young man, 12 or 14, born to privilege but with promising naval prospects, I can only see it as a good thing for him to work alongside men of lower social standing, but men that can neither be ordered around by him nor order the boy around. You're forcing this noble youth to learn how to deal with people as people. The U.S. equivalent of the midshipman is the ensign. I imagine, and boy am I sorry about this analogy, but imagine Wesley Crusher and Worf from Star Trek. Imagine that they held the same rank and they had to work together. There would be friction at first, absolutely, but eventually they'd work past that and learn to work together, and the enterprise as a whole would be stronger for it. But beyond that, this system, under which Henry Everett was made midshipman, provided a path of social and economic advancement for those of lower class, at least those with the merit to succeed. Naturally, though, once the Navy became a more desirable profession for people of quality, the wealthy and powerful could not allow the ranks to be sullied by those filthy, ignorant, detestable commoners. A ton of pearl-clutching nobles actually formally protested this arrangement later on. I mean, imagine it, our baby boy forced to mingle with the rabble, the horror, the scandal. They should be serving him punch and crumpets. As far as Henry Everett's conduct in the battle to come is concerned, we know very well. I won't be regaling you with feats of the Pirate King's early daring do, but we do know he is going to serve with distinction in the first naval battle fought between England and France in 145 years. In France, Marquis de Chateau-Renaud, Vice Admiral François-Louis Rousset, was given command of 24 ships. They were carrying guns and rations and warm clothes and shoes and a pile of money and upwards of 5,000 soldiers. His job, above all, was to get those supplies and reinforcements past the English and onto the shores of Ireland, to bolster James, to give the deposed king the tools needed for victory. And we should remember Chateau-Renaud. He's going to be one of France's top naval commanders in this war, and specifically in relation to our story. Now, the French fleet was comprised mostly of third and fourth rate ships of the line. They had a handful of gunboats and fire ships, and when I say fire ships, it's just what you're thinking of. Smaller craft, usually, a bark or a sloop, that was filled with bales of straw and hemp and barrels of pitch and even gunpowder, and crewed by a skeleton crew, whose only real job was to aim the ship at a blockade and light everything aflame and get off as fast as possible. The English fleet had a similar makeup, mostly third or fourth rates, and a few fire ships and 2 bomb ships. My favorite of those is the fire trade. But they also had, and this is important, a few frigates in their midst. They were classified as fifth-rate ships of the line, which is mostly a distinction of tonnage and guns they carried, But really, the frigate isn't designed for battles of the line. You know, they weren't made to line up and fire at the other side as long as possible. They're fast and mobile ships. They're well armed, but they're meant to flank the enemy line. You know, in my heart, first rate indeed. Now, there were 3 landing sites realistically available to Chateau Renaud. They were all on the southwest coast of Ireland. The first 2 were 2 large port cities, Cork and Kinsale. They were held by forces either friendly to James II or neutral. They were really the best possible locations for the French. They were the goal. But then you had, just about as far southwest as Ireland goes, a lightly populated bay called Bantry. And it wasn't exactly a port city there at Bantry Bay, but more of a village on a secluded cove that was frequented by Irish nationalists and pirates, who, you know, were usually the same people. Most of Admiral Herbert's forces by April of 1689 were patrolling the waters of southwest Ireland around Cork and Kinsale. It was the logical location to patrol. It was the 6th of May that Chateau Renaud departed Brest in Britain. He took his fleet wide out into the Atlantic to avoid any English patrols he might run into, but by the 10th of May he was bringing the fleet back in toward Ireland. Now, Chateau Renaud sent out a frigate to scout Kinsale, the more southwest of the 2 port cities. If the English were, by chance, foolish enough to have left it unguarded, then the operation here would be a breeze, a quick in-and-out job with no fighting at all. But Kinsale was not unguarded. An English lookout, one of Admiral Herbert's men, spotted the French ship, and both of them immediately jumped into action. The Frenchmen came about and opened up full sail to get back to their fleet. The English did the same, but, you know, the other direction. However, within the hour, both fleets were racing south and west around the coast of Ireland. When Admiral Herbert arrived where the French ship had been spotted, there was no sight of him or Chateau Renaud. He sent a few frigates off to search the coast, just in case they were hiding there, but the mass of the English fleet headed on to the only location left to the French, Bantry Bay. Herbert arrived on the morning of the 11th of May, and really he was too late. The French were already ensconced in Bantry Bay. They were unloading their supplies onto Ireland. But at a glance, though, it looked like the English had the French trapped. There was no way for the French to escape except through the English line. The French were ready for this. Chateau Renaud ordered his fire ships lit and sent them toward the English. Now, this wasn't some kind of surprise attack here. If you're a ship's captain and you see a smaller craft that sets a heading right at your line, and then you see all of her boats depart back to the enemy fleet, you know what's coming. Soon enough, she's going to burst into flames and strike your flagship, and a hellstorm of fire and death is going to rain down upon you. Now, it was occasionally a successful surprise, usually when it happened at night, as we will see much later on in this story at the blockade of Nassau. But most often it was completely telegraphed. You knew it was coming, because the maneuver is not really designed to actually hit the enemy line. I mean, that would be great, but the enemy was going to move. It was designed to break the enemy line. And it did here. Herbert's fleet, when they saw the fire ships coming for them, scattered out of the bay. They didn't lose a single vessel from the fire ship, but the French in Chateau Renaud were no longer trapped. That's when they moved. Some of his ships were still unloading the last of the cargo, but those that weren't burst out of the bay and opened fire on the English. They were doing so right as the English were trying to reform their line. That hit the English as a surprise. It was a ruthless hit, just smashed into them. But that is what the frigates were for. The English frigates, who were not required to form the line, swung around and engaged the French on her flanks. They tied up all of the French gunners, which allowed the English to get into position. There's a reason that pirates, if possible, prefer to frigate. And here, at long last, the two fleets were properly arrayed for a proper battle of the line. They could engage as God intended gentlemen of the sea to fight, which, that is to say, the story gets mind-numbingly boring. When ships of the line fought in a battle of the line, they just kind of sat there in a line and fired at each other. And yeah, I'm sure that was pretty exciting for the people involved. They were being pelted with hot iron and lead balls that tore through wood and flesh alike for hours on end, in this case for 4 hours. But there's not much tale to tell there, beyond, the misery of it all. As for Henry Everett, well, we don't know what he was doing during the fight. No one wrote down the exploits of this lone midshipman. But we can glean a little bit. He must have proven himself to be a capable sailor, even a decent enough officer in the fight. See, after Bantry Bay was over, Everett was promoted to a mate of HMS Rupert's sailing master. Now, E.T. Fox suggests that he was probably the lowest master's mate on the totem pole, but David F. Marley says in Pirates of the Americas that Henry Everett was chief mate. Now, I'm inclined to lean toward Fox on this one. It's not impossible that Henry Everett was made chief mate. I mean, maybe his conduct was just stellar in the battle. But for a promotion like that, he'd have to be, swinging over to the enemy ship and cutting down her captain in single combat. More likely, everyone in front of him in line was killed in the battle, so Everett was able to jump up the ladder a few rungs. But again, most likely, I think Everett was probably promoted to the lowest master's mate. That's really how nearly all midshipmen advanced in their career. They would go from midshipman to master's mate and then work their way up the ranks of master's mates, and then, after a couple of years doing that, they could test for lieutenant. If they passed that test, and it was not an easy test, but if they passed, they would be moved into the proper officer corps, no longer a junior officer. And wouldn't Star Trek have been cooler if, when, Wesley failed his Starfleet Academy entrance exam, he captured a starship and headed out into the black for a little good old-fashioned space piracy? And then, when that big Borg battle happens, he could show up with a fleet of stolen Klingon warbirds and drop his cloaking shield and show off his top-of-the-line Borg tech that just, wrecks the bad guys. And then there could be this moment, when the Federation is about to attack the pirates, even though they saved the day, but Picard steps up and talks them down because he knows the true heart of Wesley Crusher. But then, of course, Wesley somehow absconds with the Federation starship. I mean, I should really cut this whole thing. Yeah, you don't want to let this go. Yeah. Remember to cut this. Okay. The Battle of Bantry Bay was, in the end, inconclusive. Neither side won the fight, and both limped off to lick their wounds. But the French operation to get their supplies to Ireland was a success. Chateau Renault bought plenty of time for the French to unload, and the immediate effect of that was the Battle of the Boyne, which took place on the 1st of July. The Boyne was the first major fight between William and James in Ireland, but it was a decisive Williamite victory. However, the lingering effects of the Battle of Bantry Bay were much more widespread. This fight proved to both sides that they would really have to up their naval game moving forward. They needed more ships and more sailors and more impressment, which means more disgruntled sailors, and in the New World, they were going to need a whole lot more privateers. We're going to talk about those privateers and the events in New England in 2 weeks' time. Next time, we're going to take a break from the narrative of our story, and we're going to talk about some of the concepts of piracy. Big stuff, the political, economic, and the social structure of piracy. I hope you'll join us. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us ratings or reviews wherever it is you listen to the show, and everybody who has recommended the show to your friends and family. You all make this possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brilliant. If you haven't checked them out, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvylegs, Kruger, Brendan, MD, Big Beard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, the Knight of Dampier, Pablo, Nikki, Governor Roop, Toads, Gin Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate No Holidays, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. I recently got my hands on a book. The publishing house, PM Press, sent me over a copy for free for consideration, which I love. Now, I'm not getting paid or anything, but the book was interesting, and it raised some questions that I'd like to discuss today. The book in question is Life Under the Jolly Roger, Reflections on the Golden Age of Piracy, by Gabriel Kuhn. Now, it's unapologetically written from a radical perspective. Gabriel Kuhn is an anarchist philosopher, and PM Press specializes in radical books. I was curious as to how I would feel about this book. I wondered, well, I've read a lot of books about piracy, books from all kinds of different perspectives, and I've seen a lot of them that were full of bias, or more commonly, that were trying to fit the story of pirates into a modern narrative. I can't tell you how many interesting sounding books I've had to basically toss out because I couldn't take them seriously. But to my delight, this book, Life Under the Jolly Roger, was neither of those things. The author writes with a perspective. He acknowledges that going in. He's upfront about it. For example, he writes in the introduction, quote, "An important aspect of this venture is the desire to go beyond a certain antagonism that seems to have developed over the last decade with respect to the political interpretation of the golden age of piracy. On the one hand, there are scholars who insist that the real world of the pirates was harsh, tough, and cruel, and that the pirates acquired a romantic aura, which they certainly never deserved. On the other hand, there are those who maintain that these outlaws led audacious, rebellious lives, and that we should remember them as long as there are powerful people and oppressive circumstances to be resisted. The ideological assumptions behind these two perspectives are as clear as their respective consequences. While for the adherents of the former, pirates tend to get a better press than they deserve, often being admired for their laid-back lifestyle and praised as proto-revolutionaries or Democrats, rather than condemned as the murderers and thieves that most of them were. The adherents of the latter embrace Marcus Rediker's perception that pirates were rebels who challenged in one way or another the conventions of class, race, gender, and nation, expressed high ideals, and abolished the wage, established a different discipline, practiced their own kind of democracy and equality, and provided an alternative model for running the deep-sea ship. In the end, both sides accuse the other of substituting fiction for fact." And then he concludes, "Although this book is written from a radical perspective, I will try to avoid this debate for several reasons." End quote. And then he goes on to give those reasons, all of which seemed pretty reasonable to me. Mostly, it's given the lack of reputable primary sources, and of course the subsequent romanticization of pirates. It's not a debate that can be decided or really honestly argued. Instead, what we have here is an author that's looking at the golden age of piracy honestly and drawing conclusions that are applicable to today's world. I respect that, even when I don't necessarily agree with the conclusions that the author comes up with. But they're not rewriting history. Instead, they're trying to learn from it. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've run into either sources or occasionally real people who have tried to tell me how pirate ideology fits in perfectly with their modern ideology. And it's always an extreme, right? They're always either A, trying to push an ethno-state, or B, trying to push the abolition of the state. This book doesn't do that. I found it to be a really worthwhile read, especially if you're a person that has an interest in political science or radical politics or an innovative take on pirate historiography. It's fascinating. Also, there's a ton of stuff in it about marginalized people, women, racial minorities, people with handicaps, that kind of thing, that rarely get talked about properly in other pirate sources. Plus, and this is a big one for me, it's really well written. So, if it sounds like something you're interested in, I suggest you check it out. With that said, I'm not going to say much more about Life Under the Jolly Roger. I don't want to, just give everything away. It is a worthwhile read, and I want to be able to fold it into my sources to make me sound smart. But it does raise some questions that I would like to discuss today. I want to look at some of the radical or even revolutionary ideologies that have been attributed to pirates. So often I hear people say that pirates were proto-capitalists, or pirates were proto-socialists, or pirates were proto-republicans, or pirates were anarchists. I hear all of these, and today we're going to begin to examine those claims. This is episode 183, Outlaw Brotherhood. There are a few points I'd like to note right out of the gate. First, nearly everything today we're going to talk about is going to be based in the Western tradition, more specifically, the European tradition. You know, the pirates that we talk about on this show, with the exception of a brief digression into Barbary piracy, have all been operating in or subject to the European sphere of influence. Now, they haven't all been European, of course. There have been pirates from native peoples like the Kuma and the Mosquito, and of course there have been pirates of African heritage. Peter T. Leeson writes in his excellent article entitled Anarchy, quote, a sample of 700 pirates active in the Caribbean between 1715 and 1725, for example, reveals that 35% were English, 25% were American, 20% were West Indian, 10% were Scottish, 8% were Welsh, and 2% were Swedish, Dutch, French, and Spanish. Others came from Portugal, Scandinavia, Greece, and East India. Pirate crews were also racially diverse. Based on data available from 23 pirate crews active between 1682 and 1726, the racial composition of ships varied between 13 and 98% black. If this sample is representative, 25 to 30% of the average pirate crew was of African descent. End quote. Now I'm going to just skip over the unbelievable audacity of Leeson in using that title, Anarchy. At least he was doing so before I could. But all of those pirates he was mentioning, be they Greek or Scottish or of African descent, they were all operating in a colonial world, a world that was built by Europeans, and often, in the case of those of African descent, it was to their sorrow. But in that vein, the ideas we're going to be talking about today are going to be the European version of ideas and philosophies that were mostly based in Western thought. I suppose, though, to begin, we should take a look at those philosophies, but with, the broadest possible brush. And when I talk about these philosophies, I'm going to be talking about the very early versions of them. These are not their modern counterparts we're talking about. They are living and evolving ideas that impact our real world right now, today. But their relevance to Golden Age pirates, if in fact there is any at all, I would argue comes from the closest chronological versions of the ideas. The first of these I would like to note, the closest to the Golden Age of piracy, chronologically speaking, is capitalism. Now, if you don't consider capitalism a revolutionary ideology, I would point you to the year 1776 and the Declaration of Independence. However, we're not going to be spending a lot of time on capitalism today, mostly because the birth of capitalism and topics like the Protestant work ethic are kind of a background theme all throughout the entire era of piracy. Recall our talk about mercantilism, that system popular in the early modern era in which the state was the controlling interest in all agricultural and industrial and financial business interests, in which all capital, by default, belonged to the state and was doled out to its people as the state saw fit. Well, the basic tenet of capitalism is the belief that agricultural and industrial interests, what Karl Marx would go on to call the means of production, should be owned not by the state, but by private owners. And in our story, in the world of the pirates, we're beginning to see this shift already, especially in Protestant nations like England and the Netherlands. We have private merchant shipping and private Puritan colonial businesses. Mercantilism was still alive and well at the time, but smaller concerns were taking shape. The basic idea here is that farmers could own their own farms and enjoy the profits of their labor. Manufacturers, who were mostly at the time small artisans, think like cobblers, Well, they could own their own shops outside of the restricted guild system and enjoy the profits of their labor. Sounds great, right? Well, problems naturally arose. Instead of small farmers enjoying the profits of their own labor, we have giant plantation owners enjoying the profits of the labor of thousands of slaves. Instead of artisans making and selling shoes and enjoying the profits of their own labor, you have factories with a division of labor and owners enjoying the profits of thousands of employees. What certain ideologies we're going to talk about today would call wage slaves. But I hear you saying, hey now, I'm an employee. It's not some disgusting exploitative system. I hear some of you saying the opposite, and I'm not going to argue a side, but a lot of people would disagree with that. We're at right about 1800 here, and by that point the shortcomings of capitalism were becoming apparent to pretty much everybody. And you know, it's not some kind of radical left thing. There were people working 18-hour days, 6-7 days a week, still unable to feed their families. It was a problem everybody recognized, but the question on everybody's mind was, how do we solve it? And there were two schools of thought. On the one hand, you could regulate and legislate the problem away. That's what we here in the Anglosphere did. In fact, that's what most places that had some sort of representative government did. It's the natural step to take in a republic, for example, but it is an imperfect system. It takes time to legislate and regulate, and the results are often less than what were hoped for. However, on the other side of that coin, you have places like France, 1793. But they started out fighting for those rights. You know, they had the Declaration of the Rights of Man, they had the establishment of a legislature, they had a constitution. All things that most people in the modern world can get behind. But then you have the Reign of Terror, the guillotine. You have the absolute death of the rule of law. It turned into a real mess. Now, we're not here to delve into the story of the French Revolution or debate the merits of the revolution. But it was in the chaos of the revolution that two ideals were either given birth or given form: socialism and anarchism. Socialism came first, and the basic tenet of socialism is the belief that agricultural and industrial interests, what Karl Marx would call the means of production, should be owned not by the state, but by the workers. Not single private owners with employees, but all of the workers coming together to collectively own the industry that they operate. That's the need to seize the means of production. And that means just what it sounds like. The means of production are the tools and the raw materials and the factories and everything needed to produce goods. And that claim, you need to seize the means of production, was not some philosophical idea. It was a literal call to arms in the moment, right now. That's Karl Marx saying, hey, you, if you hate your job and you want to quit getting screwed by your boss, you need to take his factory over by force. Only then, according to Marx, can the people and the farms and the factories really begin to enjoy the profits of their labor. Because this solution, this socialist solution, was attempting to solve the same problems that capitalism was attempting to solve. However, problems naturally arose.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones while their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, they can all do their thing and party their way.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply.
You found your person. Now let the knot help you with everything else. The knot connects you to the wedding inspo, vendors, venues, and planning tools you need to make your day totally you. Having helped plan 25 million weddings, we've got your back when it comes to every little detail like RSVPs, budgets, and more. Because your wedding comes to life with the connections that matter the most. Get started at theknot.com/audio. The Knot. Let's plan your wedding together.
Instead of the people, the proletariat, enjoying the profits of their own labor, you have the state, who claimed to represent the people, but they controlled all of the profits of all of the labor, and they redistributed it as they saw fit. Which sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? When you break down the Soviet Union, it starts to look quite a bit like a mercantilist state. Imperial expansion? Check. Slave labor? Check. State-controlled industry and economy? Check and double check. Theocratic absolute monarchs destined by God himself to rule? Well, okay, lots of that stuff. But that brings us, finally, to the third solution to these issues that we're going to talk about today. It's the political and financial system that is most often associated with pirates. When I started this show, a friend of mine asked me, aren't pirates really just drunken anarchists? And at the time I said yes. However, now, after a lot of reading and a lot of thought, I would say, well, yes, but also no. So what is anarchism? And to be fair, I'm really not the person to answer this question. To be honest, I've really never understood anarchism, but I've tried. At its root, the dictionary definition, anarchism is a system in which the people live under no government. The word anarchism is based in the Greek. If a monarchy is the rule of one, mono, and an oligarchy is the rule of a few, anarchy is the rule of none. But that's barely even beginning to scratch the surface. Anarchism means a world in which the state itself doesn't exist. Beyond that, it's a world in which structures of power and hierarchy and coercion are all just abolished. And what that means, practically speaking, really begins to depend on who you ask. The end result is supposed to be a world in which all people are free and equal. And that sounds great, right? But I've yet to find any kind of practical roadmap to that utopian end from any source. I would be remiss in discussing early anarchism, even in the broadest and likely inaccurate possible terms, if I did not mention, though, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Proudhon was a French philosopher. He was born in the wake of the French Revolution. But Proudhon played a large role in the revolutions of 1848. The statement, the idea that, quote, property is theft, was from Proudhon's pen. Now, he was a socialist at first, a contemporary of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. He knew them. They were, for a time, friends. But his plans for a socialist world seem to have been mostly based on worker collectives and communal living, which flew in the face of what Marx and Engels were talking about. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, realizing that there was a divide between himself and the rest of the socialist movement, declared himself an anarchist. Maybe the first official anarchist. But after his death, the theory of anarchism began to splinter into dozens of different varieties of anarchism. You've got, anarcho-communism and libertarian socialism, and there are just far too many to even begin to name. I think, and those that are better versed in modern anarchist theory might scream to the heavens about how wrong I am, but it seems to me that the closest modern corollary to Proudhon's anarchic ideas is anarcho-syndicalism. Again, I'm not sure, and I'm not going to dig myself any deeper, but all of this, now that we understand essentially the history of the world from, say, 1786 to, yesterday, brings us to the question at hand. Are pirates capitalists? Are pirates socialists? Are pirates anarchists? Well, yes, but also no. If we look at the socioeconomic ideas discussed here today, we would find elements of all three in pirates and piracy. But the real innovation that pirates offered the world is one that we have not yet talked about, at least today. Pirate ships and the pirate world were democratic. They voted on everything. That form of governance could, and I would argue should, be the basis for every type of societal arrangement. I believe in the will of the people, be it large, sprawling nation states or city states or small communal living. I think the people should choose how to run their lives. I don't care if you're capitalist or communist or anarchist or whatever. I believe in voting as a way of making the big decisions. So instead of looking at all of those forms of organization and trying to fit the pirates into that mold, I want to look at some typical pirate activities and see what latter-day philosophies may or may not apply. Let's begin at the beginning, before a pirate crew even sets out for their voyage. Marcus Rediker writes in Villains of All Nations, quote, "In their founding moment, after a mutiny or when the crew of an overcrowded vessel split and formed a new pirate ship, the crew came together to elect their captain, draw up their articles, and declare to be true to each other and their flag." End quote. But of course, pirates voted on more than just the captain. The quartermaster was perhaps the most important officer on board a pirate ship, as far as the crew was concerned. Captain Charles Johnson, in A General History of the Pirates, writes, quote, "We may say the quartermaster is a humble imitation of the Roman tribune of the people. He speaks for and looks after the interest of the crew." End quote. But what I want to talk about here are the Articles of Agreement, the Pirate Code. Those codes were really a defining characteristic of what made pirates pirates. Now, Alexander Exquemelin tells us of the Buccaneer Codes of the Brethren of the Coast, Henry Morgan especially. Article 2 of Henry Morgan's Code says, quote, "Compensation is provided the captain for the use of his ship, and the salary of the carpenter or shipwright who mended, careened, and rigged the vessel." End quote. Jean Charpin's code, which we only just talked about, opens, quote, "Copy of charter made between him Charpin, commanding the Saint Rose, and his crew, who agreed to give him 10 lots for himself and command of his ship." End quote. That's twice in the Buccaneer era that we see extra shares allotted for the use of his ship. That denotes, of course, the ownership of the vessel. That's private property for which the private owner is to be compensated. That is a capitalistic virtue if ever I heard one. Henry Morgan's code even makes an allotment for the captain to receive extra shares so he can pay a salary. But those are Buccaneer codes. What about, real pirates? Well, perhaps the most famous pirate code of all time, the Black Bart Roberts. It reads, quote, "The captain and quartermaster to receive 2 shares of a prize, the master, boatswain, and gunner 1 share and a half, and other officers 1 1/4. End quote. That's a lot closer to equal than the 10 shares of the Buccaneers. There's no mention of ownership anywhere in his articles or any of the other latter-day pirates. That's bringing us more and more into what we might consider today a socialist organization. Perhaps most telling to me, though, was the advent of pirate councils. Now, we haven't talked much about the Pirate Council here on this show, not yet at least. Mostly because they weren't really a thing for the Buccaneers, but they're going to become more and more important as we move on. Those councils are going to be elected by the crew to debate and decide issues alongside the captain and the quartermaster, and really they're just as important an office as captain and quartermaster. There are a lot of possible comparisons we could make between these councils on board a pirate ship and modern-day political structures. But what it really makes me think of are workers' councils, so popular in the Soviet Union. That's where the Soviet Union got their name. Workers' councils were called Soviets, and in theory, those Soviets were the basis on which government was to be based. Now, that's not how it worked out, but that was the idea. Or, if we were to look at a more anarchic organization, many anarcho-syndicalist structures eventually concede the need for some kind of decision-making council. Now, this is controversial among a lot of anarcho-syndicalists, but in that case, the members are to be obviously voted on, and they bring most of the big decisions before the community as a whole. They still vote, but day-to-day administration is handled by a council. That, more than a workers' coalition, a Soviet, that strikes me as a strong similarity between pirates and anarchists. And when it comes to decisions or problems that might affect those beyond the commune, problems that might affect multiple communes, a council of councils is required. Sometimes, and this is even more problematic for a lot of anarchists, but sometimes that council of councils is called a commonwealth. Gabriel Kuhn devotes an entire chapter to this topic in his book, and oh boy do I love it, it's fascinating stuff. But he writes, quote, "The versions of pirate articles that existed on different ships appeared so similar in essence that they indeed constituted a common Golden Age pirate culture, or, in Frank Sherry's words, a commonwealth." Kuhn continues later on, quote, "The term brotherhood has been used extensively to describe the strong sense of loyalty, solidarity, and community among buccaneers and pirates. The buccaneers have been called an autarkic brotherhood, or a brotherhood of sea sharks. The Golden Age pirates, an outlaw brotherhood." End quote. Now, after the officers and the councils were elected, and after the code was agreed to, and after the pirates spent a couple of days toasting their accomplishment with heroic amounts of rum and wine and beer, the pirates had to get to work. Whenever pirates spotted a ship on the horizon, the very first order of business was to vote on whether or not to attack. If they voted aye, they attacked. After the big guns were done firing, if they had been needed in the first place, the pirates prepared to go over. When all was said and done, the pirate crew would have, hopefully, a big pile of plunder, but also supplies and a crew and a ship to decide what to do with. Again, most of this was voted on. Now, more often than not, the pirates agreed to release the crew. That's one of the unspoken rules of the Commonwealth. If you go around killing people willy-nilly, that's going to upset a lot of people. People in the civilized world with more ships and more guns who are going to use those against you. But then you have the plunder, and the plunder was divided into equal shares. They made allotments for certain officers, as we have seen, and for injuries. In the Buccaneer era, an injured man was given either an extra portion or sometimes a slave. But by the time of Bartholomew Roberts, things had changed. Black Bart Roberts' pirate code reads, quote, "If any man should lose a limb or become a cripple in their service, he was to have $800 out of the public stock, and for lesser hurts proportion." End quote. $800 out of the public stock. That, my friends, is a Social Security program. $800 was a good amount of money in those days, enough to set yourself up with a place to live and food to eat, at the very least. Any man or woman who was part of the crew, at least in Robert's case, anybody who was seriously injured, so injured that they could not continue on, they were to be provided for. They weren't left to starve and die. And they did so out of a public treasury. That is a socialist program. We have Social Security in nearly all capitalist countries, of course, but, well, for example, when Social Security was instituted here in the U.S., there was a flood of accusations against FDR. People called him a red and a secret communist agent and all sorts of nonsense. They did the same thing when he instituted the 40-hour work week and the minimum wage. That is a socialist program on board a pirate ship, and honestly, it's very progressive for the time. You know, factories 100, 200 years later did not have social security programs. Governments wouldn't come up with that until the 20th century. But then we come to the supplies and the guns and the ship. What do we do as pirates with those tools? In some cases, although far from all cases, but occasionally, the pirates would seize those guns and ships by force. And they would use them as tools to provide an income for the pirates to enjoy. It looks kind of like Karl Marx's call to arms, to seize the means of production. I've seen a lot of arguments that that was exactly what it was, that pirates were a proto-socialist, revolutionary, anti-imperialist movement, and every time they attacked an East India Company ship, it was an anti-imperialist action. And I do see the similarities there, but I have to disagree. See, the means of production are, what did we say, the tools and the factories, the raw materials necessary for production. But production is not what pirates did. You know, if you're a socialist workers collective and you seize the means of production, the belief is that you're going to start making steel or tanks or bullets or whatever you need to make society run. But pirates didn't build anything. They didn't produce anything. What they did, and what was honestly an anti-imperialist action, but they extracted the wealth from those imperial powers for their own use. And sure, those ships, those tools of trade were a means of production for the imperial powers themselves. Pirates turned that use on its head. More accurately, I would say that pirates seized the means of destruction. So, were pirates socialists? I don't think they were. There are similarities, some big similarities. The quest for a relative social equality among their ranks, that's a big one. But the goals between socialist revolutionaries of the 20th century and pirates of the late 17th and early 18th century, well, they're just not the same. And were pirates, and this is the big question, were they anarchists? First, we can't really know. You know, pirates, even when they occasionally wrote down their actions, they were writing down their actions. They weren't writing treatises on Enlightenment era philosophy. There's not a single instance, at least not that I've run into, of a pirate saying, here's what I believe, aside from very occasionally naming something that they hate. And what they hated was often the government. They rejected their governments in almost all occasions, especially as we delve into the golden age of piracy. But also, on other occasions, take when Woodes Rogers offered a pardon to all of the Nassau pirates. They embraced their government and the mercantilist, burgeoning capitalist world they created. And then, of course, there's the fact that pirates were a lot of different people. They didn't share a homogeneous ideology. There were pirates who I'm certain did believe in an ethno-state, and I'm sure there were pirates who believed in no state at all. You can't say that this is what pirates were because there were just so many of them. But if I were, gun to my head, forced to pin an ideology down that did define pirates and piracy as a whole, it would not be anarchy. It would be hierarchy. We've talked about hierarchy before, but it's going to become a much more important element in our story moving forward. And hierarchy does share a lot of elements with later anarchist thinkers. But the traditions and beliefs of the hierarchy, such as they were based in naval traditions and maritime traditions. The pirates might not have believed in their government and that their government had failed them so completely. But I don't think that we can say pirates believed in the absence of a state as an ideal towards which to work. They were, of course, hostis humanae generis, enemies of the whole human race. And that means they had no nation, but when a pirate was asked from whence they were come, they had an answer. Pirates were from the sea. If the question of what pirates believed could even be answered, we're not going to answer today. It's going to be a subject, though, that I do want you to keep an open mind to. We're going to return to this subject occasionally moving forward, whenever it becomes relevant to our overall story. Again, if this is a topic that intrigues you, I really can't recommend The Life Under the Jolly Roger enough. It is a fascinating one, and it raises a lot of questions and points that I don't see raised many other places. Next time, though, we're going to return to our story. We're going to talk New England, King William's War, and the privateers that were empowered by the brief tenure of a German governor. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everybody who has left us ratings or reviews wherever it is you listen to the show. Everybody who has recommended this show to your friends and family. You all make this possible. Thank you. Our theme music was The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you can find them at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, you can check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were rolling the times by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first like this one, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvylegs, Kruger, Brendan, MD, Big Beard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, the Knight of Dampier, Pablo, Mickey, Governor Roop, Toads, Jinsuk Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopolis, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. We last visited New England at the outbreak of King William's War, the North American theater of the 9 Years' War. That's what the history books call it, at least, but honestly, this conflict was going to break out regardless of what Louis XIV was doing in the Rhineland. Which isn't to say that the 9 Years' War had nothing to do with what was happening in North America. A state of open warfare between France and England and the Netherlands, and basically the rest of Europe, did make the fighting in North America much more severe. When we left off, the war in America was really heating up. Recall the escalating raids by both French and English forces and their Native American allies. Recall that they culminated in the August 1689 raid on Pimlico, modern-day Bristol, Maine. The English commander, Major Church, who was sent up to fight off the first French raid with ease, but then who left, who was not there when the French returned with a large force of Wabanaki warriors. And recall the slaughter of the men and boys of Pimlico, the capture of the women and girls, and a few of the men, one of whom escaped to tell a tale of beatings and mass rape and real horror at the hands of the Wabanaki. Now, I believe that this tale happened. I believe that when Major Church returned to Fort Loyal from Boston, he discovered a shocking scene. Bodies littering the landscape. The ground was still wet with blood. The walls were still smoldering. I believe him that it took days to gather and bury all of the dead found there. What I find curious, and really what I've yet to find any good reason for, is Major Church's return to Boston after the initial French raid. It's an odd move. Now, am I saying, Pimlico was an inside job? Of course not. What I am asking is, cui bono, who benefits here? It is convenient that what appears to be rank incompetence did allow the massacre to happen, and allowed what followed to happen. As you might imagine, the people of Boston were furious. Something has to be done here. Retribution must be claimed. And retribution would be claimed. But the means were horrifying. This is episode 184, The Battle of Port Royal. Thus far, all of the fighting that we've talked about has occurred in what we know today as the state of Maine. There was also fighting in contested territory between New York and Canada, but we'll talk about that at a later date. At this point in time, though, Maine was also contested. It was claimed by both the Massachusetts Bay Colony and the French colony of Acadia. Acadia comprised the Acadian Peninsula, as well as a swath of the mainland that stretched all the way to the St. Lawrence River. Now, the cities of Quebec and Montreal, Mount Royal, existed at the time on the St. Lawrence, but they were not part of the colony of Acadia. They belonged to the Canada colony. Acadia's capital, really her only city of any real size, was Port Royal. Look at a map and you'll see that Port Royal rested on the bay between the Acadian Peninsula and the Canadian mainland. It had excellent access to the sea and was in a fantastic defensible position. It looked, frankly, not unlike the defenses set up around Port Royal, Jamaica. When Major Church returned to Boston with news of what had happened in Maine, the people were up in arms. Actually up in arms. They were ready to go kill some Frenchmen, and Port Royal was the most likely target. They were readying militia forces and preparing an all-out expedition. But then, that's when Jacob Leisler, a German-born merchant and commander in the New York militia, took command of the New York colonial government. Leisler was not appointed by anyone, except, I guess, himself and a bunch of middle-class merchants that were fed up with the rich guys running the show in New York. But this was a moment in New England filled with menace. No one in Boston or Providence, or anywhere else really, knew exactly how Leisler was going to govern, or what his aims as governor were going to be. Massachusetts held their militia back, just in case. They might have to defend against New York, or who knows, they might be called upon by King William to invade New York. The plans to counterattack the people of Acadia, their plans for retribution, were all put on the back burner for the moment. To the people of Boston and the Massachusetts colony, it looked kind of like those plans had been completely abandoned. Now, we need to remember here that many of those who had been there in Plymouth, those who had been killed and raped and tortured, some of whom were maybe still alive out there somewhere, those people had family in Boston. Some of those were influential members of the community. Those influential people were vocal about their displeasure. They were angry that their retribution had been postponed. The Massachusetts colony took note of their displeasure. However, they took real note of those who were less influential. The farmers and fishermen who also had family up in Maine, who had been lost. The government noted their pitchforks and torches and muskets and soldiers. In an effort to avoid yet another revolution there in Boston, and to keep those angry militiamen busy, the governor in Boston gave his permission for a private counterattack against Acadia. But before all of that, they needed someone to lead this expedition. There were a number of options to choose from. Most were from among those influential and vocal citizens. However, the governor wanted somebody from the government in charge. I mean, that should be obvious, right? You can see the benefits. You've got oversight. And then, of course, you want military experience. But the man chosen by the government of Massachusetts offered neither of those benefits. The oversight we'll get to, but the military experience, well, the man they chose had never served in any military body. He did, however, know Maine. He was from Maine. He had been a shipwright up there at one point. That is, until he talked his way into 2 separate expeditions to go hunting for La Nuestra Senora. The man chosen to lead this expedition was none other than that silver-tongued provost marshal, William Phipps. But with a leader now in place, what this expedition needed were guns and ships and more men. So where would you, a one-time treasure hunter with a history of employing buccaneers under a pay-for-prey contract, where would you find a host of well-trained, privately armed soldiers that had their own guns and their own ships? I know that you're sitting on the edge of your seat waiting for an answer, so I'll just go ahead and end the suspense. William Phipps turned to a bunch of pirates. There are only a few names I can conclusively give you. William Phipps led the expedition from the deck of a 42-gun, 120-man flagship called Six Friends. That was under a Captain Gregory Sugars. Sugars was one of those influential men who was considered to lead the voyage before Phipps was tacked on. He wasn't a pirate here, he was a Puritan. The other ship really worth noting here is the 16-gun Swan. Swan was under a Captain Thomas Griffin, a privateer currently operating out of Bermuda. That little tidbit, though, out of Bermuda, that is an immensely suggestive piece of information. Bermuda is going to be a center of early Pirates of the Round activity. Now at this time, 1689, 1690, Bermuda had only been a crown colony for 6 years. Until 1684, it was under the administration of the Somers Isles Company. And here in its very early days, Bermuda's crown governance was a wild west. It was rife with corruption and graft and a lot of piracy. Their governor, their brand new governor, a man named Isaac Richer, had the power granted him by the king to issue commissions. And that was a power that he used a lot. In 1690, he granted 2 men commissions. Well, a lot more than that, but 2 that we need to concern ourselves with today. The first was Thomas Griffin. But Griffin's partner, I guess literally his partner in crime, was George Dew. That's the same George Dew from the Second Pacific Adventure. The same who was there at the definitely real Last Council of the Brethren of the Coast. And the same George Dew who presumably got out of Saint-Domingue as fast as possible when it became clear that all of the French were getting letters of marque to attack the English. George Dew also had a commission out of Bermuda, and his own ship. But that raises an interesting possibility. A year or so later, in 1691, Thomas Griffin and George Dew will return to Bermuda to renew their commissions. And at that time, they will be in the company of a 70-ton ship called Amity, in the hands of none other than Captain Thomas Tew. The probability that Thomas Tew was already among their number here in 1690 is high. If Thomas Tew was there, we don't know if he was a captain. And if he was a captain, we do know that he was not in command of the Amity. That would come later. However, whether or not Tew was there, there's another pirate who was about to become famous that may have been there. The pirate Richard Want is less well known than Captain Kidd or Henry Avery or Thomas Tew, but he shouldn't be. I think of Want kind of like Pierre Le Picard. You know, he never hit the really big scores and he never gained the infamy that they provided, but he was always there. He was a part of everything. We need to remember the pirate Richard Want. And I think he was probably there in 1690 when William Phipps was recruiting privateer ships for the attack on Acadia. But who was not there of consequence? Well, despite some reports that he was around after the fact, William Kidd was not there. Henry Avery was also not there. He was busy serving on a king's ship. More interesting to me, though, is the absence of Bachelor's Delight. George Rayner and his crew were busy. We'll discuss that at another time. For now, though, William Phipps had a force of some 200 Massachusetts militia, 1 frigate, 5 sloops, barks, and ketches, and perhaps as many as 300 privateers to sail. The usual number given for the invasion force is 446 men. The time for revenge against the French for their depredation against Pemaquid had finally come. The fleet set sail on 28th April, 1690.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market. No antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a house. It's your home, the place that's filled with memories. The early days of figuring it out, to the later years of still figuring it out. For the place you've put down roots, trust Amica Home Insurance. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
What is to follow will not be a grand battle. The fort there at Port Royal was in the poorest imaginable shape. A few months earlier, in October of 1689, a royal engineer arrived from Paris to begin a renovation of the fort at Port Royal. That's a full year after the 9 Years' War had begun. Hostilities had commenced. But it does kind of make sense from a certain antiquated point of view. Traditionally, October was the end of season for military maneuvers. That's when you had to bring the serfs back from the front to start harvesting the crops. It's when you would send in engineers to repair the damage that trebuchets had done to your castle, that kind of thing. But this was 1690. It was not 1345. And the commander there at Port Royal, a man named Louis Alexandre de Fritz de Minival, well, he knew that this was a bad idea. He was an accomplished military officer in his own right. Minival served in the last war alongside Marshal General Turenne, and actually John Churchill at one point. Minival wanted to build a new fort on the other side of the bay before they even began to tear down the old one. And considering later piratical developments, he was 100% in the right there. But the Royal Engineer overruled Minival's objections and began work on Fort Royal immediately. Now, if they had managed to finish work in a single season, over the winter, it would have been fantastic. They might have repelled the English with ease. But they couldn't manage it. Repairs were taking far longer than expected. When William Phipps set sail, the fort's defenses just weren't there. The walls of the fort were mostly deconstructed. They didn't have walls. The guns that would have at one point set atop those walls were on board ships that were also not there. They were out patrolling elsewhere. The fort had, at that time, 24 muskets. Total 24 muskets. And the fort was manned by 90 soldiers. When William Phipps and his fleet arrived on the scene, they saw immediately that the French had no chance of putting up a fight. So Phipps raised a flag of parley and sent an emissary ashore. That emissary informed the governor that they must surrender immediately. And Minival, who was no fool, he sent a priest and several advisors to discuss terms of surrender. The terms were total surrender, without even a shot being fired. And, what else are you going to do in that situation? They had no other option. The French were to stand down while the English carried off all of the guns and provisions and riches held within. So it's an easy victory, right? Well, yes, but unsatisfying. Imagine this. You are a devout Puritan Bostonian on this voyage in 1690. Maybe your sister used to live in Bristol, Maine with her husband and her 2 children, and in what you see at least as an unprovoked act of horror, her husband and her sons were killed. Your sister and her daughters were carried off, and your imagination can't handle the thought. And, they're still missing. They're somewhere out there. If they're still alive, you don't know what happened to them. Dead, captive, nobody can give you any information. And the culprits of this horror were a host of heathen savages and their French Catholic masters. And now, these Frenchmen, who you believe were certainly behind everything, and, in fact, they were behind everything, they just get to surrender? What about the pile of bodies that had been left outside the fort at Peniquid? What about the revenge you had been promised? But then there was another point of view. The point of view of those privateers who had been hired for this voyage. Now, they had no personal stake in vengeance here, but they had a very large stake in the plunder that had been promised on this expedition. The privateers weren't getting paid. They were promised booty. Everything that Port Royal had to offer had been promised to these men, and then they arrived. There were no cannon, there was no treasure. They had a total of 24 muskets. It's nothing. It's a total bust. And remember here that William Phipps had a reputation. He marooned that crew of buccaneers several years ago on that lonely little Bahamian island. a crew that he had also promised plunder to and failed to deliver. So irritation, well, anger, rage even, was bubbling up among the Bostonians, and that rage was stoked by the privateers. They saw an opportunity in the justifiable rage of the people of Boston. They tried to convince the people of Boston to disobey orders, but they weren't willing to. They needed something, a provocation, a straw to break the camel's back. It's difficult to say what set the English off here. Reports differ, but the French would have you believe that all of the English were wild-eyed, heathen, bloodthirsty barbarians. The English, on the other hand, would have you believe that they saw some Frenchmen illegally, in their view, carrying off provisions. That was an act which broke the agreement of surrender, which may or may not have happened, but if it did, it might have happened from storehouses that were not to be included in the surrender agreement. The pirates, I keep wanting to call them pirates, the legitimate English soldiers, were permitted to harvest everything from the king's warehouses, but they were not permitted to take anything from those privately owned warehouses. It's possible that if the English did see supplies being carted away, it was from one of those privately owned warehouses. We don't know, and we can't know. Whatever the case, though, it doesn't really change what happened next. What follows looks a lot like a Buccaneer raid. Maracaibo or Campeche or any of a dozen other brutal and unforgiving Buccaneer actions. Except, the English already held the fort. It had been surrendered to them. They didn't have to fight their way in. Sometime in the mid-afternoon, Phipps describes a single, disastrous musket crack, a sound that broke the quiet, pleasant afternoon. Phipps and his other commanders ran to the site of the shot, but within seconds that single disastrous shot had turned into dozens. When Phipps arrived on the scene, all he found were dead Frenchmen, but the English were already on the hunt. They were tracking down every last French soldier in the fort and killing them. The French did attempt to put up a defense, but they didn't have any guns. The English had their 24 muskets. Phipps arrived in time to, had he the authority, put an end to that fight. But he did not have the authority. Even if he could have talked his men into laying down their arms, the French weren't going to just surrender again. Phipps felt he had no other choice but to let this play out until all of the soldiers of Port Royal were dead. That's what I mean when I say that William Phipps failed to exert any proper oversight on this mission. But that's just the beginning. Things are about to get a lot worse. Once all the soldiers were dead, the Englishmen left the fort behind and entered into the city of Port Royal proper. Now, Port Royal wasn't huge by standards of the day, but it was sizable, and the English defiled it. Naturally, the church was desecrated. Protestant Englishmen enjoyed destroying Catholic churches, but they were also typically the richest places in town. All of the tithes collected by the church, all of the rents paid to the church, all of that was somewhere within. Not to mention their religious symbols, which were usually forged of precious metals and often encrusted in gemstones. Phipps recalled, quote, "We cut down the cross, rifled the church, pulled down the high altar, breaking their images." And then he concludes, quote, "They kept gathering plunder, both by land and water, and also underground in their gardens." End quote. Had the Englishmen stopped at the church, it would have been an affront, certainly, but not an atrocity. But of course they did not. At first they focused on the warehouses, the king's warehouses, which they were permitted to sack, and the privately owned warehouses, which they were not. that would cause quite a bit of diplomatic fallout after the fact. But at the moment, they had this haul of beaver pelts and provisions, and even a number of treasures from the church. It should have been enough. And that might have been enough from the pirates, the privateers who were there after plunder. But it wasn't nearly enough for those who were after revenge. The revenge they found was, well, it's not as bad as it could have been, I suppose. I mean, there was no mass torture a la Francois L'Olonnais, but it was bad. They focused on the wealthier parts of town. 8 or 10 men would break off into a group and break into a home. There they would kill or subdue any resistance they found. With everybody held captive or dead, they would have their way with the food and the wine and all of the valuables inside, and if there happened to be any women available, they would have their way with them as well. However, that was reportedly a rare occurrence in this particular sack of Port Royal, largely because most of the women and children had evacuated as soon as the French surrendered. They were rushing as fast as possible, carrying what valuables and provisions they could to Quebec, the closest city of any real size. England and France were at war. This kind of thing happens in war, right? Well, it does, often, but even by the standards of warfare of the day, this was beyond the pale. It's going to play a role in the days and weeks to come, but first I want to look at the immediate consequences for the English of the raid on Port Royal. They returned to Boston, victorious. You might expect them to return as conquering heroes, but again, their return looks much more like what we see among the Buccaneers. They had a haul of riches to show off, a huge gold cross, piles of gemstones, silver, goblets, and plates, and hard coin. This was a relatively new experience to the people of Massachusetts. Sure, there were beaver and codfish hauls every once in a while, but this was a sudden windfall of real wealth. Naturally, the town fathers were concerned about the diplomatic but more immediate military consequences of this raid, but the people of Boston were enjoying this infusion of hard specie. Well, they partied in what looks a lot like what occasionally happened down in the West Indies. A crew of hard-living rovers blows into town to blow all their money on food and drink and women and gambling. Naturally, the house and the women of ill repute would take a cut of the profits, and the economy would just hum along. Every man in town who had access to a ship and a few muskets and maybe an extended family large enough to crew that ship, they would think to themselves, I should really invest in a commission. And they did. There was this sudden surge in privateering commissions immediately following the Battle of Port Royal. In part, that was because everyone saw just how much money was to be made. But in part, and maybe this has more of an effect, they were at war. And this particular raid shows just how real this war had become. Next time, we're going to look at the next stage in this war, as it manifested itself in Boston and New York and Quebec. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everybody who has left us ratings or reviews wherever it is you listen to the show. Everybody who has recommended this show to your friends and family. You all make this possible. Thank you. Our theme music was The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, you can check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a pint and a pound. from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvy Legs, Kruger, Brendan, MD, Big Beard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, the Knight of Dampier, Pablo, Nikki, Governor Roop, Toes, Gin Soaked Gem, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spain. And our newest patrons, Brett, Nathaniel, and Neve. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Following the Battle of Port Royal, while enjoying the spoils afforded by that raid, Provost Marshal of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, William Phipps, decided to press his luck. He allied himself with two Puritan ministers, the Harvard-educated father and son duo of Increase and Cotton Mather. Phipps was baptized into a Puritan church. He was welcomed into the fold of Puritan politics by all of Boston's finest. He lobbied for and eventually led the follow-up attack on Canada, the disastrous Battle of Quebec. We were going to talk about that battle today, but there wasn't much I found there that we didn't cover during the Battle of Port Royal. It was a much larger force that sailed on Quebec, but the French repelled the English with a near-constant barrage of cannon fire from their fortress walls. The following spring, 1691, Increase Mather and William Phipps sailed for England. It was Sir William that really got them through the door. Remember, his haul from La Nuestra Senora earned him a knighthood, the first knighthood of any American-born citizen, and it boosted the English economy in ways that really we're still feeling the effects of today. They founded the Bank of England because of it. Phipps had a foot in the door. They were in London to negotiate a new charter for the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Phipps was to be at the helm of the colony, and as Marshal General at this point, Phipps had big plans for winning the war, in North America at least. But finally they returned to Boston on the 21st of April, 1692. Their writ was to establish a new and stronger government in Massachusetts. Phipps had big plans and big concerns going in. His job as a governor installed by royal writ, rather than by voting of the people as it had been, his job was to prosecute the war. Moreover, he was going to have to build or commandeer his own ships and to find his own sailors. As we've seen in the past, he had innovative ways of doing so. But before he could get to any of that business, Phipps was presented with a much more pressing concern. He would later write, quote, "I found this province miserably harassed by a most horrible witchcraft, or possession of devils. Some scores of poor people were taken with preternatural torments. Some were scalded with brimstone. Some had pins stuck into their flesh. Others were hurried into fire and water." End quote. Massachusetts was in the grip of a nefarious coven of witches and the terror that they inspired. William Phipps was forced, as we are today, to turn his eyes away from the bigger picture and contend with the devil in Massachusetts. This is episode 185, An Enemy of All Good. It's almost Halloween, the season of the witch, if you will, and I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the horror that gripped New England in 1692. The Salem witch trials are famous for good reason. They helped forge the social and legal and religious traditions of a people who were almost, but not quite, American. Much of the imagery and tone of what scares us as Americans was first discovered here in Salem in 1692. If we were to believe a host of film critics and literary analysts and filmmakers and authors, we would find that our American horror diverges from that of the mother country in large part thanks to the experience of the people of New England. Washington Irving was born in New York, H.P. Lovecraft in Providence, Edgar Allan Poe, Boston. I'd like you to picture the short gray days of a rural New England autumn. The long, dark, unquiet nights, the howling winds broken only by howling wolves, and the occasional nor'easter which could carry off livestock and people and whole buildings. New England was a country still being cut out from the wilderness. Danger could lurk down any country road. There were wolves and boars and bears and unfamiliar men cloaked in shadow. Now all of that sounds a little bit cliche, doesn't it? But it comes from a real time and place, from real fears that were felt by real people. When you look at English or British horror, there's often an urban flair to it. The danger that lurks in the dark in England awaits you in the fog, clacking cobblestones between havens of gaslight in a Gothic Victorian London. That's probably thanks to the real-world horrors of the Industrial Revolution and Jack the Ripper. But in America, it's always in the wilderness. How many times have you watched a group of college kids or camp counselors drive out to Crystal Lake or a cabin in the woods for a summer of fun and drinking and premarital sex? Why is it always the woods? Well, because it's cheap to shoot outside, but also because America was then and is now afraid of the monster lurking beyond the tree line. How many times has that sinful summer teenage romp turned into an orgy of blood? The most common criticism I've heard levied against the Friday the 13th movies, aside from, just being kind of bad, is their puritanical outlook. The only person to survive is the chaste virgin. She doesn't drink, she doesn't dance, she doesn't listen to the heavy metal music. She doesn't give in to her carnal urges. Everyone else, all of her companions, suffer terrible death and, presumably, an eternity in hell for their sinful ways. And that is puritanical. They are suffering real-world punishment for their sins. Whenever a Puritan, an actual Puritan, suffered any kind of misfortune, anything from a stubbed toe to the death of their child, they looked to God and their own sins for a reason why. Maybe you stole a glance at your neighbor's ankle. Well, that might explain why your hog died. They saw meaning in everything. They saw rainbows and flocks of birds and stars as filled with prophecy. Oddly, the Puritans practiced a number of beliefs that look a bit like modern New Age witchcraft, like astrology. It could all get a bit ridiculous, really. But there were actual threats out there. That shadow-cloaked stranger on a lonesome road on a dark and stormy night was not a trick of the light. It was a real person who might intend you harm. Was it a Frenchman in a funny hat? Well, sometimes, yeah. But more often and more frightening, it was one of the Wabanaki. We've discussed at some length in recent weeks one of the more infamous Wabanaki raids in New English history. What we haven't discussed is the threat of lone warriors, or groups of 2 or 3 warriors, who would rove the woodlands in search of food and fire and comfort. They might accost you on the road, or they might appear in your doorway in the middle of the night like a specter. And when you take a step back, it's never that simple. I've said many times that atrocities were committed by everybody on all sides. But to the people of New England, well, there wasn't a single resident of Massachusetts that had not been touched by the wars against the Wabanaki Confederacy. In 1690, New England was home to a whole generation of orphans. King Philip's War, which ended back in 1678, that was a war against the Wabanaki that was a disaster for New England. Hundreds of children were either orphaned by or conceived during Wabanaki attacks. More than a few of those orphans, now young men and women, experienced further sorrow for similar reasons in this new war. But of course, there's another possibility, another identity for that dark man on a dark road. Whenever a Puritan thought of wolves or storms or Wabanaki warriors or the hated French Catholics, there was one figure responsible for all of it. A figure that was greater than, yet somehow still lesser than all of those evils. A figure that loomed larger than almost any other in the Puritan mind. The blues master who met Robert Johnson at the crossroads. The same who challenged a young man named Johnny to a duel of fiddles down in Georgia. The greatest fear shared by every Puritan in America was who, or what, was responsible for everything else. The devil. In the minds of the Puritans, the devil was very much alive and omnipresent in the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1691-1692. Even those of us in the modern world who believe in Satan usually don't believe in him like the Puritans believed in him. You know, the devil might be a malevolent force behind all the evils of the world, but we don't tend to picture Lucifer himself literally sitting on our laps and whispering into our ears. The Puritans did. That belief in the physical reality of Satan can be difficult for those of us in the modern world to really wrap our minds around. 2 of my favorite horror movies, really 2 of my favorite movies of any genre, deal with this question. The Witch is a phenomenal film. I don't want to spoil it here, but you really should go check it out, especially if you're interested in this story or language of the time. The other movie, though, is a classic. To me, The Exorcist is so terrifying because of the question with which it confronts you. The mother, who I think we're supposed to identify with, well, she struggles for most of the film with what is happening to Reagan, her daughter. It's not until desperation drives her to seek the help of a priest that she even begins to consider that what's wrong with her daughter might be supernatural. If a real demon is actually possessing her daughter, that means that it's all real. God is real. And that means, well, think about all the rules that you're breaking. I mean, I had shellfish this week. I had pork, too. And I have tattoos, and I shaved. Oh, God. As we will see, that's how the Puritans lived their life. I mean, they had a very large, heaping spoonful of hypocrisy on top of it, but they attempted to live as though the devil were looking over their shoulder. But before we get going, there is one last thing I want to note. This is a story about girls and young women between the ages of 9 and 19. There are themes all throughout of a disenfranchised, a repressed minority that was using the tools available to them to make their voices heard. Alongside that, there are the spiritual and sexual forces raging in all teenagers, but in this story in particular, in adolescent girls. Having myself never been an adolescent girl, I'm clearly not qualified to talk about this with any real depth. So in that respect, as with a ton of others, I'm going to be relying on two separate books by two fantastic historians. The first is by Stacy Schiff, her fantastic history, The Witches, Salem, 1692. I can't recommend it highly enough. Second, there's a classic meditation on the Holocaust via Salem called The Devil in Massachusetts by Marion Starkey. It's also an excellent read, and it inspired The Crucible by Arthur Miller. I'm going to be pulling largely from those sources. The movie references are mine. I'm qualified to do that, at least. And I've got a fantastic one set up for Hulk Hogan's 1991 tour de force, Suburban Commando. But mostly I'm pulling from those historians. Stacy Schiff writes of the role of the young women in this story, quote, "At its heart are unfulfilled wishes and unexpressed anxieties, rippling sexual undercurrents and raw terror. It unspools in that fertile, dreamlike expanse between the uncanny and the absurd. There had been New England witch trials before, but none precipitated by a cohort of adolescent and pre-adolescent girls. Like a fairy tale, Salem is a story in which women, strong-minded women and trembling subservient women, upright matrons and wayward teenagers, play decisive roles. It includes a tacit salute to unsettling female power in the sheer number of women accused. Women play the villains in fairy tales. What are you saying when you place the very emblem of lowly domestic duty between your legs and ride off, defying the bounds of community and laws of gravity?" End quote. I hope I've imparted just how uncertain life in New England could be, how terrifying it was. The people of Massachusetts saw their colony in a state of siege, besieged by the forces of evil. For example, in 1691, word arrived from England that they were to transition from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar. The Puritans were among the last holdouts on this issue, and they stood firm. After all, this was a Catholic innovation, and in the Puritan mind, Catholic was synonymous with satanic. It was a system that moved the date how many days? 13 days. An evil number imposed by evil men. Massachusetts was often called the Bible Commonwealth, and in the mind of the Puritan people, it was the last place on earth that was honestly pious. Stacy Schiff again writes, quote, "They believed the Reformation incomplete, the Church of England insufficiently pure. They intended North America to complete the task. On a providential mission, they hoped to begin anew. They had the advantage of building a civilization, a new English Israel, as one clergyman termed it in 1689, from scratch." End quote. The world was sinful. The mission of the Puritans, therefore, was to save it and to save humanity from the fires of hell. Their tiny little corner of the globe was home to the only people anywhere that were destined for heaven. Therefore, it would make sense that the devil was very interested in corrupting the souls of New England. But given all of that, it took longer than one might expect for Salem minister Samuel Parris to jump to the conclusion that Satan was involved when two of the girls in his house began to exhibit signs of strange behavior. The minister's 9-year-old daughter, Betty Parris, and her 11-year-old cousin, Abigail Williams, were the first girls in Salem Village to suffer mysterious bites and pinches and pinpricks in the night, to complain of bad dreams, and to experience periods of blindness and deafness and occasionally seizures. Minister Parris initially assumed that the girls were sick, and he treated them accordingly. He prayed for their recovery, and he asked his local parishioners to do the same. He had his slave, Tituba, probably a South American Indian and not an African slave, but he had Tituba look after the girls. None of it helped, though. Now, these symptoms were not unique to the girls in the Parris household. They'd been seen before. Only a few years earlier, another group of young women from Massachusetts suffered a similar affliction. That case was documented by a young and upcoming minister named Cotton Mather. It was one of New England's most popular works. It was a book that sat beside the Bible in many a Salem household. Now, we don't know that Abigail Williams and Betty Parris read Cotton Mather's treatise on witchcraft, but we do know that both girls, and likely even Tituba, knew how to read. That was almost a prerequisite of life in New England. Everyone was expected to know how to read and to teach their children how to read. How else are you going to experience the Word of God? But Minister Parris, the girls getting ever worse, finally relented. He called in a doctor, probably a Dr. Griggs from Salem Town. I should probably pause here to explain that Salem Village and Salem Town were kind of not the same thing. Back in the 1650s, a bunch of landowners from Salem Town, who owned property way out in the countryside, they built a meeting house. It was part church and part town hall, and one of their members built a tavern called Ingersoll's Ordinary. They were both intended merely to be closer to home for everybody who owned farms out there. But in the intervening 40 years or so, a number of taverns popped up. They almost exclusively drank hard cider, and a few shops and a mill. Salem Village was almost an entity of its own, but it was a very small town. And they owed taxes still to Salem proper. Beyond that, they had to send militiamen 10 miles away to patrol Salem Town. Salem Village had been engaged in a long-running legal battle for emancipation from Salem Town. The only real victory so far was when Boston intervened and granted Salem Village an independent parish. They had the right now to hire their own ordained minister. But given that, they still had a tough time keeping a minister on the job. Two of those ministers, who are going to make an appearance later on in this story, had to skip town to avoid a debtor's cell. They weren't getting paid, so they had to take out loans, and since they weren't getting paid, they couldn't pay them back. Samuel Parris was initially a merchant and a real estate developer out of Barbados. He was, I should say, a failed merchant and real estate developer. He had been bankrupted a number of times. That's the only reason that he even considered accepting this position in Salem Village. It wasn't a job that anyone wanted. Here in 1690, Massachusetts was flush with ministers that were boasting masters in theology from Harvard. They were out of work looking for a good job, and none of them even considered Salem Village. That's why the people there had to look to a failed Barbadian merchant. And he didn't jump at the opportunity. He bargained hard before accepting. The negotiations took almost a year, but finally, in late 1688, Samuel Parris agreed to a decent salary, a good home to live in, and regular deliveries of firewood. He would receive none of it.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data, no commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming, like floating on a cloud made of cotton candy. Now excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in with no commitments, all backed by the Xfinity network. Turn chill mode on at xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a house. It's your home, the place that's filled with memories. The early days of figuring it out, to the later years of still figuring it out. For the place you've put down roots, trust Amica Home Insurance. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
By the winter of 1691-1692, which was one of the coldest in New England's history, the need for firewood was of significantly more concern than his daughter and his niece acting up. And it was. He might die, his family might freeze to death. His sermons were all of the injuries of Jesus Christ, and he made veiled references to his need for firewood and money, but as the winter grew colder, they grew less and less vague. But there was a stream of well-wishers in the Paris household, those coming to pray with the minister and his wife, and maybe to gawk at the girls, to see what was wrong. But even if Minister Paris had not yet made the connection between Betty and Abigail and the book by Reverend Mather, everyone else was putting that together. At first it was whispered rumors, but more and more it became the talk of the tavern. Everyone at Ingersoll's knew that the Paris household was beset by witchcraft. There was a certain thrill in all of this, a certain scandal. Reverend Paris was not terribly popular there in Salem Village. A failed merchant whose sermons harped more and more on his own personal grievances, he was criticized frequently by the pious townfolk. Oh, they all sent their thoughts and prayers, of course, but the town tittered with admonition against their ministers. It was the talk of all Salem Village, except in the sermons given by Paris himself. One of the church faithful, a prominent woman in town named Mary Sibley, who was a regular at the Paris household, decided it was time to take matters into her own hands. As Stacy Schiff puts it, quote, "On February 25, Sibley arranged a furtive experiment. The question was no longer what afflicted the children, but who. Sibley determined to catch a witch." End quote. Mary Sibley ordered one of the Paris household slaves, a man named John Indian, to bake a rye cake that was infused with the girl's urine. Then she fed that cake to one of the household dogs, who were not exactly clear on what this was supposed to accomplish. Maybe the evil spell would be transferred from the girls to the dog, or maybe the dog would hunt down the witch like a bloodhound. Whatever the case, though, when Samuel Paris found out about it, he was furious. This was counter magic. This was a tool of Satan, in his own home, no less. He railed against Sibley. He called the people of his congregation to shame her. On 2 separate occasions he did so publicly, and they did so. Still, though, this counter magic did its job. Within the week, Betty Paris and Abigail Williams had named not 1, but 3 women who had bewitched them. Sarah Osborne, Sarah Good, and their own nurse Tituba. Those 3 women represent something of a cross-section of Salem Village. Tituba was a slave. Sarah Osborne was a well-dressed, well-off matron with ties to the powerful Putnam family. And Sarah Good was a beggar. She lived in perpetual poverty. Thanks to a series of tragic deaths and bad luck and bad decisions, Sarah Good was forced to live on the charity of her neighbors. More than one winter was spent in the home of one or another of the prominent families there in town. Inevitably, Sarah Good wore out her welcome in their home with a foul tongue and her habit of perpetual pipe smoking. On at least 2 occasions, Sarah Good and her children were kicked out in the middle of winter. On both occasions, Sarah Good was heard to mutter recriminations and, reportedly, curses. Her departure was followed shortly by the death of an animal on the farm. In the days following the accusation, 2 more girls came forward. They were suffering the same affliction as the girls in the Paris household, and they were backed by their parents. The first was Elizabeth Hubbard of Salem Town. Hubbard was one of those who had been orphaned by King Philip's War. At this point, she was a 17-year-old maidservant to her uncle, a man named Dr. William Griggs. Hubbard was almost certainly on hand when Dr. Griggs attended the 2 girls in the Paris household. Elizabeth Hubbard was also very pretty, and at 17 she was old enough to testify under oath. In the trials to come, she would prove in a most dramatic fashion to be something of a star. The other girl to come forward was Ann Putnam Jr. She came forward to back up the claim against Sarah Osborne. Now, I'm sure there's no connection here, but we might mention that Sarah Osborne was involved in a long-running legal dispute with Ann's father, Thomas Putnam. Sarah Osborne had formerly been Thomas Putnam's stepmother, and following the death of Thomas's father, Ann Putnam's grandfather, Sarah Osborne remarried, a very attractive young Irish farmhand, and in doing so claimed more of the inheritance for herself and her new husband than had been promised in the will. She and the Putnam men had been in and out of court for years now. And that's actually a key element to this story. The witch trials were trials. It's not that scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It's not the almost uninhibited lynchings of the 30 Years' War. They went into courtrooms with magisters and juries to determine the guilt of these witches. It was deeply corrupt and as flawed as can be, but it looked at least like a trial. Full disclosure here, I've never seen the 1991 Hulk Hogan opus, Suburban Commando. I did, though, have a VHS copy of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze, and that contained a trailer at the beginning for Suburban Commando. I must have watched that trailer 100, 200 times. And there's a line in that trailer that somehow, through the years, has stuck with me.
You got any idea what we're gonna do to you? Let me guess. You're gonna pound my face.
What are you nuts? It's the 90s. We're gonna sue you.
Singularly prescient, wouldn't you say? They say that life imitates art, but sometimes art imitates life. On February 29, a group of 3 men trudged through the rain and the mud the 10 miles down to Salem Town. There, they met with the local magistrates and pressed formal witchcraft charges against Sarah Good, Sarah Osborne, and Tituba. The following morning, the 1st of March, 1692, Salem Town magistrates John Hawthorne and John Corwin served arrest warrants against 2 of the women accused of witchcraft. Sarah Good was delivered to Ingersoll's ordinary at 10 in the morning that same day. Schiff tells us, quote, "Insofar as the village had a nucleus, Ingersoll's was it. Steps from the meeting house, the ordinary was the address at which Paris's congregants refreshed themselves between Sunday sermons." End quote. An ordinary, by the way, is not just a tavern. While the meeting house was for official and religious business, an ordinary was for ordinary business. Schiff continues, quote, "Only the absences were notable that morning. Sarah Good's upright neighbor, Martha Corey, elected not to attend. She attempted to detain her husband as well, going so far as to unsaddle her husband's horse. She lost the battle. Giles Corey missed not a minute of the week's examinations." End quote. By the time the magistrates arrived with Sarah Good in tow, Ingersoll's was packed to the rafters. It was too full, so they moved the hearing to the meeting house. The meeting house, though, was a dreary, drafty building. Ingersoll's had offered a warm fire and fresh cider. Many had been enjoying it, but Even after moving to the cold, drafty meeting house, more and more people filed in, despite the discomfort. No one was willing to miss a witch trial. The two magistrates played to the crowd, and this trial, really a preliminary hearing, it was a farce, a miscarriage of justice. One of the cornerstones of the modern world, a cornerstone that I think is imperative to any society, is the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. The opposite of that was on display at the local Salem Tavern here in 1692. Picture two justices of the peace, complete with their dark robes and their powdered wigs, men who lived in two of the finest mansions in Massachusetts, at least outside of Boston, presiding over a poor, homeless vagrant with her emaciated 5-year-old daughter and suckling infant in tow. All of them in little better than rags in the cold of a New England winter. Corbin led the prayer that opened up the proceedings, and Hawthorne began the question. "Sarah Good," he said, "what evil spirit have you familiarity with?" She answered, "None." The witches, Schiff's account surmises his rapid-fire questioning expert. Quote, "Had she contracted with the devil? Why did she hurt these children? What creature did she employ to do so?" He proceeded less like a judge than a police interrogator. It fell to him to establish not the truth of the charges, but the guilt of the suspect. End quote. It's disgusting and infuriating, but the belief that she was a witch had already been determined by the court. Sarah Good, though, to her credit, stood firm, or, depending on who you listen to, obstinate in the face of this barrage of accusations. Her status, though, as the local undesirable had already proven her guilt. When she denied the charges, they brought out old rumors and slights that she could not deny. They had happened. The muttered curses, the dead animals left in her wake, rumored romps with local men. Even worse, though, even more damning to her case, was the one factor that would define the trials to come. The girls who had accused her of torture and torment and witchcraft, they were brought into the courtroom. Good was told to look upon them. They were told to move as close to Sarah Good as possible. And there, in the middle of the meeting house in Salem Village, their sufferings became apparent to everyone. The girls began to shudder and writhe and gyrate. They cried out in pain. They fell to the floor. They complained of bites and pinches. Teeth marks bloomed on exposed necks and wrists. It was a commanding performance, especially that of the beautiful Hubbard girl. As a performance, it lacked some of the subtlety of their later work, which would be a much more refined piece of theater, but this, as the opening act, was still very effective. Everyone in the packed meeting house, usually even during the sermons of Minister Paris, a raucous place, fell silent, eyes locked on the girls, whose cries and wails and pleas for mercy filled the silence. Hawthorne accosted the defendant. "Sarah Good," he said, "do you not see now what you have done? Why do you not tell us the truth? Why do you torment these poor children?" Sarah Good, in shock, one can imagine, finally lost her composure. The court recorders, because the words of a local vagrant woman aren't worth recording in detail, well, they failed to note all of her words, but they did let us know that, quote, her answers were in a very wicked, spiteful manner, end quote. Her husband, Sarah Good, was married, but they were almost separated by this point. Her husband was asked his opinion on the matter. He was unwilling to confirm his wife's witchcraft, but he was willing to comment on her character. Tearfully, he confessed the abuses that Sarah Good had levied on him and her sovereign and of God. He supplied that she had not been to a meeting, a sermon of Minister Paris, in months now. Finally, he decried his own wife as, quote, an enemy of all good. Now, I want to save the whys of a lot of this until we get deeper into this story, but I do want to mention that if you were a New England man with a wife who you did not like, you had few options in how to get rid of her. Unless she died in childbirth, which was likely, or attacked by a ravening wolf, or you killed her, really your only option, when divorce was off the table, was to accuse her of witchcraft. And then he noted something that would doom his estranged wife. He noted that Sarah Good had a witch's mark on her shoulder that had not been there a week prior. A witch's mark is supposed to have been a mark left by the devil, something that was painful or at least irritating to the witch to remind them of Satan's power, and reportedly an entry point of the devil into their body. More practically, it was a blemish, anything from a wart or a mole or a boil to a flea bite, or, in some cases, an additional nipple. In a place as stuffy as Puritan New England, it's not like she was showing off her shoulders. She could have had this witch's mark since birth, and nobody but her husband and maybe a few of the women in town had seen it. Aside from, of course, some of those men she was accused to have had a romp in the hay with, but they weren't about to admit their guilt to defend this vagrant witch. Sarah Good was not found guilty officially. Public opinion was a different matter, but to be found guilty in the eyes of the law required a grand jury. However, she was remitted to the Salem Town Jail. That was a wet, cold, dank pit of raw wood and stone. It had a nickname there in Massachusetts. They called it a suburb of hell. Over the following 9 months, more than 60 people accused of witchcraft in New England would pass through the cells of the Salem Town Jail, many of them on their way to even worse hells. Up next was Sarah Osborne. Now, she did better than Sarah Good had on the stand. She was a social equal to the justices. Well, she was a woman, so clearly inferior in every way, but her class and family pedigree matched theirs. Beyond that, Osborne was better read than Sarah Good and probably than the justices. She knew her Bible and she knew her Cotton Mather. Rather than Good's strategy of outright denial, Osborne played into the supposition that witchcraft was real and that these girls were victims of it. Osborne was, as she claimed, rather bewitched than a witch. She was a victim of dark sorcery. She told the court that a spectral man, a ghost in the form of an Indian, had appeared at her door one night, months ago. He hauled her out of bed by the hair, through her living room and out the front door into the field where this ghostly Indian, she lost her composure there. But everyone knew what he had done to her. It was a good story, intended to build sympathy for the accused, and she sold it well. The girls, the accusers, as keen to the story as anyone else, they had been quiet all throughout. But then, once she finished, they resumed their gesticulation. They claimed that Osborne had visited them this very morning. An impossibility, of course. She had been in captivity, at least an impossibility for anybody lacking satanic powers. The girls described her clothing, an outfit that happened to be identical to what she wore here in the courtroom. Now, that detail might sound inconspicuous to us today, and it should, but it's going to have severe consequences in a mere few days. More to the point, however, beyond the girls' gesticulations, was the thrust of local politics. That legal battle I mentioned between the Putnam family and Sarah Osborne, it was not to be litigated here today. This was a witchcraft trial. But wouldn't you know it, the Putnam clan, Osborne's former stepsons, remember, had more than a little circumstantial evidence. When the Osborne woman had lived in their home, many of them had spied a witch's mark, a mole found on their youthful stepmother that suggested nefarious intentions on her part, as well as dark arts performed in their own home. Shocked gasps rattled the courtroom, and the innkeeper's wife took Sarah Osborne off to perform an examination. She did indeed carry a mark in a most sensitive region. Osborne, too, was taken to Salem Town and committed to a cell. Following this hearing, a couple of days passed. They knew that they had to deal with the third accusation, but the last woman implicated by the girls was uncomfortable. Tituba was a servant in the Paris household. She was a favored slave to the Parises and a well-known, much-loved fixture in the local Puritan church. Still, though, the evidence was piling up. The girls' claims, even more their cries and spasms, well, they seem to have proven the guilt of two witches now. Tituba must be questioned. Next time, we're going to begin with Tituba's testimony. It was a story that would change everything, and arguably doom dozens in New England accused of witchcraft by a growing cabal of teenage girls. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us ratings or reviews wherever it is you listen to the show, and everybody who has recommended this show. You all make it possible. Thank you. Our theme music was The Old Captain by the fantastic band Precinct. If you haven't checked them out yet, you really should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
From a voice that can shake down the dreams, at the face of an angel, all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvy Legs, Brendan, Kruger, MD, Big Beard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, Wit, Pablo, Mickey, Governor Root, Gin Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we introduced several early players in the Salem witch trials. Samuel Parris, for example, the Salem village minister, his daughter and his niece, Betty Parris and Abigail Williams, who were afflicted by witchcraft. Betty and Abigail, along with two other girls, Ann Putnam Jr. and Elizabeth Hubbard, accused the first three women in Salem of witchcraft. Sarah Good was a beggar, a vagrant. She had a 5-year-old daughter named Dorothy Good, and she had either an infant girl named Mercy or was currently carrying Mercy. Sarah Osborne, on the other hand, was a wealthy landowner, but both were arrested, questioned, and imprisoned by Salem magistrates John Hawthorne and John Corwin. That's where we left off, and that could have been that. A nice, tidy little witch trial that cleaned up an undesirable and a couple of lingering court cases. What no one counted on here, what really no one gave much thought to, was the girl's nurse, a slave in the Parris household who had also been accused, named Tituba. She was going to change everything. This is episode 186, The Rules of Witchcraft. On 7th March 1692, the two Salem magistrates marched out to the Parris household to serve a warrant for Tituba's arrest. When they got there, Tituba was already in rough shape. In the days following the girl's accusation, Minister Parris had taken to beating and interrogating his slave to force a confession out of her, the right confession. As with so many victims of abuse, Tituba was going to stick to her story, no matter what. The magistrates brought Tituba before a packed mob at the meeting house there in Salem Village. Nobody in town had ever seen her in this state before. Black eye, split lip, fearful and crying. Normally, she was a jolly character. John Hawthorne opened up with the same questions he'd posed to Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne. "Why do you hurt these children?" he asked. "I no hurt them at all," she replied. "Who was it then who tortured the girls?" "The devil, for all I know," she told the court. Then, to the delight and terror of all assembled, Tituba began to describe him. A tall, white-haired Boston man in a dark serge coat. He led a coven of witches, including Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne, and two others that Tituba did not know. The witches loomed and laughed and played with their familiars, while the white-haired man ordered Tituba to hurt the girls in the Parris household, to pinch and prod and poke them in the night. Tituba, who we should remember here was not accustomed to defying well-dressed white-haired white men, she told her assailant, "I would not hurt Betty. I love Betty." The tall man, though, produced two animals. A large, black dog, which is a symbol of death that would have been familiar to everyone at the hearing, and a bright, yellow bird. Tituba could have her choice. She could choose the attentions of the hellhound, or this blossom of light and color. Again, Tituba refused. The witches, led by Sarah Good, flew at her. They dragged her to the hearth and burned her. They screeched at her and tormented her. Tituba said, quote, "Then they haul me to pinch Betty and next Abigail." She had been bested. Over the following days, Tituba was forced to expand her net. The witches dragged her off, on broomsticks, they were flying here, to torment Elizabeth Hubbard and Ann Putnam. Tituba's story grew, in the telling. Stacy Schiff writes in The Witches, quote, "Lifting liberally from the Puritan playbook, in supersaturated 3D, she introduced a full malevolent cast, their animal accomplices, their various superpowers. She was masterful and gloriously persuasive. Here Tituba made clear she must have been the life of the corn-pounding, pea-shelling Parris kitchen. Her tale grew more intricate as she warmed to it. What she reported was vivid and sensational, lurid and harebrained. While earlier the girls had violently twisted and screeched, now none flexed a muscle or emitted a sound." End quote. Marion Starkey writes in The Devil in Massachusetts, quote, She exercised the same spell over the people of Salem Village, and even over the magistrates, that she had once exercised over a pack of silly girls. All they wanted of her was what the girls had wanted. And by that she means a colorful diversion, a good story. Starkey continues, quote, and Tituba was the one who gave it to them. Tituba, for 3 days, told Salem Village exactly what it wanted to hear. End quote. This confession was the backbone upon which the rest of the Salem witch trials would be built. It really defined what was to come. The question is, though, why did Tituba confess? And it's not a question we can really ever answer without Tituba's thoughts on the matter, but there are a ton of theories out there. They range from the unbelievably racist to the ludicrous to the more mundane and believable modern theories. People at the time would tell you that Tituba was indeed a witch or a voodoo practitioner. Starkey tells us that it was a rare moment of power for a dark-skinned woman over powerful white men. And that's true, but it doesn't exactly explain things. Modern thinkers, and a few in the past, will point out that if you were to confess and appeared to repent before the court, the Puritan legal system was likely to show you mercy. You might live, you might even re-enter society. On the other hand, if you denied your guilt, you were much more likely to be convicted and executed. Tituba here was attempting to save her own skin, and to her credit, she did. Tituba was going to make it out of all of this alive. But her testimony did get people killed. They had a full-throated, full-throttle confession now, and that's rare. It was Tituba's confession that, instead of bringing the whole affair to a close, spurred it on. The magistrates and the adolescent accusers in Salem were just getting started. The next to come forward was Mary Warren. She was 18 years old and a maid in the household of a local man named John Proctor. If you've seen The Crucible, you've heard of Mary Warren and John Proctor. The real John Proctor, though, was a bit different than Arthur Miller's version. He was a gruff, 60-year-old, no-nonsense, straight-shooting tavern owner. He didn't have time for this kind of nonsense in his household or his community. When his maid, Mary Warren, came forward with accusations and symptoms similar to the other girls, John Proctor put her to work at the spinning wheel. He threatened to spank her, and if she stopped work, he threatened to beat her. Harsh? Yeah, maybe, but Mary Warren didn't have any more fits that day, or for days to come. We know all this because, well, Mary Warren complained about it, but more directly because John Proctor told his neighbor about it. He declared that Mary Warren, and indeed all of the girls, were liars. He said that if they were not stopped, they would see the whole town accused and half the town hanged. He said that if anyone were hanged for this nonsense, those girls would be guilty of murder. Discipline was what they needed. And, well, he does kind of have a point there. I mean, witchcraft isn't real, and these girls were lying. But as we will see, there's more to it than that. It's a lot more complicated. After Mary Warren came Mercy Lewis. She was 16 years old in 1692, and her story is worth a closer look. Mercy Lewis was born in Falmouth, Maine, at the height of King Philip's War. Her mother and father and some of her siblings were killed in a raid by the Wabanaki. However, her grandparents were still alive. They took her in. And then in 1683, Falmouth, Maine welcomed a new minister named George Burroughs. Burroughs had previously, only a few months earlier, been the minister to Salem Village. Salem Village had a bad habit of refusing to pay their ministers. Burroughs, as minister, had been forced to take a loan out from Thomas Putnam, Ann Putnam's father. When he couldn't pay it back because they wouldn't pay him a wage, Thomas Putnam almost had George Burroughs arrested, so the minister skipped town and fled to Falmouth. George Burroughs ministered to the people of Falmouth, Maine for several years. Both he and Mercy Lewis were still there in Falmouth when a disgraced Royal Navy captain named Thomas Pound arrived off the coast. When he seduced dozens of their militiamen from the fort to join him in a life of freedom and piracy. Following this seduction, the Wabanaki attacked the weakened Fort Loyal yet again, and they massacred at least dozens, maybe as many as hundreds of people there in Falmouth. Mercy Lewis lost the last of the family she had left, her grandparents, her aunt and uncle, her siblings, but she survived. Minister Burroughs gathered as many people as he could, got them on board a ship, and took them out to an island in the bay. They stayed there, surviving on fish and berries, until a passing privateer rescued them. Minister Burroughs, being the kind-hearted man he was, took Mercy Lewis in. She was going to live in his household alongside his wife and daughters. And it's here that we need to discuss something uncomfortable. If topics like sexual assault, especially that involving children, is something you'd rather not hear about, I would skip forward about 5 minutes. This isn't something I wanted to talk about at all, but the physical and sexual abuse of girls and young women in New England was a pervasive problem at the time. It almost certainly played a role in the Salem witch trials. I mentioned last time that, much like Mercy Lewis, there was this generation of orphans, thanks to the years of war with the French and Wabanaki. Many of those children were sent to live with prominent families in the community. The girls among them, almost to a person, served as maids. Much has been made of the girls' lack of fathers and the desire for positive male attention of any sort. I don't like that notion personally. It smacks of victim blaming to me. Stacy Schiff, though, writes, quote, "Servant girls fended off groping hands and unwanted embraces from lascivious swineherds, from the men of the house, and from visitors to the house, often at appallingly early ages. Isolated, semi-orphaned, they seldom knew someone to whom they could appeal to wield pitchforks on their behalf. The daughters of one Salem magistrate, the elder of whom was 6, were for 2 years routinely sexually abused by their master. Removed to the home of an upstanding church member, they were molested all over again before the elder girl had turned 10. End quote. Now there Schiff is talking about a policy prominent in New England at the time, through which girls were sent to live with neighboring families, often in other towns. The idea is that they would learn propriety much better from a family who didn't coddle them as their mother and father would have. It was also a bit of training for girls who would eventually have to marry and leave town and be strangers in a new environment. This was their first taste of that, but it also applies, obviously, to many of these orphaned maidservants. And think about this. If a girl in that situation did find justice, and it did happen, but if she did, and her adopted patriarch was sent to jail, that girl would be out of a home. And who's going to take her in? Somebody. It did happen on occasion, but just as likely she might be branded as a whore, as, one of those girls. She might be relegated to the fringes of society, not unlike Sarah Good had been. All of this was a tragedy. And it's a tragedy through which Mercy Lewis very probably lived. Minister George Burroughs was a bad man. He beat his wife. All of his wives, in fact. So many of them mysteriously went missing that he had to marry several times. He convinced at least one of those wives that when he was away, he could hear her thoughts and every word she said. And when he returned home, displeased at some of those thoughts and feelings, he beat her. His daughters hated him. They cited in court more than once with different stepmothers against their father because his actions were so egregious. That's really uncommon, especially at the time when the evil stepmother was becoming such a trope. And it's worth noting, as we're talking about his physical abuse, that George Burroughs was immensely strong. He wasn't a large man. He was even at one point called puny, but his feats of strength were things of legend. Once, and many larger men actually saw this occur, George Burroughs fired a huge musket, far too large for even some of the men there to pick up. He fired it with one hand. He was seen picking up and carrying barrels of molasses on his own that normally required two men. In normal times, this was a blessing. Less so for the women of his household. George Burroughs, too, abused Mercy Lewis. We know that he beat her. The language of that testimony is prim and Puritan, but it's almost certain that George Burroughs also sexually abused Mercy Lewis. She was 13 years old at the time. In 1691, at the age of 15, she escaped that life and moved to Salem Village. One of her older sisters lived there. She was already married, into the most prominent family in the area. Mercy Lewis was employed as a maidservant by her sister's father-in-law, Thomas Putnam. That's Ann Putnam's father, the same Thomas Putnam who was involved in a land dispute with Sarah Osborne, the same who was still owed a great deal of money by George Burroughs. In the days that followed Tituba's confession, Mercy Lewis began to suffer pinches and bites and fits. Three figures tormented her: a witch that she did not know, a witch that she did, and a man. When the magistrates and Minister Parris arrived to question her, the Putnam household was bedlam. The girls, Mercy Lewis and Ann Putnam Jr., were crying and screaming and beating their heads against the floor. There was a witch there, as they spoke, tormenting them. Couldn't they see her? The adults could not. Parris prayed over them and calmed them down enough to answer questions. Who was the witch that tormented them? Their answer shocked everyone there. It was Martha Corey, a full church member in good standing, a woman renowned for her piety, her love of God. You may remember Martha Corey from last time. She was the woman who chose not to attend the hearings, who tried to stop her husband, Giles Corey, from attending by unsaddling his horse. The men asked the girls to describe the clothes that Martha Corey wore, but they could not. The witch, they said, had blinded them, but she promised to return at nightfall with horrors beyond anything they had experienced thus far. They asked the girls also about the man in Mercy Lewis's accusation. That man was familiar, but shrouded in shadow. Mercy Lewis didn't know who it was. He did, though, spirit her off to a faraway mountain where he promised her gold and power and a city to rule. All she had to do was to sign her name in a leather-bound book that he carried. That book is important. Similar books played a role in prior witch trials, but this book was going to become a major factor in Salem. However, Tituba, their ringer in this whole affair, never mentioned the book. So the magistrates paid Tituba a visit. She had been offered a book, but of course, she didn't know how to write. And what of the man, they asked her. Well, it turns out that Mercy Lewis's tormentor matched Tituba's recollection perfectly. Of Martha Corey, though, Tituba couldn't say. At least she had no evidence of Martha Corey being a witch. So the men did not immediately assume that this accusation was accurate. On the 21st of March, John Hawthorne and John Corwin rode out to Martha Corey's farm. They were greeted with all the warmth and hospitality in the world. Corey was 72 years old, and she invited them in. They sat down. They shared a cup of tea. But her opening remarks were a mistake. Martha Corey said, quote, I know what you are come for. You are come to talk with me about being a witch. Hawthorne was taken aback. He asked her to repeat herself. She told the men she was not a witch. I cannot help people talking of me, she said. They told her about Ann Putnam's accusation. And Corey asked, but does she tell you what clothes I have on? But Hawthorne countered that Corey blinded her and told her that she should see you no more before it was night, that she might not tell us what clothes you had on. But still Martha Corey was unfazed. She was a pious woman, a devout woman. In her own words, a gospel woman. She promised to, quote, open the eyes of the magistrates and ministers. The men left her there at home. She was still free, but the magistrates had already decided to collect an arrest warrant for the woman they were now convinced was a witch. 2 days later, Martha Corey rode out to the Putnam farm. She wanted to put all of this business to bed. Thomas Putnam and his wife and his daughter, Ann Putnam Jr., were all there. But upon crossing the threshold, Ann Putnam crumpled. Martha Corey was a straight-backed 72-year-old woman standing in the parlor of the prosperous Putnam farmhouse. But as she removed her cloak, a 12-year-old girl who had accused her of witchcraft dropped to the floor. The girl screamed and contorted and thrashed and cried. The adults were just left standing there, dumbfounded, staring at the scene unfolding before them. As she rolled around on the floor, Ann Putnam began to narrate a scene that was happening as they live and breathe in this very room, but that only she could see. Martha Corey had a little yellow bird perched upon her fingers. Could they not see it? Corey proffered her hands. She moved in to show the girl that they were empty, but that only elicited yet greater cries and screams. Now look, there is a man impaled on a spit, and before the spit, turning him over the fire, is Goody Corey. Meanwhile, the adults saw no spit. They stood there stock still. And then, bursting into the room, and everyone could see this, was Mercy Lewis wielding a fireplace poker. She said she would thrash Martha Corey to chase her from this home, and she did. But not the real Martha Corey. The real Martha Corey was just standing there. Meanwhile, Mercy Lewis dueled with an apparition that only the girls could see. Anne, writhing on the floor, screamed, "Do not do it! Not if you love yourself!" But Mercy nonetheless struck at this spectral witch. She missed. Mercy Lewis missed, and she dropped her weapon, fell to the floor, and screamed in agony. Anne illuminated the adults in the room. "She has struck Mercy Lewis with an iron rod!" Now, this is a good place to point out that we have almost no words that the girls actually spoke. Ann Putnam probably did not call Mercy Lewis Mercy Lewis. Mercy was there writhing on the floor. Everybody knew who she was talking about. But the old white men that wrote all this down did write Mercy Lewis's full name to make the passage clearer for their reading audience. There's a lot of that, and of girls using the kind of formal language that was popular in writing at the time, but that no teenage girl has ever used. You know, she is a most grievous and contemptible witch, that kind of thing. This grievous and contemptible witch was currently beating Mercy Lewis in spectral form within an inch of her life, while everyone else in the room, besides the two girls writhing on the floor, just kind of stood there. It was Thomas Putnam that came to grips with the situation first. He screamed at Martha, the real Martha Corey, for beating his maidservant and tormenting his daughter before his very eyes. He chased her out, and that very afternoon, a warrant was issued for Goodwife Martha Corey. At the very time that all of this was going on, a familiar face arrived in Salem Village. Deodat Lawson was yet another former minister of Salem. His tenure ended, as you might expect, due to a lack of pay, in 1688. Samuel Parris was the man who replaced Deodat Lawson. But here in 1692, Samuel Parris invited Lawson to come visit Salem. Parris had far too much on his plate, between the investigations and the girls in his household to minister properly. Deodat Lawson got a room at Ingersoll's Ordinary. Everyone there was happy to see him. They wanted to catch up with their old minister. But first Lawson had to drop off his bags and freshen up in his room. As he did so, in his shirt sleeves, a young woman in town named Mary Walcott invited herself in. Mary Walcott was the niece of Mary Sibley. You may remember her as the witch cake enthusiast. At 16, Mary Walcott was not yet old enough to marry by Puritan standards, but she was old enough to be thinking about marriage. On an entirely unrelated note, Cotton Mather once complained of the horde of young women that called at his house mere weeks after his wife died, all of them bringing him treats to, console him. Pastors were quite the catch in Puritan New England. Assuming they got paid, they were usually promised a good wage and a decent house, and in some cases were considered almost the only American nobility. Deodat Lawson had only recently lost his wife, reportedly due to the machinations of malevolent witches. Now, he would have remembered Mary Walcott from his time as a minister, but he would have remembered her as a 12-year-old. And yet here she was, in his chambers, blossoming into womanhood, recalling just how moved she had been by his sermons. It was so good to have him back. Minister Paris just couldn't compare.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market. No antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
$15 for you, and you, and you. Everybody gets $15. Just stop by Take 5 Oil Change now through the end of February. Get a Mobile One oil change, and you'll earn a $15 prepaid MasterCard. And you, and you, and you. See terms and conditions.
Lawson knew the deal here. He was polite about it, but he chased Mary Walcott off. They could catch up downstairs. But as she turned to leave, a squeak. Mary Walcott rubbed her leg. She'd been bitten. Lawson investigated the scene of the crime and found that she did indeed have a bite mark. Human teeth had recently sunk into her flesh. With that, Deodat Lawson was intrigued. Deodat Lawson was going to be involved in everything, in all the investigations that were to come. Indeed, he would keep better records than the magistrates themselves or the court recorders. But the following day was Sunday, and Deodat Lawson had a sermon to give. It would be his first in Salem Village in 4 years. Now, Lawson knew that Martha Corey, a woman to whom he'd ministered for years, had been accused of witchcraft. And Martha Corey showed up to church. She would have been arrested that same day, but it was the Sabbath. Have you ever sat next to a witch in church? And I don't mean, taking mushrooms in the woods, and this is my church, man. No, I mean sitting in the pews Sunday morning next to a woman who has had Congress with the beast. It was a tense day there at the meeting house. Stacy Schiff writes, quote, Lawson began the service to be interrupted by writhing girls. Pastors were accustomed to preaching past disturbances through the stamping of feet on the wood floor, the chirps of the birds in the rafters, the wails of infants, the dog that vomited or congregant who fainted dead away. The convulsions stopped Lawson cold, however. Normality returned with the singing of the psalm, after which he prepared to rise from his pulpit seat for the sermon. A voice rang out in the stillness. Now stand up and name your text, commanded Abigail Williams. Some minutes into Lawson's discourse, a second voice rang out. Now there is enough of that, announced Bathsheba Pope, a 40-year-old matron newly afflicted. From the front of the rough-hewn meeting house, Harris's niece sounded the same note after Lawson obliged her by naming his text. It is a long text, carped Abigail. She behaved no better that afternoon. From the pulpit, Lawson announced his doctrine for the day. I know no doctrine you had, she countered. If you did name it, I have forgot it. She went on to disrupt that sermon, too, pointing to an astounding sight. All eyes must already have scuttled and darted in Martha Corey's direction. Abigail redirected the congregants' attention skyward. Look where Goodwife Corey sits on the beam, cried the 11-year-old, gesturing to the rafters, suckling her yellow bird between her fingers. End quote. It was a hard day for Martha Corey, but not as hard as the next day would be. Come morning, she found herself back in the meeting house, this time in chains. Everyone in town was there. Well, almost everyone in town was there. There were a few old, sick women who chose not to attend the hearing, which I'm sure in the current climate wouldn't backfire. The magistrates laid out the evidence before everyone, including Martha Corey. The accusers, Abigail Williams, Ann Putnam, Betty Paris, Elizabeth Hubbard, and Mercy Lewis, were their smoking gun. 5 more women and girls joined them in accusing Goodwife Corey, but those were the nucleus. Beyond that, there was the damning interview that they had taken a few days past. They asked Martha Corey why she thought to ask them about her clothing. She said that it was because her husband, who, recall, had been at all the previous hearings, had told her about the girls reporting on Witch's clothing. Sensible enough, but Giles Corey testified that he had not. Hawthorne asked her, "Did you not say your husband told you so?" But before she could even begin to answer, he warned her, "I expect the truth. You promised it." Martha Corey, 72 years old, was forced to stand there in chains while Hawthorne barked out accusations at her without the ability to get a word in edgewise. She did occasionally try to defend herself, but every time she spoke up, she was cut short by court officials who made it very clear they expected her to confess. She said to them, "So I would if I were guilty," but Hawthorne responded, "Tell me the truth. Why did you say the magistrate's eyes were blinded and you would open them? You say we are blind? If you say I am a witch," she told them. And then, on the very few occasions she was actually given the opportunity to speak up, she was interrupted by the girls. Abigail Williams spat out, "She is no gospel woman, she is a gospel witch." And Putnam Jr. informed everyone assembled that there was a man standing next to Goodwife Corey, whispering into her ear. At this, because it was obviously true, Hawthorne erupted. "What did he say to you?" Martha Corey suggested, quote, "We must not believe all that these distracted children say. Good advice." But advice that the court completely ignored. The performance that the girls put on at Goodwife Corey's hearing was much better than it had been at the earlier hearings. Much more subtle, nuanced, and believable. At one point, Martha Corey bit her lip in frustration. On cue, bite marks blossomed on some of the girls. If Martha Corey shifted her weight or leaned against the bar, and she was up there for several hours, but if she moved at all, the girls were thrown to the ground in the direction that Goodwife Corey had moved. At one point, Corey gestured with her hands, and Mercy Lewis produced a pin from deep within her flesh. A pin that certainly had been placed by Martha Corey before their very eyes. The effect of this was that every eye in the court was glued to Martha Corey, watching her more and more closely for any sign of witchcraft. There's a pattern that I've noticed here in the witch trials, a pattern that I think is worth noting here. It was the older girls that tended to do more of the rolling around on the floor, more of the writhing and thrashing their arms and legs about, and occasionally showing an indecent amount of skin. By, Puritan standards. But it was the younger girls that, while all of this rolling and writhing was going on, while this spectacle was unfolding, those younger girls tended to be those who produced bites and pins and the like. Later on in the trials, there would be women present would notice the girls bite each other or pull pins out of their hair. For some reason, while the older girls were squirming around on the floor, writhing and thrusting and showing off a shocking amount of skin, well, the men in the court just never seemed to have noticed the girls in the background pulling pins out of their hair. This was all an effective bit of stage management. And here, in March 1692, it did its part to condemn the 72-year-old Martha Corey. After hours before the bar, she finally surrendered to her fate. She did not confess. Martha Corey was a straight-up gangster, but she knew she was beaten. She said, "You are all against me, and I cannot help it." Like 3 women before her, Martha Corey was remitted to the Salem Town Jail. In the aftermath of this hearing, a few voices of reason were raised. Deodat Lawson sort of led that charge. He was the best educated man in Salem, village or town. He was among the best educated people in Massachusetts. At one point, he served as a royal physician to Charles II. He called in many a sermon and letters back to Boston for careful inspection, for a search for real evidence beyond the claims of a few teenage girls. At Ingersoll's a few days later, Mary Warren suffered a fit. She accused her master, John Proctor, of witchcraft, of having bewitched her. Nathaniel Ingersoll himself shouted her down. His wife took off her slipper and beat Mary Warren. The girl relented. She confessed that it was all a lie. It was a story she made up. She even said that the other girls were making up stories. It was just sport. We must have our sport, she told them. There was a fair bit of this going around. The tide almost turned against the trials, but 25 miles away, in Boston, Cotton Mather turned it back. He gave a fire and brimstone sermon because of the witch trials. And that's not a figure of speech in this case. He told the congregants that fire and brimstone was actually about to fall from the skies. In his esteemed estimation, and his was among the most esteemed in Massachusetts, the end of days was upon them. Witches were only the beginning. They were a harbinger of what was to come. The devil walked Massachusetts. The end was very nigh. Thanks in large part to this sermon, the government was about to get involved. Reports and transcripts of that sermon made their way to Salem Town and Salem Village, who got fired up all over again. As March turned into April, the pace of trials was going to pick up significantly. Which, that's fortunate for us because we're about 2 weeks into a 9-month story. The following days saw a number of high-profile events. An elderly great-grandmother, one of those old sick women who chose not to attend, was arrested. Rebecca Nurse was questioned just as harshly as Martha Corey, if not more, despite being more than a decade her elder. In the end, she too was thrown in jail. This began to happen a lot. We're not going to go into every last arrest and every last hearing. They're all interesting, but we simply don't have the time. Instead, I'd like to focus on some of the more exciting events. Reports began to file in of a tiny spectral figure. Schiff calls her a pint-sized witch, in the form of Dorothy Good, Sarah Good's 5-year-old daughter. She was known, according to these accusations, to flit about the village, darting in and out of windows and biting victims in their beds, laughing, flying away into the night. And they all have bite marks to prove it, which is an excellent example of judicial malfeasance in the witch trials. Schiff writes, quote, "Any number of discrepancies had presented themselves. Hawthorne barreled past each and every one. He did not quarantine the girls or question them separately, as every legal manual advised. He made no attempt to match teeth marks to dentistry, which would have yielded some surprising results. One of the accused having noted a contemporary, not a tooth in his head." End quote. That contemporary might have pointed this fact out, much as many of the women would go on to point out that the girls had bitten each other or produced pins from their hair. But pointing out facts was quickly becoming a dangerous activity, if those facts went against the established narrative, that is. There were untold witches in Salem, as well as Lucifer himself getting ready for Judgment Day. Pointing out the discrepancies in the stories could land you before the court as a witch yourself. Hawthorne had the bit in his teeth at this point. He believed all of those who accused a 5-year-old girl of witchcraft. He forced a confession out of her, and he threw her in the cells of the Salem town jail, not, it should be noted, next to her mother. Whenever Dorothy Good was seen in public in the months to come, taken to or from jail, she was seen dragging around chains that weighed almost, if not more, than she did. Other nocturnal activities, though, were also taking place. As the scope of the menace grew, witches were known to hold great gatherings in empty fields. No one but that cadre of girls ever seems to have actually seen a black mass, but their word was more and more accepted as law. The witches flew in on broomsticks. At first it was just a few, then a few more, then dozens, then hundreds from all around New England. Upon making landfall, they would take sacrament, red wine and red bread, and they would all read from and write in the devil's book. And every time that Satan himself proffered the book to one of the girls, they would happen to notice another name they hadn't seen before, writ in blood. Another name that would be dutifully arrested, dragged before the court, and hauled off to jail. The accusations were not limited to this cadre of young women and girls. Older women, adult women, respectable matrons got in on the fun, and finally, men began to make accusations. Now, the tales that the men had were different. They were less often seduced to sign the devil's book, and more often just seduced. A number of men came forward with allegations that one or another of the local women had appeared in his bedroom in the dead of night and, with preternatural strength, choked him, held him down, and forced him into Congress. While the men were suffering these nighttime trysts, the girls at the center of this entire conflagration found that they could use their newfound power for a bit of their own amusement. Benjamin Hutchinson was a handsome young man, 17 or 18 years. He was the adopted son of Nathaniel Ingersoll and set to inherit his inn. Everyone knew Benjamin Hutchinson. Everyone liked Benjamin Hutchinson. He was a personable fellow. The girls especially liked him. On the morning of the 21st of April, Hutchinson was walking through town with a pitchfork in hand when Ann Putnam Jr. ran up. She informed Benjamin that there was a sinister little man sitting by the side of the road. Ann had a litany of murders and petty crimes of which this fiend was guilty, but she also noted his strength. He had, she told him at one time, fired a huge musket, one-handed. Hutchinson, in what I have to assume was a most dashing form, launched his pitchfork at exactly the spot to which Ann pointed. To the delight of the younger girl, he hit the vile little man. Again, Stacy Schiff, which really just go by the book. It's a fantastic read. She writes, quote, "Shortly before 4 o'clock, Abigail again sought out Hutchinson at the tavern, this time arriving with his cousin, Mary Walcott. They were just able to report that a Topsfield woman had bitten Mary before both girls began to shudder. As they calmed, they pointed to a table. The witch's husband stood upon it. Hutchinson plunged his rapier into what he understood to be their tormentor's side. He withdrew it to learn that the room swarmed with spirits, an Indian and a great black woman among them. Wildly, Hutchinson and a friend struck left and right, directed by the bewitched, who described the carnage for their defenders. They now lived in a world where, when a girl pointed to a notional figure, you assumed she was right, and you were blind. The sanded floor was slick with blood. On the hill outside, the girls spotted a coven of witches, 3 of them dead." End quote. That very night, warrants were issued for any of the witches that the girls had recognized in this barroom battle. There is a lot that we're rushing by with barely a glance here. The number of accusers exploded in early April, but that nucleus of girls had, well, they were still a focal point. By this point, they were seen to have almost supernatural powers themselves. And the number of accused in New England had grown in proportion, beyond just the bounds of Salem Village to Salem Town, to Topsfield, which was mentioned there. It shared a border with Salem Village and a lot of territory with the Putnam family, but also to Boston and beyond. Almost nobody, with the exception of one man, a vagrant from out of town that the girls could not pick out of a lineup, everyone else was remitted to a jail either in Salem Town or in Salem Village. One of the inns was converted, or eventually to Boston. In March, 6 women were accused. In April, 54 people were accused, 53 sent to jail. If I had the time, I would love to tell you the tale of Ann Hobbs. She was one of those wounded in the barroom fight. All of their stories, Ann Hobbs and everyone else, well, they're all fascinating, and they're all heart-wrenching in their own way. More important than the individuals arrested is the terror that began to grip Salem Village and Salem Town, that began to grip Massachusetts. People began to genuinely believe that they were under siege by Satan himself, who walked their midst. Which brings me to the accused that I would like to end on today. Near the end of April, after a month of furious accusations, at about the same time that Ann Putnam Jr. was enjoying the pantomime at Ingersoll's, Thomas Putnam, her father, penned a letter to the magistrates. He told the court of something that he had uncovered from the stories of the girls that they were too afraid to come forward with. Of a sinister conspiracy, larger than anyone had yet suspected. It stretched far beyond their little corner of New England, all the way to Boston and beyond. Putnam did not name names. He said he did not have names to name. Only the girls could answer that mystery. But he told the court of a malevolent mastermind behind all of it. This man, he claimed, was a dark wizard. He was not the tall, white-haired Boston man of Tituba's testimony. He was instead a short, dark-haired man from Maine. He was the figure that forced Tituba to torment the girls of the Paris household, the same who pressed his book into the hands of Ann Putnam and Mary Walcott and Elizabeth Hubbard. He was the dark figure that flew Mercy Lewis to the mountaintop and promised her kingdoms to rule, among many other affronts done her. This wizard presided over the Black Mass. He gave out sacrament of red wine and red bread, an activity with which he would have been quite comfortable, as, after all, he was a minister. In several bouts of tearful testimony, all of the girls were present, but they were led by Mercy Lewis and Ann Putnam. John Hawthorne extracted the name of this darkest figure in all of New England, so evil that these girls feared to even speak his name. Mercy Lewis confessed that this dark wizard was George Burroughs. And of course, Mercy Lewis had particularly damning information concerning years of abuse at his hands. Not just the abuse done to herself, but also of his daughters and wives, 4 of which, 2 wives and 2 daughters, had mysteriously gone missing on the Maine frontier. While Mercy Lewis lost every person in her family, somehow this dark wizard, clearly in conspiracy with the satanic Wabanaki people, had survived. It was in the wake of this testimony that men who had lived on the Maine frontier gave their own of feats of strength done by this puny little dark-haired devil. On the 30th of April, 1692, a party of Salem militiamen were dispatched to Maine with a warrant for the arrest of George Burroughs. Next time, we will discuss the trial of this dark wizard. We'll also talk about the arrival on the scene of the deputy governor and representatives from the government in Boston. We'll talk about the first witches to climb the gallows and everything else we can cram in as we bring to a close the story of the Salem witch trials. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us ratings or reviews or recommended this show. You all make this possible. Thank you. Our theme music was The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at Pirate History Podcast. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening. And happy Halloween.
Robin, Rob, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvy Legs, Brendan, Kruger, MD, Big Beard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, Wit, Pablo, Mickey, Governor Roop, Gin Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. I have, officially, at this point, bitten off more than I can chew. The problem here is that I love the story of the Salem witch trials. I could spend ages telling it. But we don't have that luxury around here. Today, as I release this episode, is Halloween, and I'd like to finish the tale of the Salem witch trials on Halloween. So we're going to jump right in and finish this story one way or another. This is episode 187, That Dark, Mysterious Season. Last time we brushed right by April 1692, but there are a couple of important events I'd like to mention. Rebecca Nurse, that old infirm woman that I talked about last time, after her trial, she was defended by her family and some of the most prominent figures in the Salem Village community. 39 upstanding church members signed a petition in her defense. Her husband and her sons and her grandsons all went door to door to organize support for her. It was a significant outpouring. Nonetheless, she was sent to jail, condemned of witchcraft, if not yet convicted. The greatest insult Nurse suffered came from the inspectors that detailed her physical state. Nurse had given birth a mind-boggling 8 times in rural New England in the 1600s. That's not unheard of, but it's not common either. It may have contributed, the fact that she had so many successful pregnancies may have contributed to that sense of bitterness against her in the village. The magistrates ordered her searched for a witch's mark. They didn't find one, but the inspectors noted her breasts. They were saggy, which, she's an old woman. She had 8 children in her life. The midwives there were incensed that this was even an issue, but the court recorded that her breasts had been full and plump a few days prior. Clearly, in the eyes of the court, she had suckled an imp while imprisoned. John Hawthorne and John Corwin had this judicial quandary. They had a wealth of what they called spectral evidence. That means the stories that a bunch of teenage girls were telling them that nobody but those witnesses could verify. But they lacked physical evidence, because, of course they did. Witches aren't real. So the justices latched onto any crumb of evidence they came across. A mole, a wart, a flea bite, saggy breasts. Sometimes they would come across nefarious potions, which were medicines, anything they could find. It was a travesty. Bridget Bishop was the next woman to stand trial. Now, we're going to get to her shortly, but I want to note a few things about her hearing before Hawthorne and Corwin. Bridget Bishop was the first person we've talked about that was not from Salem Village. She was from Salem Town. None of the primary accusers in the trial, Ann Putnam, Abigail Williams, Betty Paris, Mercy Lewis, none of them recognized her. This presented a fairly significant problem. They were all struck dumb by her witchcraft there in court, but they just couldn't name her. Mary Walcott, though, who was from Salem Town, she saved them. She knew who Bishop was. The thing is, Bishop was accused primarily by men. She was that spectral succubus we mentioned last time, the woman known to enter the bedrooms of unsuspecting men and choke them, pinch them, and force them to have sex with her. She lived a scandalous life, Bridget Bishop. Men tended to remember her. They remembered her clothing especially, her bright coats and her bright petticoats. They recalled her love of drink and song and gaming. Bridget Bishop is, well, I like her. A lot of the men in town liked her too, but when these accusations of witchcraft came forward, her raucous past condemned her. Even more was her late husband, Thomas Oliver. The judges called Bridget Bishop Bridget Oliver throughout the hearing. She'd been on trial for witchcraft before, after the death of her second husband, Thomas Oliver. She was acquitted in that trial, but the magistrates used her dead husband's name in an attempt to remind everyone of that prior allegation, and it seems to have worked. Beyond that, though, were accusations of theft from years past and recriminations that her home was known to host parties where people would stay up late and drink cider and play board games and even play music. I'm just saying, if I lived back then, I would probably have been hanging out with Bridget Bishop. And they probably would have killed me for it. The only physical evidence they had on her was a hole in the sleeve of her coat. Imagine this. Bridget Bishop is standing there, in chains with a little tear at the end of her sleeve near the wrist. One of the girls claimed that, in spectral form, Bridget Bishop had grabbed her, but the girl fought back. She fought her way free, and in the process, tore Bridget Bishop's coat. There was, indeed, a tear in the coat, as Justice Hawthorne saw when he demanded to see. But anyone in the front row of the court, as all of these girls were, could have seen that. Hawthorne, though, was outraged. He was scandalized. It's an open and shut case, obviously. Clearly, she's a witch. Just look at her torn coat. The evidence is all there. Throw her in jail, right? And it's all like that all throughout these trials. Infuriating. I do want to mention two cases that happened that April. Mary Warren, the maid in the Proctor household, finally came forward with an accusation against her employers. She pinned it to the door of the meeting house so everyone could see it. In the wake of that, Mary Walcott and Abigail Williams came forward with their own claims against John and Elizabeth Proctor, or Betty Proctor. You have to be specific with Proctor's wives. He had 3, and 2 of them were named Elizabeth. John Proctor, though, had a total of 18 children in his life. By 1692, they weren't all still alive, and several of them were grown and married. But 9 of them still lived at home. 2 of those, and one of his adult sons, would follow John and Betty Proctor to jail as witches. That's a whole drama in and of itself. The subject, by and large, of the Crucible, and it's a fantastic story. We're not going to get into it here. I do, though, want to mention Giles Corey, or Giles Corey, Martha Corey's wife. He threw his wife under the bus when she was on trial, but that did not save him from an accusation of his own. For some reason, and I'm sure it's coincidence, we see these cases in which husbands and wives, both of whom are on the deed to a parcel of land that usually is attached to Putnam land, both get accused of witchcraft. I'm sure that has nothing to do with land rights in Massachusetts at the time. But the real coup here is that John Proctor and Giles Corey were the first 2 men accused of witchcraft in Salem Village. More would follow, a not insignificant number of them. But in the big picture, what that did was open the door for George Burroughs to be accused. That dark wizard who had abused his wives and daughters, perhaps killed some of them, and assaulted Mercy Lewis in her youth. Burroughs was arrested on the 4th of May, but his trial was going to have to wait. He was put up at a local inn there in Salem, not Ingersoll's Ordinary. Nathaniel Ingersoll didn't much like George Burroughs, nor did Thomas Putnam for that matter. After all, he'd been a house guest at Putnam's and made a menace of himself, and still owed Thomas Putnam a lot of money. And he was questioned not at the meeting house in front of a large group of people, but in private, in comfort, at his inn. He wasn't worried, though, at all. He still had allies, friends even, in town. He was confident in his acquittal. See, ministers just don't go to jail for witchcraft. It had never happened before in Massachusetts. And it looked very much like he had allies in high places. When word reached Boston that the court in Salem had arrested a minister of all things, the government had to get involved. Honestly, they had to get involved anyway. If you're going to convict anyone of a high crime or a capital crime, they had to convene a court of oyer and terminer. We would consider it kind of like a grand jury. But Burroughs' arrest sped up their plans. 9 men were appointed to that court of oyer and terminer. Almost all of them were Harvard-educated, well-connected men. Stacy Schiff writes in The Witches, quote, "Well-read, widely traveled, they were men of integrity, familiar with the workings of the court. Many had handed down unpopular opinions. Several had witnessed trials in London. They lived in the finest brick mansions and gabled homes in their respective towns." End quote. I'm about to defame these men of integrity, men, all of whom are ancestors to presidents or Supreme Court justices or captains of industry all throughout American history. These were important people. Despite that, though, despite what happened here in 1692, some of them were honorable people. After the trials, a few of them would write and publish formal apologies. They would fight in court and in the governor's office to fix what had been broken during the trials. A few were even abolitionists in a time when that was uncommon. They weren't evil men, but they were caught up in the terror that gripped Massachusetts. All 9 were well connected, as you might expect. What you might not expect is how closely connected they were to each other. The club of powerful men in Massachusetts was tiny. The Bible Commonwealth, as the Massachusetts Bay Colony was known, was a theocracy. Nobody denies that fact. What there is some debate over is exactly what kind of theocracy it was. Was it a theocratic republic? Maybe. They certainly had some of the trappings of a republic. They held elections and had something resembling a representative council. It's been said that the people of Massachusetts founded a republic while no one was looking. But it wasn't what we, even in our flawed modern republics, would consider a representative republic. I think, more accurately, it would be described as a theocratic oligarchy, with a veneer of republicanism maybe. That clique of ministers and magistrates and counselors, they were all related, distantly at least. At times you would find them eating together and praying together and sleeping together, literally and figuratively. They were connected by a web of marriages, so they were sleeping together in that sense, but they often literally slept in the same bed, sometimes in the same bed as political rivals. You have to remember that people in North America at the time usually slept in large communal beds, kind of like the grandparents in Willy Wonka. When families congregated on feast days, fast days were more common in the Puritan world, but when they congregated, they would share beds. You would find people running against each other for a certain office, sharing a bed, their wives there as well. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the phrase, politics makes for strange bedfellows, it's adapted from a Shakespeare line, but I wouldn't be surprised to find out that it comes from New England. Now, putting this court together was the very first order of business for the brand new governor of Massachusetts, William Phips. Phips was more concerned with the war, of course, and pirates like Thomas Tew and William Kidd and even Henry Everett, so he put his deputy governor, William Stoughton, in charge of the court. We've met William Stoughton before a couple of times, back when William Phips was a treasure hunter and when Thomas Pound roved the seas. Stoughton was to serve as the Chief Justice, and he was an ardent prosecutor. I'm not going to burden you with all 8 other names on the court, but I do want to highlight a few. We already know John Hawthorne, who had a place on that court, but I want to note Samuel Seymour, whom we've met before, and a man named Nathaniel Stultenstall. The High Court set up shop initially in Salem Town's meeting house. It was much larger and had better accommodations than that of Salem Village. There were more people accused than they had expected. They ordered the Boston jail to prepare for prisoners as well. See, we've only mentioned, half a dozen people here. But by the time this court was convened, over 100 people had been imprisoned for witchcraft. And they were all still waiting in jail. The burden was lifted a bit because people kept dying while in jail. Sarah Osborne was the first such case, the first person in the witch trials to die in captivity. She, like nearly everybody else in prison, was forced to live and sleep and eat and relieve herself in about 6 inches of standing water, at least after it rained. This was the norm for these prisoners. And here I'd like you to think of Dorothy Good. She was 5 years old, in a cell across the hall from her mother, living in those same deplorable conditions. I'd like you to think about that kindergarten-age child who had to watch her sister, an infant who may have been born in jail, starve to death because her mother was so ill-nourished that she couldn't even make milk. At which point I would mention that the only reason Sarah Good was so ill-nourished was because of her lack of ability to pay. You had to pay for food in New England jails, and if you had the money, you could eat well. One man in Boston had enough capital on hand to live in the Boston jailer's home. He had a nice bed and a warm fire. He shared meals with his family. But if you were a beggar woman with an infant and a 5-year-old in tow, they threw a handful of grain into your cell, filled with stagnant water, and told you to make do. Even if, in Sarah Good's case, you were nursing an infant girl, of all things named Mercy. You know how I said those justices weren't evil? Well, I take that back. That they allowed this to continue is an abomination. The problem here, aside from the sinful and frankly unchristian attitude of the men in charge, is that these jails in Massachusetts were not designed for a long-term stay. The idea is you would throw, say, a pirate in there, who would stay for about a week after his arrest before he was sent to the gallows. But these poor souls, the people accused of witchcraft here in 1692, they had been imprisoned so far for 2 months with no relief in sight. You'd think that the High Court would get on that immediately, but no, first, they had to ask for divine counsel. Separately, they went to their respective ministers, as they all went to different churches. But they also all went to Cotton Mather. He advised that they judge carefully, soberly, that they look for evidence before condemning any of these witches, that they, keep their heads screwed on straight. Nevertheless, he would say, and Stacy Schiff does an excellent job of calling out his sweeping neverthelesses several times. Nevertheless, Mather reminded them that Satan himself walked Massachusetts. Judgment Day loomed on the horizon. These judges were the last line of defense between the forces of hell and the salvation of the very last pious state on earth. The fate, nay, the doom of all mankind was in the hands of these 9 men. He also told them that spectral evidence was legitimate and admissible. There are a lot of trials to come here, and we don't have time to talk about them in any real depth. I mean, even most books on the subject that devote way more space to this story than we will usually only focus on 5 or 6 particularly notorious witch trials. We have even further pressure as it is Halloween, and there are those aforementioned pirates raising their own brand of hell out in the Atlantic as this is going on. So we're going to be brief. The first accused witch to stand trial before the High Court was a woman who one of the accusers had claimed was to be the Queen of Hell, and who also had enough of a rap sheet to make it an easy trial. Bridget Bishop. She was forced to undergo a humiliating physical examination. Much like Rebecca Nurse had. Everyone had to undergo this, although here, at these official High Court trials, they were under the supervision of a male surgeon. Her body was examined, and they poked her with pins. They stabbed her to see if she would bleed. If she failed to, she was a witch. If she had a mole or a wart or a flea bite or a pimple, which, if she had a third nipple, the witch's teat, definitely a witch. The midwives that examined Bridget Bishop found no evidence that her body differed in any significant way from their own. The surgeon, dissatisfied with this assessment, had his own look. And what he found, along with 2 other women a few days later, was, quote, a preternatural excrescence of flesh between the pudendum and anus, end quote. I'll leave you to figure out what that means. Invasive, absolutely. Humiliating, you betcha. Illegal? Not in Massachusetts. This was only the beginning of the indignities that Bridget Bishop would suffer for the next 3 days. The proceedings opened as all proceedings would. A clerk asked the traditional question. Culprit, how will you be tried? The accused, Bishop in this case, was expected to answer, and she did, by God and my country. Unfortunately, the extensive and presumably accurate court documents taken all throughout these trials have been lost to history. They were probably lost during the American Revolution in a riot in Boston. But that means we only have second-hand accounts of what was to follow. Due to that, we don't know, for example, exactly which of the girls made which accusations against a witch like Bridget Bishop. But we do know the thrust of their accusations, and it appears that since Bridget Bishop's preliminary hearing back in April, their stories had really come together. Bridget Bishop, in spectral form, entranced them and offered these girls all that their hearts desired, which I would like to take a second to look at. Stacy Schiff makes an excellent observation. She writes, quote, "From those things the devil promised, we can glimpse what the 17th century girl dreamed of. Splendid finery, travel abroad, fashion books, leisure, gold, a husband, help with the housework. Her longings differed little from any other orphan, semi-adolescent farm girl stalled in a bleak, storm-prone landscape. Insofar as they dared to dream, these girls dreamed, at the ashen end of a New England winter, of journeys to exotic realms and in supersaturated color. Salem testimony explodes with invigorating, over-the-rainbow intensity. It is all bluebirds and canaries, yellow dogs, red rats, red meat, red bread, red books. Deprivation, however, had its limits. Even with the regular fasts, there was no hungering after or enticing with food. Rather, the girls appeared starved for color, expressionist splashes of which light up their testimonies, nearly conjuring ruby slippers." End quote. The girls, both those who were tempted by Satan and those who confessed to having given in to him, desired adventure, pretty clothes, and warmer climates. And freedom, both a personal, mental freedom and sexual freedom. Many of the girls and women in prison for witchcraft right now were there more because of sexual adventures than satanic tortures. However, in the Puritan mind, the former was just as evil as the latter. Take, for example, Bridget Bishop. When her attempts to seduce the girls with gifts failed, according to the accusers, Bridget Bishop beat them. Whether the accusers were whipped or choked or beaten with an iron rod, in each and every case, 2 girls were present for the assault. Which is handy since Deuteronomy requires 2 witnesses of any crime to convict. Following the testimony of Abigail Williams and Betty Paris, Ann Putnam and Mary Walcott, the men finally had their say. They all seemed to have a tale of theft or harsh words and curses, or of sexual impropriety on the part of Bridget Bishop. Here her past transgressions condemned her. Now, Bishop had no defense attorney. The concept didn't even exist in New England. In her initial hearing, she had at least been given the opportunity to explain herself, to defend herself. But here, at the High Court, she was merely ordered to answer for the charges. Her answers were found wanting for physical matters, and as the church had allowed in spectral evidence on the advice of Cotton Mather, Bridget Bishop could offer no defense. On 2nd June 1692, Bridget Bishop was found guilty of witchcraft, the first person so judged in 1692. She was condemned to hang by the neck until dead.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market. No antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a car. It's the 2-door coupe that was there for your first drive. The hatchback that took you cross-country and back. And the minivan that tackles the weekly carpool. For the cars you couldn't live without, trust Amica Auto Insurance. Amica. Empathy is our best policy.
Nathaniel Saltonstall was the lone voice of dissent in the trial. He was, quote, displeased with the handling of the Bishop case and very much dissatisfied with the proceedings. He was the only judge there to object in any form to anything that went on. To his immense credit, following what he saw in her case, he resigned the court in protest. Following her conviction, the accusations only picked up speed in Salem Village. They ranged far beyond the village, in fact, to towns and hamlets all across the Massachusetts Bay Colony. The witch trials were blooming into a full-blown regional crisis. Every magistrate in Massachusetts was hearing preliminary cases now. The justices were hearing cases in both Salem town and in Boston. The jails were filling up at an alarming rate, instigating their own crisis. Over the next few weeks, the number of accused in Massachusetts would more than double to over 200 people. Whole families were charged and imprisoned. Units of the Massachusetts militia, serving as witch finders, ranged far and wide, hunting down every witch they could find. It's here that the analogies to the Red Scare and the Holocaust become evident and obvious. Whole families fled to the woods or to neighboring colonies. Hampshire, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, New York, anywhere that they could hide. Many more were hiding in the houses of those who had not yet been accused. There was, in 1692, a fair number of teenage girls who were busy fighting their own hormones and their growing sense of sexuality and their social pressures, all the while hiding out in an attic. It's a familiar tale. Of course, Puritan girls didn't keep diaries. Many young women fled their society entirely to Indian camps out in the countryside. Some of those married and settled down. They had kids. They finally got at least a taste of the freedom that they desired. After all of this was over, much later on, some of those women would occasionally be found by white men. Occasionally, those men tried to take them back to rescue them. But of course, they didn't want to go. People died in the fighting that followed those encounters on more than one occasion. But this entire era was a terror for the people of New England, the kind of terror that only an overreaching, ideologically radical, and morally bankrupt government can induce. And then, of course, there were the unseen consequences, something that we know about, but nobody at the time saw coming. All of this, the trials and the infrastructure required there, the militia units roaming the countryside, and the hundreds of people in jail, well, it was sucking up all of the time and the labor of the people of New England. This was during the spring and summer in an agricultural society. The planting and tending crops and caring for animals and fishing and everything they needed to do to survive wasn't getting done, at least not enough of it. After the trials were over, come winter, the harvest was bleak. There was not enough corn or peas or beans to feed everyone. Beyond that, their agricultural output economically was wanting. Back in Boston, 8 days after she had been found guilty on the 10th of June, Bridget Bishop was collected by George Corwin, John Corwin's nephew. She was loaded into an open two-wheeled cart, taken down St. Peter Street from the Boston jail to Essex Street. There she headed west all the way through the center of town and finally turned north along Boston Road. In normal times, it was a journey of 15 minutes, maybe. But here it was perhaps the longest journey of Bridget Bishop's life. More than 5,000 people had turned out into the streets of Boston, as many as half of them possibly not from Boston. They were there hoping to see what a real witch looked like. And after 2 months in prison, she looked the part. Her clothes were in rags. She was emaciated. She had dark circles under her eyes. But to her credit, reportedly, Bridget Bishop stood straight, even under the barrage of insults and curses, and, yes, a barrage of refuse and rotten food. The procession led her, finally, to Gallows Hill. We don't know who her executioner was. They didn't tend to write that kind of thing down, but we do know the procedure. Her skirts were tied at the ankle. Her wrists were bound before her. They had her climb a ladder, and there Bishop waited. The presiding minister recited a prayer, and he gave a long, boring, blow-evading speech, and then finally he read Bridget Bishop's execution warrant. He asked her, here at the end, to confess and perhaps to save her soul. But Bridget Bishop didn't. In her very last moments, she declared her innocence to everyone attended. So they covered her head and kicked the ladder out from under her. The crowd should have been ecstatic, and a few were, yeah, but the clergy really wanted that confession. They didn't get it. And the front rows were not as excited as one might expect. They were given over to people from Salem Village. The girls were there, naturally, as were a number of prominent men. Thomas Putnam, Minister Paris. In that first couple of rows, accusers stood cheek and jowl with those that they had accused. Mary Warren was there, so was John Proctor and his wife Betty. The message here was clear. If you confess your crimes, you can avoid this fate. In the days that followed Bridget Bishop's execution, the High Court heard 5 more cases. Sarah Good, the first woman to be accused in Salem Village, came first. She was found guilty. Next came Rebecca Nurse. She was found guilty too. Following that, in order, were Susanna Martin, Elizabeth Howe, and Sarah Wiles. All 3 guilty. In fact, everyone who stood before this court was found guilty, if they didn't confess first. This is the only witch trial in all of history that we know of with a 100% conviction rate. It's the only trial in Massachusetts history with a large number of defendants to have a 100% conviction rate. This whole process took a long time, over a month, in fact. But the trials, for those of us who know how they tended to go, were becoming a bit routine. They kept order better in the High Court, and they were efficient in their convictions. On the 19th of July, Sarah Good, Rebecca Nurse, Elizabeth Howe, Susanna Martin, and Sarah Wilds were loaded up into an open cart. They had 4 wheels this time, and they were taken, as well, to Gallows Hill. The crowd was even larger. Some have suggested as many as 10,000. People had time to travel to Boston by this point. Innkeepers, tavern owners, prostitutes, merchants, they were all making a killing from this extended carnival atmosphere there in town. But those 5 women were executed in a very similar fashion to Bridget Bishop. However, right here I'd like to take a moment to think of 5-year-old Dorothy Good. After months of living in squalor amid rats and stagnant water, after watching her baby sister starve to death in her mother's arms, Dorothy Good had to watch as a group of men in black coats dragged her mother off to die. And then they came for her, so that she could stand in the crowd and watch as they tied a rope around her mom's neck and strangled her to death. Following this second round of executions, the trial of George Burroughs was to take place. Now, we've discussed in some detail already the accusations against him, so we don't need to go into his proceedings, but I do want to posit a question about George Burroughs. He was not guilty of witchcraft. Nobody was. Witchcraft isn't real. But he was guilty of the mental and physical abuse of the women in his household. He was possibly guilty of sexual abuse of a 13-year-old, Mercy Lewis. And he was even maybe guilty of the murder of 2 of his wives and 2 of his daughters. George Burroughs deserved to hang. Depending on your sense of justice and what that word means, maybe he deserved to suffer in the horrors of a Massachusetts jail. But should he have? In this case, nearly all of the accused were guilty of crimes that we in the modern world wouldn't call crimes at all. Gambling, drinking, and premarital sex, or perhaps owning property that touched on the Putnam's land. Those people did not deserve to die. They didn't deserve to suffer in that Massachusetts jail, but George Burroughs did. However, even despite his many, many crimes, he would not have in the justice system of the time. The only recourse that his dead and abused wives and daughters had, the only justice that Mercy Lewis would ever find, was in accusing him of wizardry. I don't know if that's right. Is it right for a guilty person to hang for a crime that they did not commit? Legally, no, it's not, but is it morally right? I don't know. I will say, though, at the very least, I understand. In that vein, we can point to the reasons behind many of those accused of witchcraft being accused. Stacy Schiff points out that Thomas Putnam's feet stick out from behind the curtain far too often. They did. Two of the main accusers were members of his household, his daughter and his maid. Far too many of those accused, especially those with a high profile, owed him money or were engaged in a land dispute with him. We can't point to at least most of the personal disputes behind the scenes that informed those accusations of witchcraft. Who stole from who 10 years ago? Who slept with whose wife and or husband? Who in Salem Village abused the person that accused them in a fashion that was unlikely to find justice in the legal system of New England? More often than not, we don't know. Now, these trials seem like a grave injustice, and they are, but they may have served in ways that we cannot see. Hundreds of years later, they may have served a valuable purpose. They maybe offered a voice to the voiceless. After another month of trials, on the 19th of August, George Burroughs, John Proctor, and two more were hanged at Gallows Hill. John Proctor's wife, Betty Proctor, was not executed, though she had been condemned. She had received a reprieve on account of her pregnancy. In a foreshadow of what's to come for two of the most prominent women in the story of pirates and piracy, the possibility that Betty Proctor conceived that pregnancy while in jail with a guard and not her husband, the possibility of that is not zero. Now, after every round of executions that occurred, the expectation was that everybody would calm down. The witchcraft trials were doing their job. They were saving humanity from the devil. But instead, they seemed to have the opposite effect. Things only got more and more rabid as the weeks went on. In September, the jails reached their breaking point. They had to speed up the process or they were going to run out of room. In that month, 16 people were found guilty of witchcraft, including Martha Corey. All were sentenced to hang. Giles Corey, Martha's husband, when asked the traditional question, "Culprit, how will you be tried?" he refused to answer. He should have said, "By God and my country," but he did not. That, well, they didn't know how to proceed. It put a stop to the trial. In an attempt to correct this affront, the only such case in Massachusetts history, the court ordered him pressed. That's the torture in which they lay you down, put a board on top of you, and weigh that board down with rocks and bricks and sometimes people. Giles Corey did not relent. For hours, he refused to give the expected answer. All he had to say was, "By God and my country," but he didn't. Through labored breath and eventually blood gurgling from his lips, he declaimed his innocence for hours, until he finally succumbed and died. 3 days later, on the 22nd of August, Martha Corey, a straight-up gangster to the end, followed her husband into death, along with 3 more people. This round of executions, though, to the surprise of everyone in charge, turned out to be the last. Maybe it was watching Giles Corey, the only man in Massachusetts history to suffer that torture, watching him die the way he did may have shocked me. Maybe it was watching yet another elderly woman go to her fate, denying her guilt. Too many people were denying their guilt. Too many people were petitioning the government. And too many people in the crowd, and this is key, too many of those had begun to grow sympathetic toward the condemned. One of those who had grown sympathetic was none other than Cotton Mather's father, Increase Mather. He wrote a treatise condemning the use of spectral evidence, which set off a barrage of sparring editorials between he and his son, arguing that point. But public opinion had turned in Increase Mather's favor. It was at this point that a number of other old, fat, prominent men who had thus far sat the trials out decided it was time to intervene. Men who had retired from ministerial duties years ago entered in to say that this was not how things should be done in Massachusetts. Many of those men had been supportive of the witch trials in private, But now they chose to come down on what they realized was the right side of history. The tide had turned. But there was not a mass release of prisoners. That took months on end. If you had the money, you could post bail. But that was prohibitively expensive for many imprisoned, especially since they had been in jail for so long. However, townsfolk came together to raise the funds to get all of the children released first. And then families came together to raise money to get as many people out as possible. And after months of raising funds, almost everyone had been released. One figure remained in prison. Throughout October and November and December, past Christmas, which did not exist in Puritan New England, through January, and finally into February. Tituba was never able to buy her way to freedom. She was a slave. She had no one. And Minister Paris didn't want her back. She was a liability at this point. So he left her to rot in a suburb of hell, in 6 inches of standing water. He just left her there. Finally, some kind soul came to the rescue and bought her at a discount. She was, after all, potentially a witch. Tituba, without her husband, John Indian, walked out of the jail into another kind of chains and off the pages of history. No one was burned at the stake, as is a common misconception. They didn't do that in America. We can't say for certain how many people died in prison. It was at least 5, including an infant named Mercy, and perhaps as many as 10 or a dozen. Which is too many. It's all too many. None of this should have happened. But what followed? Well, look, everyone accused here in New England was a Puritan, which is kind of a surprise. They hated the Quakers, but they didn't accuse any Quakers of witchcraft. No Anglicans or Lutherans, no Baptists even. No Catholics were accused of witchcraft in the Salem witch trials. All of them were members of the church, most of them in good standing. But those who survived the trials, those who were released from prison, got out to find that in most cases, their property, while they had been in jail, had been confiscated by the government and sold off to the highest bidder. That left hundreds of people, almost 200 survivors, not to mention all of their family members. It left them homeless without any kind of income, all of them former members of the Puritan Church. Most of those who had been so abused lost their faith. Not necessarily their faith in God or Jesus Christ, but in the Puritan Church, absolutely. Without a home or any form of income, they moved out of Massachusetts to New York or Providence. And there they often started attending Anglican services or Baptist services. How many hundreds of people, all of their children, generations in families, can leave a relatively small church in a relatively small part of the world, and that church survived? The Puritan Church had been dealt their death blow. In a generation, they would be a vanishingly small remnant of what they had been in Massachusetts. In 2 generations, they were essentially gone. The sorts of repercussions that were being felt here in the wake of the Salem witch trials took decades to work out. They finally only ended after all of those who had been affected either left Massachusetts for good or died. The governor and the council would be inundated with calls for reparations for years to come. Those who had been involved, Minister Paris, for example, were pariahs in their community. But a few cases really do stand out in all of that morass. When she was finally released from prison, Dorothy Good was 6 years old. But while she did leave prison, it really never left her. She had been forced to live in a state that I don't think any of us could ever really imagine, and I hope nobody ever has to experience ever again. She had watched her infant sister die because her mother could not produce the milk, and finally watched her mother killed by the state. Dorothy Good went insane. She would live in an asylum for the rest of her life before finally taking her life. And one of those at the heart of this story, Betty Paris, Abigail Williams, Ann Putnam Jr., Elizabeth Hubbard, Mary Warren, Mary Walcott, they had been, for a brief flash of their life, at the center of everything, of major events that we're still talking about today. Stacy Schiff points out that, with the exception of a few characters like Joan of Arc and a couple of preteen monarchs, virgin girls of their age and ilk had never had the kind of power that these girls had. But after the trials were over, they were relegated back to where the Puritan world thought they belonged, the shadows of history. For some of the girls, we know nothing about what happened to them after the trials. They disappeared. We know that Betty Paris and Mary Walcott went on to marry relatively successful men, not ministers or governors, but merchants and shoemakers. They would raise their families far, far away from Salem Village. Mercy Lewis moved to Boston. There, she gave birth to an illegitimate son, after which she too was relegated into the shadows. Ann Putnam Jr., though, kind of a key figure in the witch trials, something of a star. Well, she would never marry, an oddity in the Puritan world. When her parents, Thomas Putnam and Ann Putnam Sr., died in 1699, she took over the farm, an even stranger sight indeed. An unmarried young woman owning a large parcel of land, the largest privately owned land in the region, and doing well with it. The Putnam farm prospered under her direction. Ann Putnam Jr. was responsible for more successful accusations than any other girl in Salem. Mary Warren actually made more, but hers were less successful. She was suspect after all. But those accusations seem to have haunted Ann Putnam Jr. In 1706, she published a formal apology for everything that transpired back in 1692. All of the lives lost and lives dashed on the rocks, she apologized for it, genuinely. And the community, those who had been affected that were left in the Salem region, they accepted it. It seemed that in this one small way, the wound had begun to heal. Ann Putnam died 10 years later in 1716 at the age of 36. The last accuser in Salem was finally gone. For generations after that, Salem Village, which would eventually become known as Danvers, Massachusetts, they hid from their past. No one who lived through the witch trials, in their petitions for redress or in any official communications or probably in most diaries, no one ever referred to them as the witch trials. They were instead known in many, many papers as that dark and mysterious season. Into the 20th century, well into the 20th century in fact, people who visited the region interested in the witch trials could expect to be chased away, chased with recriminations that hundreds of years earlier would have seen those who did the chasing accused of witchcraft. Nathaniel Hawthorne, the author of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, was a distant descendant of John Hawthorne, the justice, a key figure in the trials. He changed the spelling of his name to distance himself from his ancestor. He even went so far as to attempt to rewrite history. He wrote a book, The House of the Seven Gables, that sanitized the story of the Salem witch trials. And today, thanks in large part to that work and The Devil in Massachusetts and The Crucible, Salem and Danvers, to a lesser extent, have embraced their past. Somewhat, at least. They've embraced a sanitized, commercialized version of their past. Their sports teams are the witches. Their police cars carry the emblem of a witch flying on a broomstick. They've had to cancel it this year because, thanks 2020, but usually every Halloween they hold an annual witch festival. The story of the Salem witch trials is unbelievable. And I really haven't even begun to do it justice here. If you want to know more, I really cannot recommend the source that I have relied upon more than any other here, The Witches by Stacy Schiff. I would not have done this if not for her amazing, colorful, 3D historical storytelling. In the end, I wanted to tell this story because I wanted to. It's a good story, but in the telling, I did find a link to the pirates of the era. In the colonial era, New England was not a nice place to live. Every account is filled with descriptions of long, gray, dreary days. When we hear about those girls' wants and desires, what the devil offered them, it looks like more than anything else they wanted something fresh and exciting and colorful. Somewhere they could visit with new people and new sights and experiences that their deeply repressive and regimented lives would never offer them. Most of those girls, the accusers and the accused, and those who played no role at all in the Salem witch trials, most would never achieve those goals, something that every adolescent can understand. But on the other hand, there was a generation of young men in New England who, thanks to the war and a few very enterprising sea captains, they were about to do just that. Next time, the first of the most famous pirates of the round will jump off the pages of dusty history and into the greater cultural imagination of the world. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, all of our patrons on Patreon, everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family, and everybody who has given us ratings or reviews wherever it is you listen to the show. That all makes this possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Precinct. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by cloud tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodore's obvious, Scurvy Legs, Brendan, Kruger, MD, Big Beard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, Wit, Pablo, Nikki, Governor Root, Gin Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And I'd like to welcome our newest patrons, Annabelle, Jim, Madeline, Patrick, and of course our newest Commodore, Trey. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. I don't like to repeat myself, or rather, I know that it's annoying for a lot of you when I do. So generally I try to avoid it, but I have to remember that every episode could be somebody's first episode. Beyond that, today we're going to look at some of the first really notable moves of the golden age of piracy. With that in mind, I'd like to ask one last time with feeling, what is the golden age of piracy? The phrase probably originated in Captain Charles Johnson's A General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates. And there's a very real possibility that, when writing that phrase, Captain Johnson was joking, being facetious, tongue-in-cheek. I'm trying to say he was being a smartass. A golden age, as people at the time would have understood it, almost certainly referred to the height of the Roman Empire, when culture and power and art and literature and military might, territorial expansion, all of the metrics of civilization were at their greatest extent. A few hundred dirty, drunken, anarchist, nomadic sea robbers hardly equate to that. But even so, even if he were joking, the golden age of piracy has become kind of a shorthand for a period of time in the early modern era in which pirates represented a threat to the stability of European trade, profits, and expansion. But exactly what period of time the golden age of piracy represents is something of a lingering question. The broadest possible definition includes the whole of the Age of Sail, from Francis Drake all the way to the Napoleonic era. Slightly more conservative definitions will begin with Henry Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast, and take that to about the 1720s. The most restrictive definitions would focus almost exclusively on the Pirate Republic at Nassau. However, most historians and writers choose the definition that we're going to use here today. That the golden age of piracy begins in the early 1690s, in the wake of the crackdown on piracy in the 1680s, at the outset of the 9 Years' War, when, shockingly, large numbers of old pirates and navy men and privateers and independent merchant marines, when they abandoned their jobs and bases and their hunting grounds to sail away, to sail east into the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. Today, we're going to begin our look at today, in a very real way, marks the beginning of our look at that definition of the golden age of piracy. This is episode 188, Reunion. For the past several episodes, we've focused pretty exclusively on Massachusetts. I hope that I've imparted what an unpleasant and strict place to live that could be. But today we're going to turn our eyes south. Not to the West Indies and not to Madagascar, at least not yet. Instead, we're going to begin in the sunny climes and sandy beaches of colonial New York. Here in about 1690, the New York colony was still smaller than Massachusetts. The colony, the whole of New York colony, was home to only 5,000 colonists, while Boston alone held 7,000. Well, colonist might not be the proper term there, actually. I should say that instead New York was home to 5,000 non-native inhabitants. There were a huge number of slaves in New York at the time. Really, that's what New York had going for it. Boston and Providence and Philadelphia had better amenities and more money and really a much more active trading market. But the Puritans in New England and the Quakers in Pennsylvania had this annoying habit of abolitionism. New York, on the other hand, or really New Amsterdam, was the home to the first slave auction in America. And the trade in human beings had only grown in the years since then. It was slavery, the economic backbone of the city, but the trade was limited to Englishmen. The Royal Africa Company controlled all slave trade in the English-speaking world and regulated the whole affair in America. The problem, though, is that New York was a multicultural melting pot, even back then. It was home to a huge number of Swiss and Dutch and German and Jewish and French immigrants and exiles from all over the world. Now, most of these immigrants and exiles were regular working people. Laborers and weavers and fishermen and washerwomen and tavern owners, artisans, that kind of thing. But there were a few who had managed to amass sizable fortunes in the New World. Now they were cut out of the slave trade, the most lucrative trade in New York. They had to turn to other avenues to invest and increase their fortunes. Those other avenues were, well, it's kind of funny. Here in the modern world, we see slavery as the evil that it was, and many of us see piracy as kind of a Disneyfied, sanitized children's ride. But in 1690 or so, the slave trade was a perfectly moral and legal occupation, while piracy was detestable. And that is the avenue that many of these investors took. Listen to what one East India Company official said of the pirate economy in New York. He wrote in 1694, quote, "It is certain that these villains frequently carry their unjust gains to New York, where they are permitted egress and regress without control, spending such coin there in the usual lavish manner of such persons." End quote. When that East India Company official said egress and regress, he's talking about coming and going. He's saying that pirates in New York had freedom of movement that they had almost nowhere else in the English world. By 1688, piracy was something of a cottage industry in New York. But it was about to explode in size and in market share, thanks in large part to two men, Frederick Phillips and Adam Baldridge. Now, we last visited New York in 1688 in the wake of the revolution against Edmund Andros. You'll recall Jacob Leisler, that middle-class German merchant who had declared himself governor. But that really hardly mattered after a few months' time. He was living in Albany in exile, leading little more than a small militia. The man who was really in charge in New York, or at least one of them, was Friedrich Philipsen, a Dutch merchant who had anglicized his name to Frederick Phillips. The revolving door of governors who were nominally in charge of New York were essentially appointed by Frederick Phillips and his council of wealthy merchant friends. Now, we don't know how Frederick Phillips got involved with Adam Baldridge, but it was probably the slave trade. Adam Baldridge was a smuggler and a part-time, a small-time pirate. Not an out-and-out scallywag, but not exactly the kind of guy that a luminary like Frederick Phillips would telegraph his relationship with. But Baldridge did have contacts down in Port Royal, as well as Charleston and Nassau, and in Africa. Baldridge was what the Royal Africa Company considered an interloper. He traded slaves illegally, without royal license. And although nobody at the time knew it, or at least nobody at the time would admit to knowing it, Frederick Phillips was one of his primary customers. All that land he bought, all those churches he built, much of it was on the dime of the illegal slave trade. The problem is, though, Adam Baldridge was trying to get out of the slave trade. The arrival of Bachelor's Delight in 1688 may have had something to do with it, but I think even more was the warrant for his arrest in Port Royal, Jamaica. Not for piracy, but for murder. He'd killed somebody down there and was unlikely to return. But probably the primary reason he wanted to get out of the slave trade was the Royal Africa Company. They were not people that messed around. If you infringed on their business, they might have you arrested. But only if you were a rich and powerful pillar of the community like Frederick Phillips. For a man like Adam Baldridge, they'd just have you killed. The Royal Africa Company did have assassins on the payroll that were trained to infiltrate and poison or strangle a target, but that wasn't for a person like Baldridge. A man like Baldridge would just be gunned down in his home or maybe in the tavern he's staying at. I mean, it's not like anybody's going to stop the Royal Africa Company, and killing a man so publicly would certainly send a message. There was a host of reasons that Adam Baldridge may have wanted to get out of the slave trade, but something really dramatic seems to have changed in 1688 or 1689. We can't say for certain what it was. It involved pirates, certainly, and shady business deals and powerful men like Phillips, so it's not like Baldridge was going to write any of it down. But that question, exactly what changed there in 1688 or 89, well, that's what we're going to explore today. What we know for certain is that in 1691, Adam Baldridge sailed out of New York to establish a base on the Indian Ocean, a base that would be used mostly by pirates and smugglers. It's the circumstances surrounding that decision, though, that are so interesting. If Adam Baldridge was done defying the Royal Africa Company, why would he antagonize the East India Company? Well, there's a few things to remember here. In 1688, the East India Company was powerful and large, but they weren't what we picture when we think about the East India Company. You know, a huge, private, militarily dominant corporation that, well, all of that comes from later on, when the East India Company was in charge of India. Don't picture a plucky little startup, but there was room to maneuver without infringing on East India Company business. See, they were still busy competing with the Dutch and the French and the Portuguese in the Southern Asian world. And the locals, too, who are a big part of this story. Asia was controlled by, at least the parts that weren't colonized, were controlled by a number of dynastic empires. There were those empires that were known at the time as Burma and Siam. We know them today as Myanmar and Thailand. There was the Nguyen Empire in much of modern-day Cambodia and Laos and in most of Vietnam. And they were all important geopolitical players, but then we have the really heavy hitters. The Qing dynasty in China should never be ignored, nor should the Mughal Empire in modern-day India. We should really call them the Mughal Sultanate, as it was a huge Islamic state, a Sunni state, that stretched from the border of Shia Persia all the way to Pakistan and Afghanistan, and the whole of the Indian subcontinent. It was a massive political body. Not only was it massive, it was rich, which will concern us in the weeks to come, and it was powerful. So powerful, in fact, that it stood in the way of English expansion. There's this popular myth that the British accidentally founded their empire in Asia. It's a myth that you'll see propagated mostly by the imperialist British. We shouldn't believe it. It's a lie. You don't accidentally found an empire. The Romans would tell the same lie. They're just protecting their borders here, but you can't muster and outfit and supply huge armies and navies and to march them all across the globe accidentally. You know, it's like your fiance telling you that they accidentally slept with your best friend. It's not an accident. The point is, though, the English were trying to expand their influence in the region while, at the same time, Adam Baldridge was looking to get out of the slavery game to expand his business into new markets. For a man in his line of work, the Indian Ocean is a perfect place to set up shop.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Wait, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Castlethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a house. It's your home, the place that's filled with memories. The early days of figuring it out, to the later years of still figuring it out. For the place you've put down roots, trust Amica Home Insurance. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
Now, we do know that while Baldridge was still in America, he spent a ton of money outfitting his journey. It could have all been his own capital, but it's a lot more likely that he enjoyed investments from men like Frederick Phillips. He bought a huge amount of food and rum and wine and comforts, like luxury goods, the kinds of things that men from the quote-unquote civilized world would have trouble finding out on the Indian Ocean. And then he bought guns. Really, it was mostly guns. He bought pistols and muskets and swivel guns and shot and powder and cannon, all kinds of stuff. And actually, this is a decent place to pause and note a thing or two about pirate weaponry. There's a sea change taking place here at the outset of the 9 Years' War. There's an ocean of difference between the armament of the buccaneers and this next generation of pirates. A tidal wave of stuff. The point is, the flintlock musket was a big deal, especially at sea, where the flintlock firing mechanism would be better protected from water. The flintlock design had been around for a while now, but by this point it had finally become omnipresent enough to really filter down to the likes of lowly pirates. It also allowed for a greater production of pistols. You're a lot less likely to burn your hand with a flintlock firing mechanism than the older matchlock designs, so you can have a smaller gun. You don't need a long gun to fire. With flintlock pistols at their disposal, pirates could begin to carry the 2 or 3 or sometimes even 4 pistols in their belts that they became so famous for, compared to the single-use muskets common among the buccaneers. That's a huge improvement in firepower. And of course, they still had muskets with them. And if, for the sake of argument, they happened to have a sweet bandolier crisscrossing their chest, a la Blackbeard, you could carry 8 or 10. And then there are the swords. I don't want to nerd out too hard here, but it is interesting. So a saber refers to virtually any curved sword, right? Sabers were preferred by cavalrymen, as well as almost every navy in the world. The cutlass was a type of saber, and the Anglo-American cutlass is a short and relatively thin, slightly curved naval sword. The design of the cutlass didn't much change between, say, the Elizabethan age and the American Civil War. But that thin, slightly curved blade isn't the image of a pirate sword, right? At least not a Halloween costume pirate sword. That blade, the pirate sword, is shorter and a lot more broad than a traditional cutlass. But because it's so broad, you get that curved, tapered end, kind of like a bowie knife. That's how you get a sharp point on such a wide blade. I mean, you know what I'm talking about here. It's a Halloween costume pirate sword, but believe it or not, that's a real sword design. It was a mainstay of Barbary pirates. That broad, curved blade was a variation of the Muslim world's scimitar, built for naval use. The curved edge and tapered point made it ideal for slicing and piercing attacks. The broadness of the blade allowed it to be used as a sort of machete. You could cut through ropes on your ship or the brush in the jungle with it. In fact, in much of the Caribbean world today, a cutlass is their name for what we call a machete. When Adam Baldridge went on his shopping spree, he did buy quite a few English cutlasses. But the pirates with whom he was about to become so well acquainted decided in large part that they preferred the designs out of the Ottoman and Mughal empires. And this whole story, the story of the pirates of the Round, the Red Sea Men, really it's little more than a chapter in a centuries-long drama between the imperial powers of Europe and their colonial quest for control of the sea routes to Asia. That means control of at least enough territory for your naval bases. You need stopping points on the long and arduous trek from Europe all the way around the Cape of Good Hope and finally across the Indian Ocean to Asia. You needed to stop for wood and water and food, and you needed friendly ports in which to do so. For the English, the southern Atlantic wasn't a problem. They had a number of good stopping points. But rounding the Cape was a problem for the English. South Africa was controlled by the Dutch. That's why you have cities there today named Bloemfontein and Johannesburg. There was also the Fort de Good Hope, which would become Cape Town. This was a problem for the English, at least until the Dutch stadholder, William, became the King of England. But it was still kind of a problem. Even though the King of England was perhaps the most powerful man in the Netherlands, they were still different nations. The English in Dutch ports had to pay exorbitant fees to stop in Dutch ports. Not an ideal state of affairs, especially on a merchant voyage, a voyage intended to turn a profit. It wouldn't have been a problem if there were somewhere to stop on the eastern side of Africa. But for the English, there really wasn't. North of the Dutch-controlled southern tip of Africa, the Portuguese controlled most of the port cities on the mainland. That's Portuguese Mozambique. North of that, you'd run into the Ethiopian Empire, who was not friendly to most of the powers of old Europe. And they had the strength to repel anyone who might come knocking. And by that point, you're on the borders of Egypt and the Ottoman Empire. Mainland Africa was essentially out. But that leaves Madagascar. And mainland Madagascar was as unfriendly as Ethiopia. The locals had been engaged in a decades-long war for control of the coast between a bunch of different factions on the island. But this conflict was escalated by the Ottomans and the Mughals and the Portuguese and Ethiopians and the French. All of those powers had interests in the region, and they armed and supplied different factions on Madagascar. Now, as an American, I wouldn't know anything about arming local populations to fight factional wars in their home countries in order to promote instability for our own financial and military gain, but that's what was happening here. If Madagascar could have been claimed by anyone, it would be a huge upset in global power dynamics. So all of the empires of the world gave the Madagascar locals a ton of surplus cannons and guns. Especially France. They had a ton of interest in the region. They controlled a ton of the islands surrounding Madagascar, and allowing anyone else to establish a presence there would have been dangerous. The French had ports at Mayotte to the northwest, between Madagascar and mainland Africa. At Mauritius, an island group to the southwest, they had a number of port cities. And of course, their biggest in the region was at Ile de Réunion, Reunion Island. Any of you who are familiar with this story, or really the story of piracy in general, will likely know the island of Reunion for its famous gallows. A gallows where many a pirate, some of them quite famous, met their end. Reunion Island is important. But then, of course, the French had one last outpost in the region, a tiny little port at the Ile Sainte-Marie, an island just off the northeast coast of Madagascar. It was close to mainland Madagascar, close enough to see it, maybe close enough for a strong swimmer to swim, but I wouldn't recommend it. Ile Sainte-Marie had a fantastic natural port, and it would have been a location that any imperial power would have desired to establish themselves, but because it was so close to Madagascar, they suffered attacks from the locals. By 1690, the French had all but abandoned Ile Sainte-Marie in favor of Reunion. That's why Adam Baldridge was able to establish an outpost there. Now again, we don't know much about how that actually happened. The most extensive account we do have comes from Captain Johnson's General History of the Pirates, and almost certainly from a second edition and a different author, but it's a fictional account of the pirates' arrival in the Indian Ocean, the story of Captain Misson. That story likely has some validity hidden behind the fictions it presents. In the weeks to come, we'll likely return to the story of Captain James Misson from time to time. But we do have Adam Baldridge's own account of his arrival. He said, quote, July the 17th, 1690. I, Adam Baldridge, arrived at the island of St. Mary's in the ship Fortune, Richard Conyers' commander. I left the ship, being minded to settle among the Negroes at St. Mary's with 2 men more. But the ship was cast away. End quote. According to Adam Baldridge, that ship, in being cast away, lost half her crew, and the rest disappeared into Asia. Now, far be it from me to question the word of such a reputable man as Adam Baldridge, especially since, at the time, he was under oath to God and the King. He was on trial when he said those words. But I can't find any record of a Captain Richard Conyers on the ship Fortune in the 1680s, except, of course, for this testimony. Now, that's not to say that he wasn't a real person. I could have just failed to find it, or this might be the only written record of a Captain Richard Conyers. But if I were on trial for aiding and abetting a host of notorious and, by that point, world-famous pirates, I might just lie a little bit about who dropped me off there, and about my intentions on St. Mary's. Adam Baldridge would have us believe that he was there in a, well, yes, self-interested, but also a patriotic attempt to claim a little piece of land for England. If he were to establish a port city there on St. Mary's, he would be able to earn himself a pretty penny. But he would also be able to aid the English in the war. And to be fair to Adam Baldridge, he did that. His port at St. Mary's would welcome a number of battered and bedraggled English ships after their trip around the Cape or on their way back. Some of them, many of them even, were honest and legitimate merchant ships and a couple of Navy vessels. But mostly, the vast majority of them were pirates. And that's what it was intended to be. See, between the time when Bachelor's Delight and George Rayner arrived in America back in 1688, and when Adam Baldridge arrived at St. Mary's in 1690, there was a fortuitous meeting there at Madagascar. This is the big question, the event that might give us a reason why Adam Baldridge chose to sail for St. Mary's. In 1689, Bachelor's Delight sailed away from America for Africa, to arrive, finally, at Madagascar. Now, I'm not sure why they undertook that voyage. They captured no prizes of any note, nothing at least has come down to us, and then, after arriving at Madagascar, they turned around and sailed back to New York. It's almost as if they were paid to scout out Madagascar by, I don't know, a corrupt merchant there in New York with perhaps powerful connections at the highest echelons of society. When Bachelor's Delight arrived at Madagascar, they landed in St. Augustine Bay. That's at the southwestern corner of Madagascar. In fact, it's where Captain Johnson tells us that Captain Masson made landfall to establish Libertalia. I'm not ready to open the can of worms that is Libertalia. We touched on this when we talked about James Masson, but for those of you who may not be aware, Libertalia was, according to legend, an independent pirate nation. Exactly what kind of nation, we're not sure. A pirate kingdom? A pirate republic, maybe? Of course, what those ideals were tend to differ, depending on who's telling you about Libertalia. Everything from a privateer base loyal to the English crown to an outright anarchist pirate commune, and everything in between. But we need to remember that Libertalia did not exist. But it also kind of did. I mean, that's really what we're talking about here. The idea of Libertalia, even if it was never given that name by the men and women who populated it, was real. And it's an idea that we're going to examine in the weeks to come. But as far as the real story is concerned, Bachelor's Delight, there in St. Augustine's Bay, met with none other than the pirate ship Signet, under Captain John Reed. Now I know I might have mentioned this before in passing, but if you could all just pretend to be super shocked by this big reveal, I'd really appreciate it. Ever since William Dampier left the Signet back in 1686, they'd been roving all around the Indian and Pacific Oceans looking for plunder and adventure. Mostly they'd found more adventure than plunder. Signet captured enough prizes and enough booty to keep themselves fed, but not much else. Alcohol was in scant supply in Muslim ports, which meant they had a tough time keeping water on hand. Their purses and sea chests were mostly empty, and they stayed that way. And the Signet, the ship herself, was in really bad shape. Her hull was worm-eaten, she was storm-battered, her masts were cracking, really she was just falling apart. They had few friendly ports there in Asia, and they might not have careened her even once since Charles Swan had been in command. But when Signet met with Bachelor's Delight in St. Augustine Bay, they had just scored a huge win. Several weeks earlier, off the coast of Myanmar, they had captured a large Portuguese merchantman, a ship that was filled with all of the spices and riches that the Orient had to offer. Pepper and cloves and mace and nutmeg and indigo, all of it, bound for Portugal, found its way into the holds of the pirate ship Signet. And as soon as they finished loading their ship up, Signet ran. Everyone in the region was after them. The Portuguese, the Indians, anybody who wanted to either bring the pirates to justice or capture those spices for themselves, chased their less than pristine pirate ship. They ran at first into the Red Sea. Now the Red Sea was controlled on both sides by the Ottoman Empire, which wasn't without its own share of dangers, but at least that means that nobody else was going to be stupid enough to follow them up there. The Red Sea, by the way, is that body of water that separates Arabia from Africa, and it's always been a hotbed of piracy. Back when Moses parted the Red Sea, there's a reasonable chance he may have displaced a pirate. And today, of course, the Red Sea and its nearby waters in the larger ocean is home to many a Somali pirate. The Red Sea, like St. Mary's and Reunion Island, is a location we're going to need to remember. But for now, almost as soon as the pirates entered the Red Sea, they were pushed back out. They were in unfamiliar waters, but that's not really the point here. The point is that the very next place they were able to stop in their ship filled with extraordinarily valuable cargo, a ship that was currently sinking, was the Bay of St. Augustine, where, of course, they ran into Bachelor's Delight. Now, this meeting was not planned. The pirates, back in 1684, after taking a beating off the Peruvian coast, they didn't plan to meet up 6 years later off the coast of Africa. This meeting was happenstance, but it was lucky. The records of what happened here are, at the very best, spotty, but we do know that some of Signet's crew climbed aboard Bachelor's Delight to head back to New York with George Raynor, and we can assume that they carried all of their shares of that mighty Portuguese haul with them. I mean, would you leave all of your worldly wealth in the hands of a pirate, even if you yourself were a pirate? I certainly hope not. Now, what happened to the rest of the crew of the Signet is difficult to say, including John Reed. Some of them did stay there at Madagascar and would join up with Adam Baldridge later on. That would create the core of the myth of Libertalia. Some of those pirates married local women. Of course, some of the pirates got killed in fights with local men, often over their new wives. But a good number of the Signet pirates stole a ship that happened into the Bay of St. Augustine and made their way to the Ottoman Empire. That might not have been a bad move. You know, if you're a wanted man in whatever country you happen to come from, and you have the spices to buy your way to safety in the Ottoman world, they would be willing to give you a job as a privateer or Barbary pirate. But back in New York, Frederick Phillips somehow came into a windfall of some of the most valuable cargo on the planet. Pepper and cloves and mace and nutmeg and indigo. Now, nobody there in New York was asking too many questions because cheap nutmeg. But it was at this point, when Frederick Phillips came into this miraculous windfall, that Adam Baldridge went on a shopping spree and prepared to depart for Madagascar. Now, I won't say for certain that the pirate colony at St. Mary's Island was funded by the haul taken by the Signet, but the coincidence is there. Beyond that, many of the pirates who returned to New York with Bachelor's Delight would have known that there was a wealth of spices waiting for whoever might come to pick it up there in St. Augustine Bay. And the pirates who were still in possession of those spices at Madagascar would be fairly familiar with the waters surrounding the island. Enough that, should other pirates enter the region, they could serve as navigators or guides. But look, I don't want to make it sound like Adam Baldridge is some kind of trailblazer here. You know, he didn't come up with the idea of fencing pirate goods. It's an ancient tradition. On Jamaica, fortunes were made in that industry. But in Port Royal, there was this veneer of privateering. You could get away with it and continue to be a legitimate businessman. The Pirates of the Round had none of that. While Adam Baldridge is not the first to have taken up this line of work, he may be the most famous pirate fence of the whole of the Golden Age. I would maybe say that he was the most famous pirate fence ever, but I would point to a couple of other candidates. The Duke of Albemarle, for example, who would launder millions of pounds in buccaneer winnings at Jamaica. But of course, he's not famous for having done so. Even more, though, there's Qing Shi in China, much later on in this story. It would be unfair and inaccurate to diminish everything she did by calling her merely a pirate fence, but that was a part of it. Still, Adam Baldridge is almost certainly the most famous pirate fence who got famous for fencing pirated goods. And on the 17th of July, 1690, he began to set up his little operation there on St. Mary's. Now, it's not much to talk about at first, but he was laying the groundwork for everything that is to come, for all of the pirates of the round. And thus, at least in the definition we're choosing to use today, Adam Baldridge was laying the groundwork for the golden age of piracy. Next time, we're going to look at the second name to lay the groundwork for the golden age of piracy. A pirate who at this point was merely a crewman on a privateer vessel. But next week, we're going to introduce him as the world knew him as Captain Kidd. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everyone who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us ratings or reviews, and everybody who has recommended this show. You all make it possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Gwen. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel, all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvylegs, Brendan, Kruger, Indeed, Bakebeard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, Wit, Pablo, Nikki, Trey, Governor Roof, Gin Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spain. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. To begin today, I need to get something out of the way, right off the bat. I like Westerns. The movies, old Westerns. Less the classic John Wayne white hat, black hat westerns. In fact, I might actually kind of hate those movies. But everything from the 70s spaghetti westerns on, I really enjoy. They're filled with criminals and injustice and anti-heroes and shades of gray. Many of the same things that drew me to pirates are there in the westerns. My first cowboy movie was Young Guns 2, starring Emilio Estevez as perhaps the most famous outlaw in the Old West, Billy the Kid. And if I don't just acknowledge right here at the outset that Billy the Kid, alias William Bonney, was a Scottish-American outlaw with a name that was notably similar to our subject today, if I don't get that out of the way, I'm just going to fill the episode with terrible out-of-place jokes, or maybe even do something like construct an entire episode around the career of Billy the Kid. You don't want that. I don't want that. None of us want me to pepper in songs from the very first album I ever bought with my own money, the Young Guns 2 soundtrack by John Bon Jovi.
I don't know where I'm going, only I know where I've been. I'm a devil on the run, a six-gun lover, a gambler in the wind. Yeah!
That would be ridiculous, after all. But if we pretend, and we would be pretending, if we pretend that I spent an entire afternoon watching the Young Guns saga and reading up on Billy the Kid in an attempt to find the similarities with to structure this episode, we would be forced to recognize in that entirely hypothetical case that there just isn't that much similarity there between Billy the Kid and William Kidd. Billy the Kid, William Bonney, was, according to the eminently historically accurate film Young Guns, quote, a runaway derelict scud-bottom vagrant, end quote. That is something that could be said for a lot of pirates, most pirates, in fact, even pirate captains. But not William Kidd. He was something different. He was a bit of an odd fish in the world of the pirates. Those oddities make him among the most interesting and complex pirates of all time, and they make him perhaps the most famous ever to have sailed. This is episode 189, A Mighty Man. More than Billy the Kid, in many ways, William Kidd reminds me of William Dampier. Both men were educated, at least a bit. William Kidd was by no means a scholar like Dampier, but he knew how to read and write. He could keep accounts, and he was versed in all of the skills required to sail. Both men were landowners and married, although for Kidd we haven't reached that point yet. But they were gentlemen, not members of the gentry or anything so august, but solidly middle class. But it's about there that the comparisons begin to end. William Kidd was more boisterous. He was more bold. He was a better sailor and a better leader than Dampier. That's why he became a captain. Dampier, on the other hand, was a lot smarter than William Kidd. Not only as a scholar and a sage, but Dampier could almost always read the situation. He saw the perils on his path and usually managed to avoid them. William Kidd, on the other hand, rarely did. Beyond that, there are their love lives and sexuality. William Dampier was probably gay. William Kidd was not. In addition to his wife and their loving relationship, which we will get to, Kidd was known to hire or to otherwise entice scores of working women to his decks, usually for the entertainment of his crew. Whether they were New York women from Petticoat Lane or indigenous women in some faraway country, throughout his career, Kidd shelled out a fair bit of his own treasure for their services. He was known to partake himself, but mostly it was a management style. When the crew starts grumbling and turning a bit mutinous, a fair bit of wine and women brought aboard will quiet them down, at least for a while. But in the end, William Kidd just wasn't a runaway, derelict, scud-bottom vagrant. He came from a relatively good family and would raise himself up to be one of the more prominent members of New York society. That's why today we're not catching up with him on a pirate ship, but instead a legal, licensed privateer. In 1688 and early 1689, William Kidd and Robert Culliford and probably William Mason and 6 or 7 other British men sailed on board the Saint Rose under Captain Jean Charpin. The quartermaster on board Saint Rose was Jean Fantin. Now that's an odd move, signing up with the French in 1688 as a Briton. No one was of any illusion that England and France would not soon be at war, so why did these men do so? We could point to any number of hypotheticals. Maybe William Kidd, in the tradition of many a Scotsman, the Stuarts included, maybe Kidd held a warm place in his heart for the French, much warmer than many Scotsmen held for England. Maybe Kidd signed up with the French in a fit of patriotic anti-English fervor. But while we could ascribe all kinds of motivations to William Kidd signing up with the French, I don't think we should. Joining a privateer crew was just a sound financial decision. Assuming you survived, you were set to make a decent amount of money. Truth is, though, we don't know why William Kidd or Culliford or any of the others did it. They were hardly worth a mention in anybody's record, except for a couple of mentions about the oddity of a group of Britons signing up to sail with the French, which is a real shame, the lack of records. It means that we know very little about how William Kidd came into possession of his very first ship. We don't know much about how this anonymous sailor, this lowly privateer, how he became officially Captain Kidd. We do know a bit, though. Saint Rose was a member of the largest privateer fleet since Henry Morgan sailed on Panama. The governor of Saint-Domingue, Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, and Lauro de Graaf led an armada of French privateers, mostly out of Tortuga and Petit Goave. Jean Charpin was part of that armada, and in early 1689 the Saint Rose captured a rich Dutch merchantman, somewhere in the Leeward Islands. Now this was an entirely legal military maneuver carried out by private naval contractors. But something happened here. It could have been something big and dramatic. Maybe the French on board Saint Rose tortured and killed a few Englishmen. Maybe they insulted St. George in the honor of all Britain. Maybe, more likely, William Kidd and his fellow Britons were stiffed out of their full share. The kind of thing that might happen because they were, after all, the enemy. But something does seem to have shifted for the British on board Saint Rose. A few days later, she put in at St. Kitts, a French possession at the time. The captain, Charpin, took a brigantine and enough men to sail her, along with all of the cargo that they possessed, and they sailed north, probably to Port Royal and Acadia. This was probably suggestive of a split among the crew, but it's not something we have any information about. However, we do know that the crew of Saint Rose voted in as their new captain, Jean Fantin, and then they celebrated with a legendary party. Nearly all of these privateers went ashore to spend all of their recent winnings. They lavishly doled out coin for wine and women, song, and gambling. It was quite the affair, a real boon to the economy of St. Kitts. But those French privateers made one big mistake. They left 20 of their number on board the Saint Rose to guard her. 11 or 12 of those men were French. But the rest were, William Kidd, Robert Culliford, probably William Mason, and the rest of the Britons. And maybe, it seems small, but maybe that's all it was. Maybe these British sailors were just annoyed that they had been denied the pleasures of a stop in port, or maybe this was just the opportunity that they had been waiting for. On the 15th of August, 1689, 10 months into the 9 Years' War, Captain General Christopher Codrington of Nevis wrote a letter in triplicate to his financial backers in London, to the Lords of Trade, and to his son at Oxford. He wrote that 8 days prior, on the 7th of August, he went down to the docks and, quote, found a French ship of 16 guns that had been surprised and captured by the English. She was formerly a privateer manned by 130 English and French, but mostly French. All but 20 of them made a descent on St. Christopher's, leaving the ship at anchor at Basseterre with 12 French and 8 English on board. The last named set upon the French, soon overcame them without the loss of a man, and brought the ship in here. She is now fitting for the king's service, her captain being William Kidd. End quote. Now, depending on who you listen to, among William Kidd and his contemporaries who were there, you will hear widely differing stories about why the pirates captured the San Rose. Everything from good old-fashioned revenge to a plan to sail her off and be proper pirates, to William Kidd's own assertion, to his tale that it was a patriotic move, another wartime maneuver to capture an enemy privateer. Maybe he had been a sleeper agent this whole time. And usually I'm more than happy to point out the untruths that pirates were wont to tell, but in this case there is a ring of truth in all of that, in all of those. Some of those who took part in this little mutiny did have good reason for revenge. Many of them would go on to be some of the most famous pirates of the early Golden Age. And Kidd himself, well, he's a complex character. You can almost believe that he was doing this as a patriotic move. Historian Richard Zacks tells us in his book Pirate Hunter, The True Story of Captain Kidd, that his whole career was a tightrope walk between legitimacy and piracy. That's what makes him so fascinating. But we still don't know exactly how William Kidd became captain. And I'm aware that there's an obtrusive amount of we don't know in this episode. Most storytellers and historians choose to begin Kidd's story in 1695, which is smart. These are early days for Captain Kidd, and we don't really know a lot about them. But this story today is the reason that Captain Kidd would go on to be tapped by the governor in New York, the East India Company, a duke, even the king signed his name. The reason those august men chose him for his later and much more famous and well-documented voyage. So it's worth talking about, even though we don't know how Captain Kidd became captain. Reports differ on the subject. He was probably voted in. That's how these things usually went at that period in time. But there are those who suggest that Christopher Codrington appointed him captain. And actually, Codrington is worth a mention here. He was a pillar, a central pillar of the Leeward Islands. He had been a governor. He was a slave owner, a plantation owner, a large sugar producer. More though, he was Captain General of the whole of the Leeward Islands. That's the highest military rank held by anyone who lived there. He outranked every English governor this side of Jamaica. Whether or not he granted William Kidd his first captaincy, we'll never know. But he did grant him his first privateering commission. That commission records the name of Kidd's new ship. The San Rose had been rechristened to Blessed Will.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market. No antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
You found your person. Now let the knot help you with everything else.
The Knot connects you to the wedding inspo, vendors, venues, and planning tools you need to make your day totally you. Having helped plan 25 million weddings, we've got your back when it comes to every little detail like RSVPs, budgets, and more. Because your wedding comes to life with the connections that matter the most. Get started at theknot.com/audio. The Knot. Let's plan your wedding together.
And I really want to give William Kidd credit for what would be an absolutely baller move, naming a ship after yourself, but that's not what happened. Blessed William was named for the king, for William III, King of England. In addition to the new name, Codrington upgraded Blessed William, gave her a full overhaul. They careened the vessel, they repaired her, they gave her new sails and 4 more big guns. Meanwhile, though, Captain Kidd recruited. And as far as I can tell, this is the earliest example in the record of pirates being recruited with a kind of a help wanted poster. Captain Kidd nailed a copy of his ship's Articles of Agreement, his Buccaneer Code, nailed it to the door of a few local taverns. And usually there would be a note at the bottom that said something very like, inquire within. Those pirates who chose to do so would find William Kidd or Robert Culliford or maybe William Mason waiting to sign them up for this new crew. This kind of thing is going to become very common amongst pirates and privateers, but as far as I can tell, this is the first example, the earliest example, of a pirate or privateer using their code to recruit. Now, I'm not going to relate this code to you today. I can't. We don't have a copy of it. We do have a copy of the Articles of Agreement from Kidd's much more famous 1695 voyage, but those articles, as we will see when we get to it, are very specific to that voyage. However, that code must have been convincing. Captain Kidd's recruiting and Codrington's outfitting brought the complement of Blessed William to 110 men and 20 big guns, at which point she was incorporated into a small naval squadron out of Nevis, led by Admiral Thomas Houston. What follows is a decent example of what the 9 Years' War looked like in the West Indies, or at any rate in the Lesser Antilles. While there were larger land-based maneuvers taking place on Hispaniola, for example, you may recall Lauro de Graaf and the tragedy of La Limonade, there were smaller, usually clandestine, almost guerrilla naval operations happening to the east. France, Holland, and England and the Lesser Antilles were essentially paying sailors to take lessons in piracy. On 30th December, their little fleet, out of Nevis, arrived at the island of Marie Galante, one of the smaller islands in the chain that make up Guadeloupe. Marie Galante, really all of Guadeloupe, was French territory at that time and very rich in sugar. The fleet of maybe half a dozen privateer vessels descended on the port at Grandburg and had their way with the city. There was no defense at Grandburg to speak of. A couple of coastal skimmers fired off a shot or two to defend their honor, and then they surrendered. These kinds of raids, in wartime at least, were commonplace in these islands. All those latter-day buccaneers, those who had sailed on the Pacific adventures, well, they all earned their bones in the Third Anglo-Dutch War on raids just like this. Some of them against the very same islands we're talking about today. These tiny colonies had hundreds, or in some cases thousands, of slaves. They had tons of money and sugar just lying around. But the white population of these islands, the people they would allow to hold guns, was small. They had virtually nobody to man the defenses, and in most cases had no defenses to speak of. Unless a Royal Navy squadron just happened to be in the neighborhood, they were without defense. And right now, the Royal Navy was busy. At this moment, across the Atlantic, Henry Everett was serving as a gunner's mate in a fleet that was getting their asses handed to them. We'll get to that next time. But that's why the Leeward Islands, really most of the West Indies, relied on privateer fleets. They could serve as a defense force, but in order to keep that defense force around, if they weren't going to pay the privateers, they had to offer them raids like this. They were almost budgeted into the operating costs of all of these sugar islands, be they French, Dutch, or English. That's why here at Marie Galante they surrendered so easily. That's how you did things. And there was a certain code of conduct expected. There was no torture or rape or murder on this raid, nor was there on many others of its kind. There were certainly rapes and killings from time to time, but if you were caught committing such acts while representing the crown, remember, they'd hang you. Your own people would hang you. Now, don't get me wrong, this wasn't a nice raid. They didn't bring tea for the locals. They'd drink up all your rum and they'd eat all your pork and they'd put their dirty feet up on the table, but mostly it was an orderly affair. You know, load up the sugar and empty the town coffers of enough silver that everyone could pretend to agree that that was all they had to offer, which of course it wasn't. Plantation owners were filthy rich, as were these colonies. But in this case, they paid off the privateers with 2,000 pounds sterling, which sounds okay, but remember that there were 6 ships here. If we assume that they were all of a similar size, that would mean 600 privateers, which, if divided equally amongst the crews, would give each man a share of 3 1/3 pounds each. Not exactly a retirement fund. Not even enough to really properly get drunk on. Maybe for a night, but not for the weeks that these privateers were hoping for. Of course, their holds were full of sugar, and that's great, but a decent portion of that was going to go to old Chris Codrington. The government, after all, has to take their cut. For most of the privateers here at Marie Galante, this was to be expected. See, a raid like this, well, this was a gig for them. They had jobs back in Nevis, usually driving slaves, but this was a little bonus. Hey, sign up for this raid and we'll go attack the French. You can drink all their rum, you can eat all their pork, maybe pinch their wives, but don't go too far. There will, however, I'm sure they were reminded, be a few exotic French demoiselles working there. Women that, and this was important, these men had never met before. Naturally, they'd have to pay, but it would probably come to no more than, say, just about what they had earned on the raid. Handy, that. But it was a good time. It was a laugh, a little vacation for these working men. But for Culliford and Mason and all of the others who had sailed under Jean Charpin, this was their job. These wages just weren't going to cut it. So they started talking. Is this really what you guys do? Okay. Sail with a real crew and you're not going to see scraps like this. We're talking about sea chests filled with silver and gold. Oh yeah, I used to have one. What happened to it? Well, I spent it after all of it on wine and women and a good time. And the rest of it I buried. Yeah, I buried treasure all over the West Indies. I'm a rich man. But really, I'm here for the adventure. So you want in? They did indeed want it. And that desire would only grow. Things were going to get worse for these privateers. When they got back to Nevis with their paltry winnings in hand, and when they handed off most of their sugar to the Captain General, he had orders for them. Orders? You guys take orders? Wow. Sucks to be you. They had orders to go relieve another English squadron, this one under a Captain Thomas Hornhill. His fleet had attacked St. Martin, only upon going ashore, a French fleet under the governor of Saint-Domingue, Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, arrived surprisingly on the scene. The English who had made landfall were trapped there. They were besieged on foreign soil by, if we're being honest here, a bunch of filthy French pirates. So Admiral Houston, backed up by Captain Kidd, led the relief mission. They sailed in and opened fire on the French. It turned into an hours-long ship-of-the-line style battle. We're talking 2 groups of vessels firing at each other over and over and over again, It was mostly inconclusive, but really their job was to draw the attention of the French long enough that their English comrades could make their escape. It was, relative to its size at least, a pitched naval battle. Men were killed, men were injured. However, this, all in all, turned out to be a fantastic victory for the English. They really, sacked the French in the jaw here at St. Martin. Admiral Houston, and I'm calling him Admiral because he was at the head of a fleet, but really his official title was Captain Houston. But Captain Houston was a respectable officer, and in his official report after the battle, he praised Captain Kidd. Kidd had turned out to be a stout, vigorous, and talented naval commander, exactly the kind of man that England needed in this fight. It was here that Houston called Captain William Kidd, quote, a mighty man. That's high praise, but it's praise that Captain Kidd's crew did not exactly agree with. Oh, he was a fine battle commander, sure, but they weren't here to fight battles, remember. They were here to earn a little money. You're not exactly going to get rich on 3 1/3 pounds. You don't earn any money fighting off French blockades and ship-of-the-line battles. This was not what they were here to do. Men died in that fight, and did anybody on board Blessed William have anything to show for it? Aside from 3 1/3 pounds, of course, well, there is William Kidd. He had a lot to show for it. William Kidd was the toast of the town. He was taken ashore before Codrington. He was showered in praise and granted a rank in the Regional Royal Navy for his service. It was quite the affair, quite the to-do in praise of Captain Kidd. But while he was ashore, we can assume, waltzing with Codrington's daughter and drinking champagne, the crew of the Blessed William, who had once again been left to guard the ship, they came to a decision. Those respectable privateers just took the ship. They elected William Mason as their captain, with Robert Culliford quartermaster, and then they sailed Blessed William off into the night. They had decided at last to be pirates. And this more or less catches William Kidd up to the establishment of St. Mary's off the coast of Madagascar. That's going to kind of be our focal point over the next few weeks, get everybody caught up to that moment. However, William Kidd's story kind of pauses here. While Mason and Culliford and George Rayner and John Ireland and Thomas Tew and Henry Everett, while they're all really about to get going, Captain Kidd is going to sail for New York. He's going to marry well, in fact. He's going to settle down into a life of wealthy domestic bliss for a while. That's where we're going to leave him, and we'll talk more about that domestic bliss when we return to the story of Captain Kidd. But in the meantime, next time, we're going to go back across the Atlantic Ocean. We're going to visit our good friend, a gunner's mate, serving in the 9 Years' War, currently about to engage in disastrous battle, Long Ben Bridgman. Or, Henry Everett. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us ratings or reviews, and everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family. You all make this possible. And a quick note, one of you recently got in touch with me to let me know that the Pirate History Podcast is currently sitting at number 17 on the Society and Culture podcast list in Argentina. There were others in there too, lower down, but not significantly, all across the Spanish-speaking Americas, which is, well, that's awesome. I'll be sure to buy and then raise a glass of Argentinian wine, or maybe a mug of yerba mate. Either way, thanks for all the support. All of you, I mean it. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Gwen. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
Robin, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light once more, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvylegs, Brendan, Kruger, Indeed, Bakebeard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, Wit, Pablo, Nikki, Trey, Governor Root, Gin Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Today's episode was going to be a Henry Everett episode, a pure Henry Everett episode. But as I delved into the first act of this Henry Everett episode, I realized that its significance was much more significant than I had anticipated. So today's episode will be less of a Henry Everett episode and more an episode about the political and mostly military forces at play in England in the summer of 1690. More, it's a story about the first major defeat suffered by England in the 9 Years' War. This is episode 190, The Battle of Beachy Head. If we're talking about the highest, and that I'm often guilty of overlooking Queen Mary II. William and Mary were After all, co-monarchs with equal power. There are a few reasons for that, I think. Partly it's by the design of the royal family. Queen Mary always purposefully took a back seat to her husband. But in part, of course, it's the war. William III was the commander-in-chief of the forces of England, after all. When it comes to pirates and privateers, he was the supreme military commander, responsible for all of that. William's name appears on the commissions of privateers like William Kidd and Thomas Tew. Ultimately, William III was Henry Everett's boss. But I think also it has to do with the Parliament. When William and Mary ascended the throne, their royal powers were significantly curtailed. They're considered, and really are, the first constitutional monarchs in England. And for that alone, if not a number of other things, I think Queen Mary deserves a fair bit of credit. One has to have a monarch, and, I don't know that they do, but if you do have a monarch, Queen Mary was really setting the tone, the template for what that should look like. Rather than ruling, Queen Mary proved herself to be an effective administrator. The Privy Council, which was really her Privy Council, William had his own Council of War, but the Privy Council were doing the job, the day-to-day work of running the government. But it was Mary who oversaw those ministers. And if you're going to have a monarch as a chief executive, that's what I want out of my chief executive. When it came to her active day-to-day duties, Mary spent most of her time overseeing the church, the reforming and reorganizing and safeguarding of the Anglican Church. With all of that said, it's really not Queen Mary or William with which we're concerned today. Instead, we're going to be talking about a lot of military officers, naval officers in particular, and I'm going to throw a bunch of names at you. But honestly, with a couple of exceptions, you don't really need to remember any of them, aside from, of course, Henry Everett. He's here today during this whole story. Now, aside from doing his job on board his ship, he's not really a key player, but I want you to keep him in mind. As a Royal Navy sailor who's going to go on to become one of the most famous pirates of all time, the story today is going to shape Henry Everett. It's going to mold who he becomes. Now, this story takes place during the Williamite War in Ireland, as does so much of the early war at sea. The Battle of Beachy Head is a direct result of the Williamite War, but it's not really a part of it. You'll recall, though, that James Stuart, the deposed King James II, gathered his forces in France. One of his top lieutenants, Earl Tyrconnell, built up Jacobite forces in Ireland. James landed his initial invasion force in Ireland with 2,600 French and English soldiers. It was a small force, but in conjunction with the Jacobite forces raised by Tyrconnell, James led a well-run campaign against the Irish Protestants loyal to King William. That campaign went well for about a month until King William sailed his own forces over to Ireland to counter it. And that is where the naval trouble began. See, King James had almost no navy. There were a few officers who had taken their ships after the Revolution, but for the most part, King James relied on Louis XIV and the French Navy for all of his sea power. That brings us to the Battle of Bantry Bay. That's the battle in which King Louis engaged a fleet to ferry over troops and supplies to support James in Ireland. That was Henry Everett's first documented naval battle of any real consequence. Everett sailed under Captain Francis Wheeler, and Wheeler sailed under Admiral Arthur Herbert. Herbert was a luminary of the Royal Navy. Remember, he was the commander who came up with the phrase and the concept, a fleet in being. He's going to be a key player today. But of course, the English lost that battle. The French, under their admiral, the Marquis de Chateau-Renaud, sailed out of the port at Brest to deliver those supplies to Ireland. They were successful in that. But the French were battered at the Battle of Bantry Bay. and they returned to the port at Brest in disarray. While they repaired and refitted their ships, Chateau Renaud left them. He sailed off to take up another command. Now, the fleet at Brest was given to his vice admiral, the Comte de Tourville, another key player today. But the English really weren't in much better shape than the French. Admiral Herbert pulled back to the mouth of the Thames to refit his fleet. That's where Captain Wheeler and Henry Everett and nearly everybody else under Wheeler's command, that's where they transferred over to HMS Albemarle, where Everett was promoted to master's mate. But as all of this refitting and repairing was going on, everybody was keeping their eyes turned to the south. In the Mediterranean Sea, both England and France had fleets that were vying for control. An English admiral named Killigrew commanded a fleet down there that was intended to counter the Toulon fleet. The Toulon fleet was kind of like the Biscaynes, maybe, or the Windward fleet, a powerful, frightening force commanded by, in this case, the Marquis de Chateau Renaud. The Toulon fleet was a powerhouse. Now, Killigrew did a fine job countering French dominion in the Mediterranean, as well as could be expected at least. But then, one day in early 1690, the Toulon fleet just disappeared. Killigrew just couldn't find them. Problem is, he couldn't get word to England about this disappearance, not in time to do any good at least. By the time anyone had noticed this absence, the Toulon fleet under Chateau Renaud had sailed beyond the Pillars of Hercules and into the Atlantic Ocean. They were leaving the Mediterranean and heading north. Now, Killigrew engaged in this is one of those stories that I can easily imagine in the form of, a thick hardback book. The type of book read by old men with a mint julep and a pipe sitting on the porch for hours on end. This was a desperate and ultimately doomed, yet courageous naval action undertaken by Killigrew. He opened up his sails, full sail, and chased after the Toulon fleet as hard as possible. If we were telling that story, we could imagine the speech that Killigrew gave to his men about catching their mortal enemy and saving England, of the hardships and sacrifices made on this chase. But of course, this isn't that story, because Killigrew, in the end, failed to catch Chateau Renaud. He came close, very near Cadiz in Spain, but the wind and the weather turned against him. Now, we know today, thanks to their ship's logs, but neither Killigrew nor Chateau Renaud knew it at the time, but we know that the two fleets were very nearly within a few leagues of each other. Killigrew almost had them, but in the disarray following a storm, the French slipped away. And it was at that point when he reassembled his fleet that Killigrew decided it was time to turn around, to sail back to the Mediterranean. As it would turn out, this was a fateful decision. But we can all understand the instinct, I think. Killigrew had abandoned his post in the Mediterranean. They were far from their assigned location, and the admiral was operating on his own authority. He didn't have orders here. He might just get in trouble for chasing Chateau Renaud down into the Atlantic. But of course, the opposite turned out to be true. In part because of this decision to turn around and head back, giving Chateau Renaud free rein over the Atlantic, Killigrew would, later on, fall under suspicion. It's something that we're going to begin to see more and more of in William and Mary's England. If a commander, or a lord, or an MP even, or almost anyone in their kingdom failed them, the possibility that that failure would be accused of Jacobite sympathies could get really serious. Killigrew was going to be accused of those sympathies. He was going to be demoted from his field command to what amounted to a paper-pushing desk job at the Admiralty. And later on, we'll see major figures in the English government, men like John Churchill, that are going to fall under the same dark cloud. Which is, that's crazy. Churchill wasn't a Jacobite, not by any stretch of the imagination. But he was a man who had the connections, through his wife mostly, but he had the connections and the guts to tell William and Mary things that they did not want to hear. Therefore, he would fall under suspicion. It's handy to have a religious and social boogeyman to pin on all of your enemies. Oh, this guy disagrees with us? Well, he must be some kind of crypto-Catholic Jacobite loyalist, right? But if Killigrew had not turned back here, if he had not decided to return back to the Mediterranean, if he'd kept up the chase, he could have miraculously, at the 11th hour, at the perfect moment, turned up behind the French fleet at perhaps the most critical moment in the battle to come. He could have saved the day for England. That hypothetical moment, had that been the case, that would make Killigrew's voyage worthy of the thickest of old novels read by old men on the porch, the longest of old movies watched by old men on Thanksgiving afternoon. But that's not the story we have. Instead, at this point, there are essentially 4 fleets in play. The Toulon fleet under Admiral Chateau Renaud was in the Bay of Biscay between Spain and France, but they were headed for the Channel. Another French fleet under the Comte de Tourville was still lingering at Brest. Then there's that Dutch fleet I mentioned. They were busy guarding the Channel, and we should note their admiral. Cornelis Evertsen is a name that you may remember. The elder Cornelis Evertsen was involved in some of the absolutely stunning Dutch privateer raids in the 1630s and 1640s. His son, Cornelis Evertsen the Younger, was a major player in the West Indies during the buccaneering era. We ran into him while talking about Henry Morgan more than a few times. But this Cornelis Evertsen the Youngest, was admiral of the Dutch Channel Fleet here in the summer of 1690. And then there's the English Channel Fleet, still at anchor at the mouth of the Thames under Arthur Herbert, the Earl of Torrington. But there, at the mouth of the Thames and in London, is where the drama is to be found. Arthur Herbert was the captain that carried the invitation to William, the invitation to invade England, just a couple of years ago, back in 1688. Herbert was an early and passionate Williamite who was raised to the peerage, made the Earl Torrington by William himself. Immediately after William and Mary's accession, he was briefly the Lord High Admiral. It was a temporary posting, kind of an acting Lord High Admiral, but that's the sort of trust that King William put in Arthur Herbert. By this point in his career, he was First Lord of the Admiralty. Herbert's assessment of the naval situation was counter to that of some of the more powerful lords in London. There were 3 men in particular who disagreed with Herbert's assessment of the situation. Thomas Osborne, Duke of Leeds, Marquis of Carmarthen, was president of the Royal Council. He was perhaps the top figure in English politics after the King and Queen. Now, we're not going to dwell on his resume. We'll have a lot more to say about Osborne in days to come, but his voice in this matter, as in all matters, carried a lot of weight. More, though, we have the Earl of Nottingham. Nottingham was a rich and powerful politician. He was the kind of guy who grew up in a palace, who went to Oxford. At 32, he entered the Parliament, and at no point in those 32 years before entering politics did he serve in any active military role. But in 1682, when his father died, when he was raised to the earldom, he was made First Lord of the Admiralty. He would serve later, as a time, as naval treasurer. Nottingham, though, was a politician. That's what his role was, that's what his job was. But for him, that meant that his own gain would always come first, even before that of the country. Those are the two names, in addition to Henry Everett, you will need to remember, Leeds and Nottingham. Not a lot, they're not going to be on the test, but those two are going to continue to be major political players all the way through Queen Anne's War. Their decisions, especially those of Osborne, are going to impact the pirates in Nassau in major ways. But then we have a third name, Edward Russell, Earl of Orford. The one thing I'll say for Russell here is that he, at least, unlike the others, had at some point in his life commanded ships. He'd been captain of half a dozen or more third and fourth rate ships of the line. Thanks to his disloyal tendencies, he'd been fired by James II and raised back to admiral when William III took the throne. For a time, shortly after the Glorious Revolution, when Arthur Herbert had served as acting Lord High Admiral, he had served as acting Admiral of the Channel Fleet. But after all the reshuffling was done, when Arthur Herbert fell into his role of First Lord of the Admiralty, Orford was effectively demoted to just a Lord of the Admiralty, a position that found itself stuck on land in London, directly under the supervision of Admiral Arthur Herbert. Effectively, Orford was kicked down a rung on the ladder by Arthur Herbert. Those three men, Leeds, Nottingham, and Orford, were all at court. They were all men who had Queen Mary's ear, and they formed a united front. They were all of the opinion that the French were weak in their fleet at Brest. It was battered and bedraggled. It was tiny and ineffectual. If Admiral Herbert were any kind of commander at all, he would sail out immediately and crush them, because that's what Englishmen do. Now, we should remember that Arthur Herbert actually fought this force at the Battle of Bantry Bay. He argued that the French fleet was much stronger than any of these three men said. He argued that they were waiting in the port at Brest not because they were unable to fight, but because they didn't need to. He argued that the French fleet was a fleet in B. Their presence was such that the onus was on the English to take back control from them. And if they were to strike, Arthur Herbert argued, they needed to do so when the time was right, and right now, the time was most certainly not right. But Leeds and Nottingham and Orford called him a coward. They called him a weakling. I mean, after all, it's not like the French have the Marquis de Chateau Renaud with them or anything. He was in the Mediterranean, so what are you waiting for? All three men were known to insinuate at court, so we can assume that they were much more direct in private, but they insinuated that Herbert was no better than a traitor. His reluctance, his unwillingness to fight for England, showed him to be probably closet Jacobite, filthy, treasonous scum. Keep in mind, they were saying this about the man who had carried the invitation to William. Osborne had argued loudly, vociferously against William coming to England, but here he was, calling the man who invited William to come into England a traitor. The man who had, on peril of his own head, helped to aid William in taking the throne. None of what those men were saying about him was true, but those three nobles were playing politics, the worst kind of politics. They were pushing Queen Mary and Admiral Herbert into waters that were dangerous, not just for themselves, but to the very realm itself. They were pushing England into dangerous waters purely for their own personal and professional gain. Is it despicable? Absolutely. Was it effective? Oh, you know it was. The Queen was beginning to listen to these snakes in the grass. Mary gave these lords permission to draft orders for Arthur Herbert, Earl of Torrington. Those orders, signed by Orford and countersigned by Nottingham, on authority of the Crown, remember. Those ordered Admiral Herbert to sail out and fight the French. And Herbert really didn't want to go. He called a council of his commanders to discuss what they should do, but the orders were clear. It was agreed that any hesitation or reluctance on his part would be seen as treason. Might even see him, tossed into the Tower of London or put on trial. So Admiral Herbert ordered that their sails be unfurled, the flags be raised, and that the fleet advance into the Channel. The combined English forces had 3 squadrons. The vanguard out front was the Dutch squad, led by Cornelis Everett. The center squadron, the largest of the English forces, was going to be commanded by Admiral Herbert personally. That's where HMS Albemarle and Henry Everett were stationed. And then bringing up the rear was a North Sea unit commanded by Vice Admiral Delaval. That fleet, on Crown orders, sailed southwest down the Channel, about halfway from London to the Isle of Wight. The fleet moved cautiously. Herbert really didn't want to be here, and they wanted to avoid any unnecessary surprises, but they were going to be surprised regardless.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Wait, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Thorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies a monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
You found your person. Now let the knot help you with everything else. The knot connects you to the wedding inspo, vendors, venues, and planning tools you need to make your day totally you. Having helped plan 25 million weddings, we've got your back when it comes to every little detail like RSVPs, budgets, and more. Because your wedding comes to life with the connections that matter the most. Get started at thenot.com/audio. The Knot. Let's plan your wedding together.
Beachy Head is a location that most of you have seen. If you watch movies, anything from James Bond to Harry Potter to almost any war film about the Battle of Britain, you've seen Beachy Head or something very like it. Those towering white cliffs overlooking the English Channel, the cliff face that runs along so much of England's southern coast. Those white cliffs are the same for a battle that was about to turn the air black with smoke and to turn the sea red with blood. The French were coming up from the southwest, heading northeast in 3 matching squadrons. Now, that's not the surprise. Naval formations in this kind of battle of the line were almost always split into this 3-squad formation. The surprise when the English encountered the French fleet was the size of the French force. Chateau Renaud and the entire Toulouse squadron wasn't supposed to be there. They were supposed to be in the Mediterranean. Yet here he was, Chateau Renaud and his entire squadron in the van. They were to counter the Dutch fleet under Everett. Now the center of the French fleet was led by Admiral Tourville, and the rear was commanded by yet another son of a famous West Indies commander, Victor Marie d'Estrées. So you've got 3 squadrons on each side, a powerful van, a large center, and a slightly less powerful rear guard. The two fleets spotted each other around 8 a.m. on 10th July 1690, just off the coast of Beachy Head, in full view of those towering white cliffs. Thanks to the surprise arrival of the Marquis de Chateau-Renaud, the French fleet was comprised of 75 ships of the line, with 23 fire ships to back them up. The combined English and Dutch fleet had only 56 ships of the line. The vanguards under Chateau-Renaud and Everett tacked to the north to face off. D'Estrées and de Laval, in their respective rears, pulled to the south, while Admirals Tourville and Herbert made up the center bodies. From the very outset of the battle, even before a shot was fired, everybody knew how terribly mismatched this contest was. Everett's fleet, well, Everett was the youngest son of a famous admiral who was arguably there thanks to nepotism. And he was facing off against the most famous admiral in the French Navy, an admiral who at this point had almost double the ships in his squad. This wasn't going to go well for Everett, and the fighting almost immediately devolved as soon as shots began to be fired into a fierce, a bloody fight. Ships were being lost within the hour, and all of them were on the side of the Dutch under Everett. From moment one, from 8:30 in the morning, it was a desperate bid to survive. Now, Admirals Herbert and Tourville were relatively evenly matched in the center. They could have stood there, fired it out all day long, but they never came into contact with one another. Tourville, rather than advance and attack, let his squad drift with the wind, which was blowing to the southwest. He was drifting backwards from the line of battle. It wasn't a retreat, but it created a dip in the French line, a semicircle, a crescent, into which Admiral Herbert allowed himself to be drawn. He was trying to engage with the enemy, but still he never came into range with the French. Now, the battle to the south, the rear guard action between de Laval and D'Estrées, they were more evenly matched than the north. The battle held up for a couple of hours of near constant bombardment, but as time went on, the battle began to turn more and more in the French favor. English losses began to stack up to the north and to the south. All the while, Admiral Herbert was just unable to even engage with the enemy. That left Admiral Herbert with three options. He could continue this course of action. He could continue to chase Tourville down the center, all while his fleet was blown to the bottom of the channel. Or he could choose to aid either de Laval or Everett. Or, third, he could split up his forces and attempt to bolster both of them. Now, as an experienced age-of-sail naval commander myself, let me tell you what I think Herbert should have done here. Aside from, well, honestly, he should have just surrendered immediately, but if he wanted to have any chance of winning this battle, I think Admiral Herbert should have sacrificed the southern squad, abandoned de Laval, and joined forces with Everett in the north. If things had gone their way, which wasn't likely, but at least possible, but he may have been able to crush Chateau-Renaud alongside Everett before Tourville arrived with his center force. If they could have forced Chateau-Renaud to withdraw, then Everett and Herbert together could have turned their forces on Tourville. They would have had to fight Tourville immediately after, and everyone would have been exhausted, but it would have given them a chance. Instead of that, though, Admiral Herbert decided to split his center force, his large main body, into three smaller squadrons. He was going to try to support both Everett and de Laval while holding the center. Herbert was trying to achieve everything, and yet he would achieve nothing. The squadron he sent north to bolster Everett, led by Vice Admiral John Ashby, failed to line up with their Dutch allies. Instead of joining the line and opening fire, as he should have done, thanks mostly to the rough channel winds, Vice Admiral Ashby drifted right into the line of fire between the two opposing forces. Now, this was a mistake, not a tactical mistake. This was an accident. He didn't mean to do this. And his blunder did manage to soak up some of the French fire for a while, which sounds great, but really didn't help. Rather than bolster the line of Cornelis Evertson, all Ashby did was force Evertson to open up sail and move around this English squadron that had just arrived on the scene. They had to get a line of fire on the French, which took time. It takes so much time, in fact, that by the time Evertson had made it all the way around this English squadron to reform the line, Ashby had taken a pounding. He had to pull back from the line that he had inadvertently created. That means that once again, Evertson, who had had no break, no opportunity to turn the tide, had to resume while losing the battle. So, thanks for absolutely nothing, John Ashby. When Vice Admiral Ashby pulled back, Evertson, who was just getting into place, decided to retreat himself. He just kept on sailing. Thanks to the ineptitude of Admiral John Ashby, the Dutch and this English northern squadron pulled out of the fighting. The northern flank had been lost in the battle, thanks to one disastrous mistake. Now to the south, the squad that had been sent to bolster De Laval did a much better job. They almost turned the tide against the southern French squadron under D'Estrées, but when that north squadron fell, when that flank fell, Chateau Renaud was free to pull all of his forces to the northeast and to flank the rest of the center under Admiral Herbert. The English center now faced Chateau Renaud to the north and Admiral Tourville to the southwest. They were effectively surrounded. Henry Every's HMS Albemarle was surrounded. Now this gave the French Admiral Tourville plenty of leeway. He took advantage of the situation and split his own center squadron. Half of his French center peeled off to similarly flank Admiral de Laval in the south. By about 4 p.m. on July the 10th, both the English center and the English south were outflanked. They were surrounded and outgunned by a significant margin. Admiral Arthur Herbert, Earl of Torrington, gave the order to retreat. It was a disastrous loss for England. Now, had Tourville pursued the English, he could have crushed them completely. I'm talking about demolishing the entire English and most of the Dutch naval presence in the Channel. That would have been a coup. That would have meant that the 9 Years' War could have become the 1 Year War. It would have been a quick and decisive French victory that, rather than being a major chapter in history textbooks, would be a footnote. But of course, those textbooks would be written in French. But Admiral Tourville did not pursue the English. Instead, he pulled back to lick his own wounds, which it was a mistake on his part. He would be reprimanded by the Crown, but it's not going to affect his career. Within a couple of years, Admiral Tourville was going to earn a marshal's baton. This was a smashing victory over England, and everybody knew it. Admiral Herbert knew it, as did everybody at court in London. When he returned to England, Admiral Herbert was arrested. He was thrown in the Tower of London and brought up on charges. All of this on the expert legal counsel of a bunch of men who had a lot to gain from Herbert's downfall. The very same cabal of snakes that pushed Admiral Herbert into a fight he did not think he could win in the first place. Leeds and Orford and Nottingham, they were behind it all. They all brought charges and they all testified against Admiral Herbert. It's from his trial that we get open claims that Herbert was a Jacobite. The arguments that Admiral Herbert was an alcoholic who, rather than spend his days leading his sailors, was known to bring 2 or 3 working women on board his craft to while away his days rather than do his job. Now, none of that's true. At least when evidence was presented, Admiral Herbert was acquitted on all charges. But his career, well, it was in shambles. Admiral Herbert would retire from public life and effectively off the pages of history. The Earl of Orford, a lord of the Admiralty who had been demoted, kicked down a rung on the ladder, remember? Well, he walked back up. He was made First Lord of the Admiralty once again under the Lord High Admiral. All of this really seems to have worked out for the lords there in England who had conspired against Herbert. But while those three men benefited greatly, the price for England was high. Their naval strength took a serious hit at Beachy Head. There were huge losses in manpower and in guns and ships, losses that would take years to properly replace. But the biggest loss, the most immediate, was a loss in morale. The English Navy was not used to losses like this. The English people weren't used to losses like this. It came as a shock to every sailor in the Royal Navy, both those who were there at Beachy Head and those who weren't. It shook the people of England and of the colonies. And perhaps most importantly to our story, it came as a shock to all of those private naval contractors on which England so very much relied. Only a few weeks after the Battle of Beachy Head had been brought to its disastrous conclusion, the master's mate of HMS Albemarle, Henry Everett, resigned his post in the Royal Navy. He left the Navy. And he wasn't alone. A bunch of his shipmates did so as well, as did men from all over the Navy. All across the world, privateers, men like Thomas, too, began to question if sailing for England was still a good idea. At Beachy Head, England had very nearly lost the war, the entire war, and everybody knew it. If Tourville had pursued the English, they would have been out of a job. A lot of those privateers, dozens of them, hundreds of them, all in all, that would turn out to be thousands of them, decided that sailing for England was no longer a good idea. Instead, those Royal Navy men and those privateers decided it would be better to sail for themselves. Nearly all of them eventually sailing to Madagascar. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us ratings or reviews, and everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family. You all make this possible. Thanks for all the support. All of you, I mean it. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Gwen. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILMIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of the tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by cloud tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light is born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year, I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvylynx, Brendan, Kruger, MD, Bigview, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Kenny Monkey, Axios, Wit, Pablo, Nikki, Trey, Governor Reed, Gin-Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hayfay, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Occasionally, I get the chance to hear from one of you who happens to be related to a pirate somewhere in your family tree, which is awesome, just objectively a cool factoid to discover about your family. I'm not so lucky myself. Aside from a few potential Vikings, the best I've got is a sailor on a voyage of Sir Walter Raleigh, which would be fine if it was one of Raleigh's cool voyages, but this particular mission was a voyage to Guinea. Not exactly something to be proud of. Today, though, we're going to be talking about a pirate who has descendants living in England and America to this very day, some of whom even carry his last name. However, to say they're descendants isn't exactly accurate. As far as I know, Thomas II didn't have any children of his own, but he came from a big family, a family that spanned the Atlantic. So Thomas II has great, 10 or 12 times great grandnieces and grandnephews living in places like Northamptonshire and Providence, Rhode Island, and all over the world. We humans are a notoriously mobile lot, because Thomas II was a real pirate with real family. However, he does serve as something of an excellent example of what makes the story of piracy so difficult and rewarding at the same time. Were we to stick to the hard facts as we know them, Thomas II's story would be short. Point A to point B to point C to point D. But because the facts, the hard facts of the story of Captain Thomas II are so remarkable, they've been embellished. First, and most notably, by Captain Charles Johnson. And those embellishments have become part of the narrative, part of the story of Thomas II. So deeply embedded in his myth that they've become almost unrecognizable from the facts. It's kind of like, well, did Alexander the Great actually pulled his sword and cut through the Gordian knot? Or was that just a story told to us by his biographer, Everett? When told that Persian arrows would blot out the sun, did Leonidas say, "Then we will fight in the shade," or was that just an invention of Herodotus? When Thomas too asked his men if they wanted to sail off for a life of liberty and booty, rum and adventure and tropical paradises, did the crew really say to him, "A gold chain or a wooden leg will stand with you"? I mean, maybe they did, or maybe not. But that is the story of Thomas too, as we understand it. And that's the story, hard fact and myth intertwined, that I'm going to do my best to relate to you. This is episode 191, A Gold Chain or a Wooden Leg. The story of Thomas too, really the story of the Pirates of the Round, can only begin in one place and with one topic. In West Africa, with slavery. Our common cultural conception of colonial Africa tends to come from later developments, mostly the post-industrial revolution 19th century partition of Africa, what they call the scramble for Africa. That's when huge swaths of African territory were gobbled up by the imperial European powers of the day. It was a fight for natural resources, resources intended to feed Europe's industrial engines. Literally, they were going for coal and petroleum. Prior to the scramble for Africa, though, African colonization was, well, I don't want to say it was smaller. I don't want to give the impression that it was a minor affair. Colonization was rampant, but the actual physical European holdings in West Africa were smaller than they later would be. There were numerous fortresses and port cities all along the coast of Africa, belonging to the Portuguese and the French and the Dutch and the English. And we might talk a lot about King Sugar, as they call it, the economic driver of the day, mostly from the West Indies. But as much as in the 19th century, Europe would strip Africa of coal and petroleum to fire their economic engines, in the 17th and 18th century, they stripped Africa of generations of human beings to fire the economic engines of that time period. Sugar, tobacco, cotton a bit later on. And we know about the slave trade. It's one of the great evils of human history. But for our purposes, for our discussion today, those fortresses and port cities all along the coast of Africa were, especially in times of war, they were great military targets. First of all, they were targets of strategic importance. They made for good naval bases, places to collect wood and water. And then there's the plunder to be won. Gold and ivory, and of course the human beings to fuel the agricultural production of the New World. When that ancestor of mine sailed with Sir Walter Raleigh to raid the coast of Guinea, it was under a privateering commission, but they were commissioned to steal slaves from the Portuguese. That sort of thing was happening all the time. I bet you didn't think I was going to bring that back, did you? Don't worry, it's okay to be impressed with my narrative genius. I often am. But those raids, early on, those privateering raids were smash and grab operations to steal human beings and plunder from African outposts, to sail home with some of the most valuable cargo in the world. But they were the kind of job reserved for privateers. You can't have the honorable men of the Royal Navy dirtying their hands on business like that. But then there was a problem. It turned out that as much as the powers that be might want privateers to steal slaves from enemy powers, people just didn't like doing it. Which, yeah, I know, boo-hoo, the poor slave traders, right? But they were human beings, and watching a cargo hold full of other human beings starve to death isn't something most people can do. You know, hey, look, women and children. Oh, that one's pregnant. Oh, wait, they're all dead. Sailors in that position sometimes revolted. Not all the time, not even most of the time, but enough that it was causing an economic impact on the market. They couldn't necessarily be trusted to complete that kind of mission. So, the work was relegated to the Royal Africa Company in England, or their respective equal in other countries. By that point, it wasn't privateers doing this job. They couldn't be trusted to do so. But they were often brought on as hired guns for these missions. Additional ships paid a wage to offer additional firepower. But the pay wasn't great. Often it was atrocious, and the opportunity for plunder on such a highly regulated market was virtually nil. You can begin to see the problems that might arise from this sort of arrangement. All of which brings us to Thomas II. When we last caught up with Thomas II, he was fighting, probably, in the Battle of Port Royal during King William's War in the Canadian province of Acadia. We know that the privateer George Dew was there, with a privateering commission from the governor of Bermuda, and many assumed that Thomas II sailed either under or alongside him. If we accept that, we could assume that Thomas II also took part in the larger and disastrous Battle of Quebec. That was a battle that we skipped over in favor of talking about the witch trials in Salem. But England lost that battle, and they lost it bad. It's a bit of a shame that we skipped over that battle, though not really because it's important to our story, it's not. But the chronicle of that battle, the play-by-play record we have, was written by a man named Savage, and the passing up of that opportunity to use puns that bad just, well, it keeps me up at night. But I should note that while we've talked about a number of French victories in the war, essentially all of the conflict we've talked about has ended in French victory so far. But the League of Augsburg, Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, the Netherlands, England, they were having much better luck on land, on the continent. The war against Louis in the Rhineland was going well, even if it wasn't going well elsewhere. Still, though, for George Dew and probably Thomas II, the Battle of Quebec left them out a lot of resources. Shot and powder and money and probably men. And they had, after such a terrible defeat, almost nothing to show for it. Much later on, when the fallout from all of these so-called roundsmen reached back to their colonial leadership, when a number of prominent men were put on trial, a testimony came to light regarding Thomas II. Here in 1690, it was said to be well known that Thomas II sailed out of Newport as a freebooter. He was known to capture fishing vessels or small merchant craft off the coast of New England, but at one point, Thomas II was said to have captured a relatively rich prize off the coast of Cape Cod, relatively compared to the substantial prizes he would take later on. All of this is questionable. It did appear in testimony under oath, but the corresponding records just aren't there. You'd think that maybe the court at Boston would mention it, but they didn't.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Wait, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Castlethorpe, Dubois,
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee. It's back, but only for a limited time. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Forget the frustration of picking commerce platforms when you switch your business to Shopify, the global commerce platform that supercharges your selling wherever you sell. With Shopify, you'll harness the same intuitive features, trusted apps, and powerful analytics used by the world's leading brands. Sign up today for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/tech, all lowercase. That's shopify.com/tech.
If it did happen, this prize put a little coin in Thomas II's purse. Enough that in 1691, and this we know did happen, Thomas II sailed for Bermuda. He stayed there for several months. It looks like he may have been planning to settle down, to buy a house, that kind of thing. But while he was there in Bermuda, an investment opportunity presented itself. Now, we don't know the innermost thoughts and feelings of Thomas II in this time, but I suspect that he was hatching a scheme. I imagine Thomas II sharing drinks with his friends like George Dew and Richard Want. And you need to remember Richard Want. I imagine them sharing drinks at a local tavern and whispering to each other. Coming up with ideas, maybe recruiting and formulating their master plan. The recruiting is a big part of it. When you have a plan like I imagine Thomas II and Richard Want were currently building, you have to choose your crew and your friends carefully. You know, the right sort of sailor, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We can say for certainty that Thomas II invested in a mission, a commission, really, to attack the French off the coast of Africa. It was a slaving mission. You see a lot of these around 1691. The governor of New York, Benjamin Fletcher, handed one to a privateer named William May on board the ship Blessed William, a ship with which May had definitely not just absconded from Nevis. In Port Royal, Jamaica, a Captain George Rain received a commission for his ship Loyal Jamaica, definitely not Bachelor's Delight, for a similar mission. They were all pirates. That was William Mason, who stole Captain Kidd's ship. George Rain was George Rayner from the Second Pacific Adventure, captain of the Bachelor's Delight. There were a ton of these handed out. Those pirates, men like George Rayner, William Mason, they all intended to engage in piracy. Not lawful privateering, but those Dutch and English sailors off the coast of Africa were less likely to arrest them with that privateering commission, that slip of paper that was their shield. I think that Thomas II was in the same boat. I don't think he intended to follow orders. But of course we don't know that. Maybe he did intend to follow orders. However, the crux of this entire mission, the entire investment really, came from a bunch of merchants who bought a sloop. Thomas Hill, Richard Gilbert, John Dickinson, Colonel Anthony White, and William Outerbridge, among a few others, some of whom were on the governor's council, they all pooled their money to buy a ship. They refit that ship and outfitted her and named her, in an ode to their newfound coalition and combined business venture, they named that ship Amity. A number of captains came forward to bid on the commission offered by the governor of Bermuda, Isaac Richier, but it was Thomas II that won that bidding war, and the captaincy of Amity. Now, Amity wasn't a big ship. She was a sloop. She had only 8 guns on board and could carry a crew of only 46 men. But all of those 46 were Thomas II's chosen crew. Captain George Dew had his own commission and a larger ship with more men, but they were to sail alongside Amity on the same mission. Both ships were to sail for Ile de Gourier, or Gourier Island. That was a French outpost at the mouth of the River Gambia in the modern nation of Senegal. En route, they were to meet with a small squadron of company ships, according to the commission. By that they meant Royal Africa Company ships. They were to join up, and upon reaching Gourier, they would support those company ships in a raid to capture slaves and gold and ivory from the French. Upon their successful return to Bermuda, Thomas Tew and George Dew were to be paid a lump sum to be divided among the crew as they saw fit. This was the mission. Thomas Tew agreed to all of it. He signed papers about it. But he wasn't going to do any of it. A few days after leaving Bermuda, in the company of George Dew, the two ships were happened upon by a sudden and vicious storm. It might have been a hurricane. The time of year was right, at least. But in that storm, Amity and George Dew were separated. Captain Dew was hit particularly hard by the storm. His mainmast snapped in half. The best he could do was limp with his sails to the fore and aft. And unfortunately for Captain Dew and his crew, all of the nearby settlements were either local African settlements who would kill them all, or enemy Europeans who would kill them all. Their journey, George Dew's journey, was long and difficult. Weeks of searching, at first for the Amity and then for any kind of safe haven. That journey ended only when George Dew finally landed at the Dutch port at Saldanha. The Dutch were, in his estimation, less likely to kill the English outright, and he was correct in that. They didn't kill them, but they did arrest George Dew and every member of his crew on suspicion of piracy. The Dutch impounded their ship and sent the crew off to Amsterdam to stand trial. And this was their own kind of legal piracy. The Dutch had no evidence against George Dew. He even had a privateering commission. George Dew and his men were eventually all acquitted, but despite his countersuit against the Netherlands, he never got his ship back. That stayed in the hands of the people at Saldanha Bay. Legal piracy. But Thomas Tew and Richard Want had much better luck. They were blown far off course by that storm, but Amity stayed in fine sailing shape throughout. But it was here, out at sea, all alone, dispersed by a storm and with nothing to look forward to but a tough fight against the French and meager wages upon their return, that Thomas Tew gave his men a speech. We have several versions of this speech. Captain Charles Johnson gives us the first version submitted to the public in a general history of the pirates. Testimonies of the day would give additional and sometimes contradictory details of the speech. And then other authors, sometimes more reputable and sometimes less, would give their own versions of this speech in centuries to follow. But it's something of a commencement address for the golden age of piracy. I'm going to relate to you the version given to us by Don Carlos Saitz in Under the Black Flag. That's a history of pirates from 1925. And it's full of inaccuracies, but the version of Thomas Tew's speech given in that book seems to incorporate bits and pieces from all of those other sources. In that version, Thomas Tew gave his crew the following speech. He said, quote, that they were not ignorant of the design with which the governor fitted them out, the taking and destroying the French factory, that he indeed readily agreed to take a commission to this end, though contrary to his judgment, because it was being employed, but that he thought it would be a very injudicious expedition, which, did they succeed in, would be of no use to the public, and only advantage a private company of men, from whom they could expect no reward of their bravery, that he could see nothing but danger in the undertaking, without the least prospect of booty, that he could not suppose any man fond of fighting for fighting's sake, and few ventured their lives but with some view either of particular interest or public good. But here was not the least appearance of either. Wherefore he was of the opinion that they should turn their thoughts on what might better their circumstances, and if they were so inclined, he would undertake to shape a course which would lead them to ease and plenty, in which might pass the rest of their days. That one bold push would do their business, and they might return home not only without danger, but even with reparation. End quote. And it was then, at the end of this surprisingly erudite and eloquent speech, that the crew exclaimed with one voice, spontaneously they would have us believe, "A gold chain or a wooden leg will stand with you." Which, no, that didn't happen. I would wager that Thomas too gave a speech much more like, "All right, lads, the coast is clear. Let's go get some treasure." And they would. Thomas II's early prizes would be some of the greatest yet taken in the entire history of piracy. They're going to rank in the minds of the public, at least, with the likes of Henry Morgan at Panama or Francis Drake at Nombre de Dios. They were big prizes, and they were especially big for prizes taken at sea. They're going to make Thomas II and Richard Want and the crew of Amity and a bunch of other people very rich for a while at least. They're so big, though, that those prizes are going to inspire an entire generation of pirates and pirate hunters. From William Mason to Edward Coates to Henry Avery to William Kidd. Next time, we're going to continue on with Thomas II. With his new pirate crew on his new pirate ship, we're going to continue toward the first of those big prizes, via a stopover at St. Mary's Island. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. All of those who have signed up as patrons on Patreon, all of you who have given us ratings or reviews wherever you listen to the show, and everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family. You all make this possible. Thank you. Our theme music was The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
From a voice that could take down the dreams, at the face of an angel, all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Obvious, Scurvy Legs, Brendan, Kruger, Indy, Big Beard, Schmarls, Josiah, Logan, Cannon Monkey, Axios, Wit, Pablo, Nikki, Trey, Governor Root, Gin-Soaked Jim, Ward, Workman, Rum Runner, Skipper, Drunken Dak, Eric the Red, the Pirate Naupolis, Afe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Alistair, James, Nick, Ryan, and Valentin. Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. If you'll allow me just a moment to talk about sailing craft, the names and definition of those craft. Today, a ship is any sufficiently large vessel capable of carrying cargo, specifically on the open ocean. That's why a riverboat, even a big one, is still called a boat. But in the age of sail, in the European definition, a ship had to be specifically ship-rigged. That's 3 masts at least with square-rigged sails, those big rectangular sails with limited maneuverability but a ton of power behind them. Those sails, that rigging, allowed for the multi-decked behemoths that ruled the waves during the age of sail. Most vessels that pirates sailed in weren't technically ships. Most of them weren't 3-masted and didn't have the square rigging. Brigantines, for example, or sloops, were not technically ships. If the pirates had, say, a frigate or a bark, that was a ship. Queen Anne's Revenge was a ship. Bachelor's Delight was a ship. Amity, though, was not. A general rule of thumb, however, is that a ship can carry a boat, but a boat cannot carry a ship. That's the definition that I try and admittedly usually fail to stick to. But all of these definitions fall into complete disarray as soon as we leave the sphere of influence of Europe behind. When we get to Arabian vessels or Indian vessels or South Asian vessels, the rules are all different. For example, the Chinese ship called the Junk, which was a phenomenal ship despite its name. The Junk had what were called fully battened sails. That's what gives them the ribbed look you see on so many Chinese vessels, which is a different style of sail than was used in the rest of the world. But we're not going to be talking about the Chinese Junk for some time. It will eventually be the basis for the largest and most powerful, the most successful pirate armada of all time. But that's some 110 years in the future yet. For now, we're much more interested in Indian and Arabian shipping. Most of the ships native to the Indian Ocean were lateen rigged. Those are the triangular sails you see on a lot of modern pleasure boats. The word lateen, as we've mentioned before, comes from the word Latin. There was a time when lateen-rigged vessels dominated the Mediterranean, carried Roman soldiers from one end of the empire to the other, hence Latin-rigged. There are a ton of examples we could use of fantastic lateen-rigged vessels. The sloop, for example, was lateen-rigged. A single-masted triangular sail, usually with a foresail and occasionally one at the aft. They were fast ships, extremely mobile ships, perfect for pirates. But I would rather talk about, for no reason whatsoever, I mean, it's not like it's going to come up at any point today, I would rather talk about the dhow. Or maybe it should be dhow or dhow. Arabic gives me more trouble than French, and dhow derives from Arabic, so I apologize for that. But the dhow, as a sailing craft, was omnipresent in the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. Now, people from Arabia and India will argue about where the design of the dhow originated. But by 1690, 1691, the dhow was everywhere. It could travel into the deep sea, but they were smaller craft, usually only two-decked ships with a crew that maxed out somewhere around 50 or 60. But because they could only carry so much food and water, they were typically coastal vessels, coastal-ish vessels. A sloop, likewise, could travel anywhere, but you had to be a particularly crazy kind of sea dog to attempt a transcontinental voyage in such a small ship. This is episode 192, The Gate of Tears. Let us jump forward just a few years here. Benjamin Fletcher, the governor of New York, the former governor, was pulled before a London judge. And he had to be. A message had to be sent. Piracy was on the tip of every tongue. It was the talk of every town. It was the front page of every newspaper. And the pirates themselves, well, Henry Everett was God knows what. William Kidd was indisposed at the time. Frederick Phillips, the church builder, landowner, and New York luminary who was integral to all of this, well, he was resting comfortably in his mansion in New York because people like Phillips don't get arrested. But he might have been a bit nervous. But everybody else, everybody that the authorities could get their hands on, was arrested and tried. But Adam Baldridge was the man in question, the man being questioned most forcefully, the star witness in this entire affair, what they call a smoking gun, a linchpin. See, there were a host of pirates and informants being questioned all around the world in the late 1690s. New York, Boston, London, some of those names we've met before. Many of those names we have not, but we will talk about all of them. Adam Baldridge, though, was the keystone, the eye of the storm. I don't have any more symbolic metaphors here, but you get the idea. He's the star witness. Baldridge, as we know, was the merchant proprietor of St. Mary's Island, the enabler, a facilitator, maybe, of an entire generation of pirates. And he talked. In 1698, Baldridge told the court at Westminster everything. Now, that might not be what we want a pirate mastermind to do. Our national snitching policy does read, after all, that snitches do get stitches, but there is no honor among thieves. That testimony, which is going to be something of a Bible for us moving forward, that testimony tells us about the first pirate that Baldridge will admit to having arrived at St. Mary's Island. The testimony reads, quote, October 13, 1691. Arrived Bachelor's Delight, Captain George Rayner, commander. Burden 180 tons or thereabouts. October 13th, 70 or 80 men. That had made a voyage into the Red Sea and taken a ship belonging to the Moors. End quote.
But more frightening to me than the injury was what she was saying. Stuff like, you can fool your father, but I know that you're the devil, and I'm going to get this demon out of you. Yee. Jen was only around 4 or 5 years old when that happened. After this, Lynn promised Jen that she would never have to see Susan again. Now Lynn realized that Michael and Susan weren't just shitty, neglectful parents. They were batshit crazy and dangerous. Anytime a parent starts talking about the devil being in a little kid, that person's a lunatic. More than a little mentally unstable. Lynn started to fear that Michael and Susan were going to try and kill her and abduct Jen before fleeing the country and later killing her as well. She and Jen moved and would remain on the run for the next 5 years, cutting off contact with any mutual friends Lynn had ever had with Michael and bouncing from place to place. You might be wondering what Michael's other family members thought of Susan. Well, they fucking loved her. They immediately recognized her authority as the general, and they begged her to command them, to let them be members of her elite team of special forces. Once the war broke out somewhere in the Northern California along the Oregon border, who they'd be fighting doesn't matter. It's witches, okay? That, of course, is not true. No, they thought she was Looney Tunes, like any rational, mentally stable person would. The first Christmas, Michael and Susan visited his sister in Chicago. At one point, his mother pulled him aside and whispered, "Darling, isn't Susan just a little strange?" More than a little. More than a little. On Christmas Eve, his family walked into the bathroom and found Susan and Michael meditating naked together in the bathtub. They didn't even bother to lock the door, despite staying with Michael's sister and the rest of the family being around. That seems incredible. Get your clothes off, maggot. Get in here. Stare at the general's tits. Focus on breathing deeply, calmly. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Anything you say, General. After that, Michael's sister pulled him aside, told him essentially that Susan was no longer welcome in her house. And then they both packed up and left. And on their way out, Michael's mother grabbed him, pleaded with her son to stay, but he pushed her out of the way a little too hard, sent his mom tumbling to the floor in front of the rest of the family. So much drama. And that was that. Michael had already chosen Susan over his daughter, and now he had chosen her over the rest of his family. And he will slowly descend further and further into madness with his insane acid queen. One morning in April of 1978, Susan was driving to Safeway. When the inside of her car got filled up with bright blue laser beams. That's pretty cool. I mean, it for sure didn't do that. But that's what she said later in a prison interview. She said she heard, while all the blue laser beams are bouncing around her vehicle, a voice say, "This is God. Close your eyes and I'll steer your car." Man, good thing her schizophrenia cleared itself up. She's thinking clearly now. Susan said she obeyed the voice and remarkably found herself parked safely behind Safeway. Said that her car was filled with the Spirit of God for about an hour. God, what did they talk about? Strangely, she never said. You know what? We non-enlightened folk probably just wouldn't get it. I mean, you would think that if God talked to you for an hour, he'd tell you some important shit. What do I know? I'm just some dumb fuck, closed-minded heathen who doubts that literally anyone has ever truly received any kind of special, I'm only sharing this with you, message from a deity. When Susan returned home, she drew herself a bath, and now the Lord appeared before her a second time. God, what a great day. Susan said she kept her eyes closed as God told her she would have a son named Israel. And God also instructed her to always follow your husband.
Have to eat that apple.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Also, I might
Can't
point
God
out,
come and tell Lindsay that.
I
mean, she's open to my suggestions, sure. But she definitely doesn't just obey me all the time without question, which does frustrate me greatly as many people. Starting to understand what Michael saw. Susan said that God chose to come to her so she could see that he is real. Oh, I'm so jelly. Doesn't God ever do that for me? When Susan opened her eyes, she claimed she saw God standing before her completely naked. What? She said he had, quote, the most beautiful male body that Susan had ever seen. Oh, man. I bet he was built like a young Arnold Schwarzenegger with a cock like John Humm and a face like Idris Elba. I mean, right? I mean, that's what you were thinking, right? Everyone's picturing his wiener, weren't they? After this experience, Susan said she believed that her psychic powers increased. Makes sense. Decided now that she needed to sell her home and belongings. There's plants, the waterbed, they had to go. She and Michael would travel to Europe, then to Israel, where she would have her special godchild named Israel. Are you loving this story? I'm loving it so much. It's like a wackadoodle of the week, old segment I used to do on the Secret Sock on Patreon, combined with a serial killer episode, combined with a cult episode. I find this all hilariously fascinating. At some point around this time, Susan told Michael to get rid of his glasses, his eyeglasses, because they were interfering with his ability to see with his third eye, which is pretty cool, because Michael's vision was 2200. Without glasses, he could not read street signs from 10 feet away. But still, he stops wearing his glasses most of the time and trying to, see with his third eye primarily. In the spring of 1978, Susan and Michael finish selling all their belongings. They fly to London. After this, they'll travel to Spain, France, the Netherlands, Greece, India, and then Israel. June 21st, 1978, Susan and Michael get married in their London hotel room. Kind of, not a legal marriage. They just hold their own private, just the two of them, wackadoodle ceremony on the eve of the summer solstice, which they believe was the most magical night of the year. While in England, Susan and Michael also became deadheads, fans of the Grateful Dead. Told you they weren't done with acid. This phase will last for about 2 years before they come to believe that lead singer Jerry Garcia is a disciple of Satan. God damn it, Jerry! That seemingly loving community you built was a sham. You were noodling away on those jam band tracks for the devil the whole time. You really were a friend of the devil. That wasn't just the name of one of my favorite songs of yours. I actually do love that song. I know this has nothing to do with this episode. I just want you to hear a little bit. The devil is a friend of mine. Just might get some sleep tonight. Oh, it's such a good one. The Dead. Bummed I never saw them live. I didn't understand how beautiful their community was until it was too late. Saw a Dead and Co. show. That one is still pretty damn good. Back to the story. Unfortunately, the European summer Susan and Michael envisioned was not the dream vacation they'd hoped for. Because Susan felt like she was, quote, pursued by darkness. No, actually better. Pursued by the darkness the entire trip. And that, you know what? That sucks. There is nothing worse than trying to have a fun vacation and you just get pursued by the darkness the whole time. Susan did find out she was pregnant, though, just like God told her, and she wanted to go to Israel to have the baby and become citizens. When they arrived in Jerusalem, Susan was sick with dysentery, got in India. After a week of bed rest, she recovered, and then they went to the Dome of the Rock, where the Prophet Muhammad ascended to heaven per the beliefs of Islam. Susan pointed out a spot where she said their son Israel would be born. But then their application for citizenship was denied, and right after that, Susan miscarried, and they returned to America. No! Oh, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Oh, you perfect male body, Lord. Why did you and your hard cock do that? After losing the pregnancy, Susan decided she wanted to return to Arizona. Why did I add that he had a bone? That was unnecessary. Then, just 2 days after they returned from Europe, Susan was arrested for public nudity and marijuana possession. She'd gone outside naked to hang some laundry on the clothesline, and one of the neighbors complained. What a prude. Why complain when you could just stand in the window and beat off, right? I mean, that's what most people do, don't they? No? When the police arrived, they found a 1/4 ounce of marijuana in her possession, which was enough for a felony charge under Arizona law. The police didn't have a warrant, though, so the felony drug charge was dropped. Susan pleaded guilty to public nudity and received 6 months probation. For this, Susan was a comparatively law-abiding person, but now, feeling like she had been wrongfully prosecuted for showing her titties, she promised that she would never pay taxes again. And we all know that when people do that, things just really work out for them. If there's one thing the government is super chill about, it's about not paying taxes. Susan and Michael fled to Portland, Oregon after her legal troubles. They checked into a hotel using the names David and Denise Levine, enjoyed the city, and they will return several times in the coming years. Susan and Michael also got rid of their IDs around this time, their driver's licenses, got rid of their credit cards, their social security cards. They now believe that people who had credit cards and social security cards had the mark of the beast upon them. Totally. I can vouch for that. I am so beasted up, it's not even funny.
You literally walked up to him. Swing on me, I'll fucking knock you. Whatever you guys want out. Swing on me. I'll let you get the first hit. I'll let you get the first hit. I'll let you get the first hit. Don't put that hand. Calm down, fuck it. Just do something. Take a swing. You ain't gonna do anything. Take a swing. Hey. You fuck on me. Ah, you just got it. I'll let you. Oh, you just got it. You got it. You like that? You just got so you're acting all big. You like that one, huh? You never got grabbed, huh? And that's after you threw the first hit. Yeah, you're gonna go to jail. You take some retard. Cash. Shut up. You wanna get Gamble? You're just a baby. Yeah, no, you can go.
Michael.
Now get out of here.
He's embarrassed.
What is wrong with you?
Bro, just take your lumps and run. Get out of here. We are exercising our rights, and you should have respected that.
Passive as Christians. And now he wanted to
Yo,
revenge upon his enemy.
I'm not leaving this on my page for long because community guidelines. But my man was talking cash shit. And then he commits to knocking the Sonic coins out this
And
cat.
now these two dipshits start to call
They
themselves
punched him,
Islamic
glasses flew, phone came out of nowhere, and it was just
target anyone they believe is an enemy.
staggered back.
Mostly witches and homosexuals. But also
That was a good hit.
Fortunes and a lot of
That
financial.
was
I mentioned they're very racist. They are. If these two have been freed in recent years,
Leave people alone, bro.
a major part of the QAnon crowd. Especially when
Moral of the story: leave people alone, y'all.
War paint, wearing some funny
Before you get all your belongings socked out of you in one hit.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
His glasses flew up, phone flew out, birth certificate, social security just flew out, his homework from 5th grade flew out. You know what I'm
Literally,
saying?
remember,
His
the
marriage
FBI has
paperwork
said
flew,
if I
everything
want
flew
to,
up
I'm
and out
going
of
to
it.
take more from a certain
Leave
retired high-ranking
people
officer I
alone. This
reported
is so simple. It's free.
than his second or first
All your
ex-wife.
items won't fly
But
out of
most
your
notably the
pockets
second.
when you leave people alone.
Michael believed he was supposed to
On
warn
my
people
sole
to change the
discretion.
way before the Earth was destroyed. Susan, we're convinced that nuclear
I
holocaust was
absolutely
imminent,
feel like I'm the
and
kid
that a
with the
third of
green
the human
jacket in
population
this
was about to
video
die.
Tony Baker
After
pasted.
carnage, the Earth began
And
into the
federal
Aquarian
felons
age,
from the
also known as
precinct of
paradise on
stalkers
Earth.
and associates, you are
Hey,
the
Michael,
masses.
make a moment. Bro, you literally walked up to him.
Yeah.
Swing on me. I'll fucking knock you. Whatever you guys want out. Swing on me. I'll let you get the first hit. I'll let you get the first hit. I'll let you get the first hit. Calm down. Fuck it. Just do something. Take a swing. You ain't gonna do anything. Take a swing. Hey.
You just got
However, there will be several times.
You ever got jammed, huh?
And that's after you threw the first hit.
Yeah, you were actually. You're gonna go to jail. You can't go to jail.
Just go.
Shut up.
You want to get again, bro? Someone else's land.
That's an baby.
I know that these two dipshits.
Yeah, no, get it.
And they also took their new
Get out of here.
He's embarrassed.
Bro, just
Get out of
take
here.
your lumps
You're gonna
and
get
run.
hurt again.
Get out of
What's
here.
wrong with you?
We are exercising our rights, and you should have respected that.
A lot of characters in the story.
Yo, I'm not leaving this on my page for
It's so
long.
true, though.
Community guidelines. But my man was talking cash shit. And then he commits to knocking the Sonic coins out this cat. They punched him, glasses flew, phone came out of nowhere, and it was just
Followers emphasize Jerry Garcia.
staggered back.
They heard rumors about occult practices.
That was a good hit.
They heard
That was
Grateful Dead is a bunch of fucking witches. I mean, just
leave
listen to them.
people alone, bro.
And if that's not
Moral
what
of the
music-
story: leave
What is?
people alone, y'all.
Listen to them picking that
Before
fucking
you
witch
get
guitar.
all your belongings socked out of you in one hit.
All your belongings sucked out of
His
you in
glasses
one
flew
hit.
up, phone flew out, birth certificate, social security just flew out, his homework from 5th grade flew out, you know what I'm saying? His marriage paperwork flew, everything
The
flew
future
up and out of it.
inheritance.
Susan didn't want to do
Leave
Every
people
future
alone.
paycheck
It's
regardless.
so simple, it's free. It
Via
costs you
judgment.
nothing.
Unless you go to
All your
a different
items won't
country. Oh,
fly out
that's
of your
right.
pockets.
The
when you
FBI
leave
says you're
people
going to have a
alone.
real time going to any country that doesn't do
And she had to
extradition.
kick him out of Eden. By Eden, I mean the apple orchard they were squatting. Also, he may have very well been super hot. And she just didn't realize that because she was also very hot.
Interested in spending her
Mentally ill.
little time that she had cooking. So, hi, my name is Petrushka Bazin Larson. I'm the co-founder, co-owner of Sugar Hill Creamery, Harlem's first family-owned ice cream shop since 1983. So today we are going to make the Gatsby, which is named after my godmother, Gatsby. When I was younger, you know, anytime I went to her house, she always had something delicious. So she made peach cobbler. We are making that today as an homage to her role in my childhood. But we're making it a la mode with a cinnamon ice cream, which is a nod to my sister. She loves cinnamon ice cream and she can't find it anywhere. We're from New York originally. And when we opened, she was like, can you make cinnamon ice cream? And so naturally we do. Like this dish is kind of a compilation of matriarchs in my family because she's my eldest sister. She also is an exceptional home cook. We're bringing them together. There's no shade to my mom. Love her very much, but she is not our culinary Nathan. Sunday dinner tradition is really more about like breaking bread and gathering and connecting over food. It all comes together in a little portioned tart. So this is a shareable dish. We envision people sharing it in that same tradition of breaking bread and communing. Or you could just be communing with yourself like me sometimes. So you all can enjoy the Gatsby every day for the entire month of February, not just on Sundays, at our flagship location on Lenox Avenue and at the Timeout Market in Brooklyn.
She made peach cobbler with biscuits. As many of you know, I'm a biscuit head, and I love a good cobbler, the crust. But the fact that I've never even thought about biscuits
Biscuit cobbler is
on the
best.
cobbler.
Same with apple.
Now, my pants are off, but now my mind is open.
Starting quarterbacks will only need to throw 1 yard.
I've never had cinnamon ice cream.
You're correct.
It
On
looks
just
good.
one more stat projection, you can win real cash.
I imagine it has
Prize
to
Picks
taste like
is the
cinnamon
best way
toast,
to get
right?
action on sports in more than 30 states, including
Dapper
California.
to the vet, or just the cats in general. I gotta take them somewhere. 'Cause they be in the back, man. They sounding sad.
Yeah.
Listen to that.
Yeah, that's my cat.
All right, buddy. It's going to the vet. It's gonna be quick. It's not even a far drive. We're gonna be there and back before you know it. I'm sorry, man. I know, man. I threw you in the bag, and then here we are. Now you're in the moving vehicle. I apologize. But I know. But it's for the greater. It's for the greater good. We just seeing what's up. Come on, man. I know. It's tough. You know, you was chilling. I know. You was minding your own business. You was minding your own business. Man, traffic is crazy. Traffic is crazy. I know, man. It's gonna be quick, man. It's just a little checkup to make sure you're good to go. You know, nothing major. Okay. But I'm glad you're robust. You talking, your lungs is working. You get the full capacity. You know what I'm saying? I apologize.
Go to BlueNile.com.
I'm sorry.
At Blue Nile, you'll find thousands of independently graded diamonds and fine jewelry pieces at prices below your expectations. Want to learn more about a particular piece? Blue Nile's jewelry experts are ready 24/7 via phone or chat. From tech specs to budget recs, they're here to help you find a piece you'll feel great about, yourself or someone else. A friend of mine recently bought their fiance a diamond pendant necklace, and thanks to Blue Nile's option for lab-grown diamonds and using the chat feature on the website, they were able to get a rock without breaking the bank. She actually cried when she got it. She loved it so much. What a special memory for them both. Experience the ease and convenience of shopping Blue Nile, the original online jeweler. Go to BlueNile.com today. That's BlueNile.com. Valentine's Day is coming up fast, but don't panic. There's still time to call 1-800-FLOWERS.com. And this year, 1-800-FLOWERS is making sure you're a Valentine's hero with an exclusive offer for our listeners. Double the roses for free. When you buy 1 dozen, they'll double your bouquet to 2 dozen roses. It's the perfect way to say I love you without breaking the bank. All roses from 1-800-FLOWERS are picked at their peak, cared for every step of the way, and shipped fresh.
You such a fake ass. You don't get nothing about the Ukraine.
I am the Ukraine, baby. I am the Ukraine, baby.
I am the Ukraine, baby.
You can get shots. You can get these hands a variety of
Look at
ways.
this thug suit on. He's a you a fake, dog. Fake, dog. You fraud, dog. You ain't 100%. This thug right here is neck chop. Yeah, how you like that? I chop necks too. You can get all these hands in an assortment of ways. You can get punches. You guys has to go. One of you has to go. This is ridiculous. One of you guys have to go. You got to get out of here. You know, I'll leave, man. You might give a damn about this hearing anyway, man. Bunch of tight asses. Y'all fake anyway, man. Don't let the suit and tie fool you, man. Hey, yo, Oleg, when I see you on the streets of the Ukraine, you gonna get these hands. You gonna get all these hands.
All these hands.
Talking Hansel and Gretel. And
I'm talking Hansel and Gretel and the whole 9. I'm out, bitches.
A suburb of Atlanta. Karen believed that she was a psychic, and so did her family. Karen's mom, Barbara Miller, later told the San Francisco Examiner she could dream something, and it happened. It never failed. Never? It never failed? I'm gonna call bullshit on that. What if she had one of those weird-ass dreams? that we all have, where they just make no sense, right? Where you're just like, 1 second you're dating your high school Spanish teacher, but then you're also fighting in a war, but then you're still married to your wife in the next moments, and you're also having trouble flying your plane to work because there's not enough candy in your Halloween bag, and then your feet are too big, and then your body and your teeth, your body starts to like wobble, and your teeth are too loose in their sockets. And
give me a Unit 207, you guys and your hijinks. Give me 88 characters which in some way address all of the following as succinctly and powerfully as possible. Threats by North Everett Precinct Unit 207 et al., specifically for Monday. And these people are all going to prison and already owe me every asset they have if their name is on a single fraudulent court order with my names. Give me a few options to choose from. Unit 207 is preventing it from working. Why? Because they're such sacks of shit. Oh, which one do I like? Which one is the best, period? I dig it. I agree. I think that's a good one too. Okay, it is 5 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, February 9th, 2025. I'm ending this live stream, and a new live stream should initiate in 90 seconds or less.